Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable, see playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Enemy. Approaching. What to do? The crawling chaos slowly revealed his consciousness after sensing a deluge of wills from his other territories. All his subordinates were practically begging for their lives, requesting rescue or support. However, the crawling chaos did not respond and simply smiled. As a primordial being whose life began when the universe was created, he had grown exhausted from observing so many insignificant actions. His consciousness was almost worn out, and so he rarely awakened unless there was something fun. Most of the time, he just let time pass. Perhaps even searching for the Black King's legacy and going into the tower to try and resurrect him were too much by this point. The Black King had already fallen into a deep sleep many years ago. It was likely just the crawling chaos, deep-seated loyalty towards him that kept him searching. His attempt to find and resurrect the Black King was like entertainment, like getting in touch with an old friend. The crawling chaos had no regrets about his life, which was why he was trying to resurrect the Black King even in the face of danger or death. It was the most entertaining thing he could do right now, and using the giants as chess pieces or consuming the dragon race was just part of that. Then, he had stumbled across Yan Wu, who immediately piqued the crawling chaos' interest. At first, the crawling chaos' temper had flared up. It was absurd for a mortal to inherit his legacy. The Black King had existed even before the universe had even been created. He was even older than that blasphemous being who called himself the origin of light. Did it make sense for such a great existence to fall in the hands of a microscopic, insignificant creature? The crawling chaos assumed that the mortal had stumbled across an aspect of the Black King through sheer luck and was enjoying its benefits. The crawling chaos recalled a creature called Kronos in the tower who was the Black King's apostle, but a mortal was still an insignificant creature. However, after watching Yan Wu grow, the thoughts of the crawling chaos slowly changed. It is fun. He did not care whether Yan Wu was the Black King's successor or not. It was just fun to watch the mortal. Yan Wu was one of the few living things that stimulated the crawling chaos' interest, and so, the crawling chaos decided to step back and keep an eye on Yan Wu as he made his way into the corner of the tower that the crawling chaos had chosen for himself. He chose not to restrain Yan Wu but rather let him wander around freely. The crawling chaos could never forget the words Yan Wu had thrown at it: "Prepare for your death and wait." He wanted to see what Yan Wu could do and how far he could go. Fortunately, Yan Wu did not disappoint. He took the first territory, and shortly thereafter, advanced into the second and third territories. Yan Wu's forces were already on the verge of capturing them. He also revived the trash that the crawling chaos had almost thrown away a long time ago and brought in the gods and demons who had kept the crawling chaos in check in the tower. The crawling chaos' subordinates were begging for its help because of this rampage, but the crawling chaos saw them as little more than toys that entertained him. He didn't care if they perished. In fact, the crawling chaos enjoyed watching Yan Wu run wild even as his subordinates died, so he decided to wait and observe some more. Scratch, scratch. The space within the tower where the crawling chaos established his will shook violently. This was a place where his thoughts overlapped with time and space, a mini-universe beyond the border. The crawling chaos could now feel something invading the space. No one could approach without the crawling chaos' permission, which meant only one thing: the invader was on the same level as he was. Among the inside beings, only a few had the qualifications. Flash! One part of the mini-universe opened, and an enormous eye appeared. It was the bizarre doorway into the mini-universe. Resident of the border, the entity that could be considered the leader among all the inside beings revealed itself. It was a being who had led the beings of the inside on behalf of the Black King who slept in the void. Unlike the crawling chaos, whose loyalty to him had faded, this leader's loyalty still burned like a never-ending flame as it longed for his return. It moved to look down at the crawling chaos. SS's. Soon, it united its thoughts and will to form a human figure for the convenience of conversation. The human form resembled Yi and Wu but had a different attitude and feeling. Crawling chaos. The resident of the border opened its mouth slowly, looking up at the crawling chaos after creating its human form. How long do you plan on playing around? The time is approaching, but there has been no progress whatsoever. The divine power that the crawling chaos exuded fluctuated greatly. The resident of the border had a solemn expression. Unlike the crawling chaos, who only cared about entertainment, it had always maintained a solemn attitude. In some ways, the two didn't mesh well. I have to make a decision about outside. Menting. What? The resident of the border's face twisted in annoyance when the crawling chaos cut him off. It had a strong feeling that the crawling chaos was mocking it. What do you mean? Fun. Experiment. Father's successor. Soon. The resident of the border's face contorted. After all this time, you're still harping on about that. Are you still pursuing what you were doing before? No matter how much father loved and cherished you, wasn't it already decided that your pursuits exceeded your authority? Soon. Experiment. Results. Come. Out. Ha. The resident of the border burst out in laughter at the crawling chaos's ridiculousness. The crawling chaos seemed unwilling to heed its warning. It did not like this aspect of the crawling chaos at all. It could not understand why the Black King had kept this stubborn creature around when he was still alive, even though it was said that no child of his could truly fathom his will. In the end, the resident of the border had to take a step back. Activities on the outside were the responsibility of the crawling chaos alone. Although it was a viceroy, the crawling chaos also occupied a position of equal stature. Do whatever you want, but there's one thing you should keep in mind. We can't waste time. The tower or whatever it's called must be destroyed as soon as possible. Although the resident of the border ruled over countless time-space dimensions and universes, it could not approach the tower. The tower seemed to possess and abide by the laws of all things, but it transcended them all as well. It was a place that could be considered the natural enemy of the inhabitants of the border who were the closest to omnipotence. The resident of border had to manage everything related to the revelations, so it had no choice but to depend on the crawling chaos and wait for him to finish his job. However, each time they conversed, the crawling chaos managed to twist its insides with his incomprehensible laugh. Understand. Just wait. You're saying the words, but I'm not sure if you really know what you're saying. The resident of the border stared at the crawling chaos with an annoyed expression and then quietly dispersed and disappeared from the crawling chaos, space. In the end, the crawling chaos was left alone once again. It's fun. As the crawling chaos murmured, he turned his attention back to Yi and Wu. The fruit of good and evil is mine. No, it's mine. The half-giants rushed at the otherworld gods with their weapons like excited bulls that had seen red. They were picking off the otherworld gods one by one. They were already at the fourth territory after moving without stopping. They pushed back the otherworld gods, who had no defensive measures that could counter the half-giants. At the moment, it was the gods and demons envoys who, embarrassingly, had to chase after the half-giants. Bunch of crazies. I don't understand how they can move around like this unless they truly have gone crazy. It was often said that those who turned to theft later in life were the most dangerous. Still filled with the afterglow of overcoming their challenges and gaining victory, the half-giants continued to pursue combat as though they were addicted to drugs. They longed for more exciting battles and a greater sensation of victory. This also meant that their awakening was continuing smoothly. Whenever they took over a territory, the spirits of their ancestors appeared and gave blessings to their descendants, and so the giants continued to grow until it was odd to call them half-giants. The strength of the half-giants' auras made it hard for others to comprehend that they still had more unlocked and untapped potential. In particular, the aura emitted by the higher-ranked warrior corps members, including Valdebek, often made the envoys shiver in fear. There was also the reward that Yi and Wu had thrown in to motivate them. I shall give this to the warrior who makes the greatest achievement. Yi and Wu had shown the fruit of good and evil to the warriors, whose eyes naturally grew as big as saucers. Even those who had no recollection of their ancestors knew about the fruit of good and evil. With just one bite, one would be able to awaken oneself, and, according to legend, if one ate the entire fruit, one would gain omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, since the fruit of good and evil had been spoken about in legends for generations, there were many inaccuracies about its effects. Still, it was certain that it was a valuable item that was cherished even by those in the heavenly world. It was a reward worth motivating those who aspired for greater power. Naturally, the half-giant's enthusiasm burned with greater ferocity. Vimalasitra is enjoying the actions of the warrior corps. Cernunos is observing the battlefield with calm eyes. The envoys, especially the ones who belong to the godly societies, were now feeling fear that went beyond a sense of crisis. The advancement of the half-giant corps did not seem to bode well for the godly societies who might have to contend against them in the future. The godly society less than Malik greater than is watching the scene unfold carefully. The godly society less than Jia sect greater than is keeping a close eye on the developing situation. It was the same with all the other godly societies. However, the trigger had already been pulled. Also, since Yin Wu had the upper hand, they had no choice but to be dragged around by him. Even besides that, they had already gone so far, it was difficult to back down now. They just had to get their hands on the revelations. You have successfully fulfilled some conditions of the scenario quest Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Current number of territories conquered 4/7. Number of holy territories built 2/4. Yin Wu quietly turned off the message that appeared in the corner of his eye. He continued to observe the warriors shouting after successfully reclaiming another territory. The number of territories conquered referred to the territories that the crawling chaos had stolen, and the number of holy territories built referred to the temples Yin Wu would have to build after demolishing the current holy structures. The temples were currently being constructed by the 3 Cyclops brothers. Fortunately, the construction seemed to be going smoothly. Yin Wu turned around and faced a blue-haired man who had been waiting for an answer. It was Erlang Shen. He was one of the 3 leaders of the Chan sect and was the highest-ranked envoy among those sent by the various godly societies. Erlang awaited Yin Wu's answer with a solemn gaze. Let's finish our conversation. So, you want us to be your mercenaries? Erlang Shen nodded heavily. Yes. Yin Wu's eyes narrowed. Do you need us in the war against the Jia sect? Or Alpharon? The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than is paying close attention to you. All the gazes of the heavenly world were upon Yin Wu. Naturally, once Erlang Shen asked for a private discussion, all the societies became interested in what Erlang was planning to propose. Erlang was one of the 3 leaders who had taken control over the Chan sect when the Jade Emperor fell ill and gone to sleep. They were also the leaders who had initiated the golden age of the current Chan sect. Erlang Shen is the greatest among the 3 leaders. In other words, it was no exaggeration to say that Erlang Shen was currently the highest-ranked god in the heavenly world. As soon as an illustrious and powerful being like him announced his intention to descend as an envoy, Yin Wu speculated that the Chan sect were prepared to make a serious proposal. The Chan sect is the only one that has a legend of going to war with the heavenly demon. This was also the reason why the Chan sect was ranked as one of the top godly societies in the heavenly world. After Yin Wu met the heavenly demon, he realized that the heavenly demon was a class above the ordinary gods in transcendence. The heavenly demon was a primordial being whose life began at the same time as the creation of the universe, and so only the progenitor gods and creator gods could probably go toe-to-toe with him. After all, he was a transcendental demon who had achieved transcendence after transcendence. The fact that a godly society possessed a legend of battling a demon like this meant that their stature would only increase along with the heavenly demon's own fame and power. Even though they had lost to the heavenly demon, the Chan sect was still highly regarded in the heavenly world, and the fact that their leader wanted to hire Yin Wu and his warrior corps as mercenaries drew a lot of interest. Yin Wu said that if any of the gods or demons wanted access to the revelations, they would need to help him unreservedly. Yin Wu emphasized that he would not accept anything less. However, Yin Wu had no choice but to accept Erlang Shen's request for a solo meeting due to Erlang Shen's position. If you grant my request, we will give up all authority over Wangdi Yinfujing, what you call the revelations. Of course, the things you have asked for so far, such as support for your warrior corps, shall continue. In fact, we will be even more active in our support. I and the other leaders will continue to administer support personally. If necessary, I'm willing to offer a few peaches of immortality as well. Just as the fruit of good and evil was incredibly important to Malik and L'Infernal, the peaches of immortality were equally important to the Chan and Jia sect. The ancient goddess West Empress Dowager grew the peaches of immortality in her holy territory, Kunlun. She wasn't aligned with either the Chan or Jia sects, and only one peach could be harvested every few thousand years. Yin Wu could not help being intrigued by this. He'd been wondering what he could use aside from the fruit of good and evil for his warrior corps. Furthermore, in addition to unconditional support, Erlang Shen was promising to build a long-term relationship even after the job was over. The Chan sect was also risking falling behind the other heavenly societies by giving up any claim over the revelations. Yi and Wu had no choice but to accept Erlang's request for an exclusive meeting. First of all, I want to clarify that my request is not related to war. Erlang Shen slowly uttered with the voice of a god rather than normal human speech. Erlang seemed to be appeasing the anxious gazes that were focused on their discussion. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than is gazing at you and Erlang Shen with suspicion. Most gods show interest in Erlang Shen's private meeting. A small number of gods are expressing doubts about Erlang Shen's intentions. However, many societies did not believe in Erlang Shen's words or intentions. Too noisy. In irritation, Yi and Wu stared at the gods and demons. Their comments and reactions made it difficult to have a proper conversation. Is. Yi and Wu spread his shadows in a wide radius to create a dome to block those from the outside from looking in. No one will bother us anymore. Keep talking. The longer I'm with you, the more amazed I am at your abilities and skills. It's very similar to the Tongtian Jiaoju's divinity, although there are some subtle differences. Erlang looked in amazement at the way Yi and Wu used his familiars to construct a private space. Not only could Yi and Wu create holy territories on the lower floors as he pleased, he also had a supply of familiars to do his bidding, as well as the shadow ability. As Erlang observed the shadow area, which could be considered Yi and Wu's trademark skill, he grew more curious seeing it up close instead of from the heavenly world. Even the visible link the familiars had with Yi and Wu had faded to the point that Erlang could barely see it. If this continued, the link would soon cease to exist, possibly allowing the familiars to move around independently. Erlang Shen suddenly felt Yi and Wu's gaze, so he returned to their conversion. Yi and Wu had taken care of the bothersome eyes, so it was much easier now to discuss. Like I said, we don't need you or your half-giant core for any war. Then, I hope you will help us find a soulstone. What? Yi and Wu's eyes widened, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Rattle. The black chain around Yi and Wu's right arm began to rattle and tremble as if it would break at any moment. Open corner bracket. That sounds very interesting. Close corner bracket. The demonism's voice spoke from a very deep place. Yi and Wu had wrapped the demonism in chains and thrown him into the void, but he knew that it was only a temporary measure. He was expecting the demonism to make an appearance soon, and it was clear that the topic of their discussion had prompted him to speak. Open corner bracket. Kikiki. What are you doing, spring chicken? Hurry up and accept. The philosopher's stone had already consumed 2 soulstones and had been reborn as the sin stone. Furthermore, since the demonism's power was based on the sin stone, he wanted to take every opportunity to gain greater power. Are you asking me to do something beneficial to you? Open corner bracket. How can you say such a foolish thing? Why would it be good only for me? It would be good for you, too. Haven't you already tasted the power of soulstones? The demonism whispered sweetly. Open corner bracket. You've used the revelations or whatever you call it, but your achievements are largely thanks to these 2 soulstones. In essence, a mere mortal is contending against transcendent beings. But what if you add another soulstone? You'd be able to slap around that good-for-nothing Alpharone. Kikiki. I want to slap your face around. Open corner bracket. Stop spewing nonsense. Or are you too busy? If you're too busy, then let me handle it. Send me. I'll get the soulstone and bring it back to you. Wouldn't that benefit you as well? Hurry, let me go. The demonism had finally stated his real intent. No longer interested in hearing more, Yi and Wu moved the chains that were connected to the void and tightened them around the demonism. Open corner bracket. Kikiki. You must think that you have me trapped in this place. You must think that you're able to contain me, but you just wait. You'll soon bring me out with your own hands. Close corner bracket. The demonism's harsh voice was again drowned in the void as it disappeared. Rattle, rattle. However, the chains continued shaking. Yi and Wu could clearly see how wildly the demonism was struggling. Yi and Wu frowned and clucked his tongue. Really, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's a waste. Vigrid was a holy relic that hadn't yet unlocked all its names and secrets. It seemed like a waste to use it to contain the demonism in the void. Yi and Wu thought that he'd have to find a way to separate the demonism from Vigrid sooner or later. He turned his attention back to Erlang Shen. Sorry for the interruption. This troublesome guy suddenly became noisy. Where were we again? You were asking for my help in finding a soulstone. However, Erlang Shen did not answer Yi and Wu's question. He stared at the chains with trembling eyes. Just then, what was that? The void. Yeah, and, ha ha ha, of course, you're his successor. I've known about this, but seeing it like this is still unbelievable. There have been several successors so far, and even more contenders to be successors, but this is the first time I've seen anyone accomplish this much. Erlang Shen let out a small laugh as if he were tired. There was something in his words that Yi and Wu did not miss. Were there many previous successors? You already know, don't you? Faust, the vampiric lord, and so on. A lot of beings pursued the Black King to become his successor but failed. On the other hand, some became successors but were so overwhelmed by the immense power that they could not endure. Erlang Shen continued, this was the case with the Titan King Kronos and Tongtian Zhaoju, but in the end, they all failed. Besides, Yi and Wu heard Erlang's next words, he couldn't help straightening his back. Some of them are still alive. What? Yi and Wu's eyes widened once more. There are other successors? He asked, who are the others? Huh, you didn't know? Well, I guess it makes sense. It seems you haven't met the others yet since they are only famous in the heavens but not known on the lower floors. They also seem to be very secretive, Erlang Shen responded while waving his hand as if this was nothing special. Sea of Time. For Yi and Wu, Erlang Shen's implication was not to be taken lightly. I believe he also chose the head of that clan. Yi and Wu was stunned. The time in their name refers to a poem that praises him, and they await his return through time. Time also refers to a test that he has given them. Among the 8 major clans, the Sea of Time was the one most veiled in mystery. His younger brother had never had any contact with them, so despite its encyclopedic information, there was very limited content in the diary regarding the Sea of Time. Nothing was known about them except that they once stopped Alpharon from descending. That was already a great achievement. Yi and Wu never thought that the Sea of Time held such a secret. Then, why hasn't anyone from the Sea of Time approached me yet? The Sea of Time had to have eyes everywhere, and since Yi and Wu had come all the way up here, they should have responded. There was no way that they did not know that the skills and abilities he was using originated from the Black King. Also, why aren't they completing the things related to the revelations? Wait, am I thinking about this the wrong way? For Yi and Wu, the revelations illuminated the path to the Black King, and he thought the Sea of Time must have also tried their best to access the revelations. This reminded Yi and Wu of the Kelet auction house. When he was distributing the fake Emerald Tablet sections, Yi and Wu had heard in passing that some Sea of Time members had also appeared. It was clearly because of their pursuit of the Black King. I was wondering why they didn't show up after that commotion. They must have known after that incident that the Emerald Tablet section was a fake. Yi and Wu could not help feeling exasperated. Another clue related to the Black King had been right under his nose, but he had no inkling of its existence or how close he'd come to it. Should I try and meet them first? My tasks are piling up. The road to the Black King's darkness was slowly revealing itself, and fortunately, Yi and Wu did not have to act on his own. Open corner bracket Doyle. All Yi and Wu had to do was tell his first apostle, Doyle, to get Arthea to find them. Open corner bracket yes, hung. Open corner bracket there's something I need you to do as soon as possible. Open corner bracket is it urgent? I've received a report that the Chest of Souls is plotting something with White Dragon and the Dog Brethren. I'm in the middle of investigating it. I think they're planning to do something to the One-Horned Tribe. The One-Horned Tribe, where Master is? Yi and Wu snorted. He felt that they were attempting to commit suicide and walk to their own deaths. Besides, Chest of Souls is the organization led by Faceless. Faceless was Master's first disciple, but he must have no idea how terrifying Master is, Yi and Wu thought. He shook his head, thinking it was nothing to worry about. Open corner bracket stop your investigation for a moment and take care of this first. Open corner bracket alright, tell me what to do. Yi and Wu then spoke in a serious tone. Open corner bracket bring me Moonchild. Open corner bracket is it okay if I just bring you the child's head? Yi and Wu was taken aback for a moment, wondering what would make Doyle think that, bring me, meant, kill. When Yi and Wu had first met him, Doyle had been so naive that Yi and Wu wondered why he'd changed so much. There was a saying that apostles grow to resemble the gods they served, but Yi and Wu decided not to think further about that. Open corner bracket bring me Moonchild alive. After receiving Doyle's confirmation, Yi and Wu quietly terminated the communication line. Let's continue our discussion. Yi and Wu tried to erase the uneasiness that lingered in his heart and focused his attention on Erlang Shen. I want to know what you mean by wanting to find a soulstone. There were 14 soulstones in total, and only 4 had been discovered so far. Vieira Dune had stolen the Stone of Luxuria Lust and applied its properties to Mother Earth, Jungwoo had used the stone of superbia pride to craft the pocket watch, and the gluttony emperor had once possessed the stone of Gulick gluttony. Yi and Wu possessed the stone of superbia pride and the stone of Gulick gluttony and had merged them into the sin stone. Yi and Wu had previously heard that one of the soul stones was in the heavenly world, but he had never been able to confirm it. He wondered if this was the soul stone Erlang was referring to. Yi and Wu was also puzzled about what Erlang meant by using him and his subordinates to find the soul stone. First of all, before I go into detail, I have something to tell you. What? I am grateful that you delivered the medicine for the emperor. Erlang Shen got up from his seat and bowed his head. He was referring to Yi and Wu's visit to Three God Mountains to deliver Laplace's liver. Erlang continued, thanks to that, I heard that the Jade Emperor started coughing a little bit. All the gods of the Chan sect will never forget your generosity, no matter what happens in the future. The godly society less than Chan sect greater than has declared an unconditional alliance for player ### and his familiars. From now on, as long as player ### and his familiars do not engage in hostile acts that endanger less than Chan sect greater than, the gods of the less than Chan sect greater than will be his strong allies. Your relationship and affinity to the gods have improved. Your inclination has partially moved to good. Although Yi and Wu saw it as simply running an errand for Laplace, who couldn't go to Three God Mountains himself, he nodded quietly. There was no reason to reject the Chan sect's favor. Also, he'd gotten the chance to visit the Chenggong library thanks to the leaf fragment that the tortoise had given him as a present. Yi and Wu did not have any negative feelings towards the Chan sect. Has the Jade Emperor gotten better? Erlang Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head after hearing Yi and Wu's question. He has regained consciousness, but he still finds it difficult to move. Have you ever heard of divine being disease? It is also called heavenly demon disease. Yi and Wu shook his head. No, I've never heard of those terms. However, going by the name. Yes, it's just as the name implies. They are the negative aftereffects of the heavenly demon. Erlang Shen began speaking of the distant past. In the past, the heavenly demon had a serious quarrel with the Chan sect, and the Jade Emperor fell ill while clashing with him. In fact, he almost perished, but fortunately, he managed to keep his life. Erlang laughed bitterly as he recalled how far the Jade Emperor had fallen. Who would have thought that an entity who had turned the universe upside down to create a new order and even tried to swallow up Mount Meru would become so weak? Regardless, he had made an oath to serve the Jade Emperor loyally. No matter what, Erlang intended to uphold this promise. Yi and Wu's eyes narrowed, but he hasn't been able to recover all the powers he's lost. Yes, that's the gist of it. Furthermore, we're not the only society that has suffered this kind of damage. The situation back then led to the fall of Brahma, who was then the head of Devas, Odin of Asgard, Zeus of Olympus, the list goes on. The creator gods who were involved in the creation of each society all collapsed or fell asleep due to the aftereffects of the heavenly demon. So, the heavenly demon did all of that. Erlang Shen laughed bitterly. It didn't just end there. The heavenly demon is also the reason that all the gods and demons have been imprisoned within this tower. The fact that the heavenly demon had driven all the godly and demonic societies into the tower was surprising, but Yi and Wu decided that it was a logical conclusion. If the heavenly demon managed to throw the Black King into the void, it's definitely possible. After all, the heavenly demon was an entity that had once controlled the universe with his will. If I look at it from another angle, these gods and demons are in a very pitiful situation as well. These guys must have been running around the various dimensions as though it were their front yard, only to be locked up in the tower overnight. And to add insult to injury, they were driven to a corner like the heavenly world because of Alpharon. Yi and Wu recalled the tale he had heard a long time ago. Instead of being a challenge that attracted players from different dimensions and universes, the true purpose of the tower might be to function as a prison for transcendence. Even those who simply possessed the qualifications or talents to become transcendents were eventually imprisoned. What was the heavenly demon's purpose in doing this? Furthermore, what was his relationship with the tower? Only an idiot wouldn't understand what Erlang Shen's true purpose was. Yi and Wu cleared the clutter in his mind and asked, "You must be seeking a soul stone for the Jade Emperor." "Yes, and you're presuming that there is one on the lower floors?" "You're catching on quite well." Erlang Shen nodded as he spoke. "The soul stone we are seeking is the stone of Avarity at Greed. It may not be a good fit for a god, but right now, we just need to possess at least one of the soul stones. Do you know where it is? The apostles affiliated with my sect have already completed the search. But they're finding it hard to get it themselves, so you're asking me for assistance." "Yes, Where is it? Erlang Shen hesitated. Yi and Wu frowned slightly. If you're afraid of leaking information without having a signed agreement, go back. I also have no intention of making hasty decisions that will consume my power and time without learning all the information that I need. Yi and Wu had no intention of hiding his interest in the soulstone, especially one with an affinity to sin. With another soulstone, he could refine and upgrade the sin stone, but he didn't want to endanger the entire warrior corps simply because of his greed. With the war going on with the crawling chaos, he had no intention of dividing his resources and attention. He had more than enough issues to worry about. He had to finish consolidating his dominion of the lower floors and find Athena and the others who had entered Erebus and were planning to enter the otherworld. He wouldn't bite just because someone was showing him favor. He had nothing to lose if Erlang Shen backed out. Once the warrior corps reached transcendence, they would soon be reborn as complete giants. Erlang Shen shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood. I hesitated because it's a place I can't even put into words. A place that Erlang Shen could not even mention. Was there such a place on the lower floors? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes once more. What is this place? The hidden land of the demons, Pandemonium. This time, Yi and Wu was truly surprised. Pandemonium, you're saying that there's a soulstone in the Bull Demon King's realm? Yes, that's crazy. Yi and Wu smirked. He now understood why the Chan sect's apostles couldn't retrieve the soulstone. The Bull Demon King was the other face of the heavenly demon, the one that the Monkey King had accepted as his big brother when he was young. Furthermore, the 7 demon kings were beings that the Chan and Jia sect detested. Just hearing the names of the 7 demon kings made them curse. Yi and Wu had already fought with one of them, the Sage Lion King. He knew that they were not easy opponents, and Erlang was asking him to get the soulstone from them. Are you asking me to fight the Bull Demon King? If that's the case, I should feed you some sword energy first. Yi and Wu smirked with his lip curled. However, Erlang Shen remained calm. No, to be more precise, Pandemonium is occupying the place where the soulstone is. Since we knew that you wouldn't want to go, we decided the only way would be to hire you as a mercenary. After a pause, Erlang continued, besides, we are not the only ones trying to get the soulstone. The Jia sect is after it, too, since their situation is not much better than ours. A battlefield with the Chan sect, Jia sect, and the 7 demon kings. Yi and Wu summed up his thoughts as he narrowed his eyes. That's a real shit show. A real shit show indeed. A bitter smile appeared on Erlang Shen's lips. He did not think Yi and Wu would accept the task. What are the chances that the other societies will intervene? Erlang Shen's eyes slightly widened. Are you going to accept the offer? Don't start counting your chickens before they hatch. I have to do some calculations, too. I want to hear your answer first. There's no guarantee. The location of the soulstone is difficult to access without a relevant legend. Yi and Wu quietly fell into thought. A place that was difficult to access without a legend. However, since Yi and Wu had already absorbed the Monkey King's factors, he was confident he would be able to access the restricted site. Erlang Shen cautiously asked once more, will you accept? After a long while, Yi and Wu came to a conclusion and stared into Erlang Shen's blue eyes. His mouth opened slowly. Open corner bracket, what the hell are they talking about? Open corner bracket, I'm annoyed, as well. If I had my way, I'd rip apart that shadow dome. Open corner bracket, if you did that, your body would be torn apart. Open corner bracket, that's why I'm just standing here twiddling my thumbs, fuck. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed since the half-giant warriors took over the crawling chaos, fourth territory, the envoys of the gods and demons had nothing to do but wait outside the shadow dome while biting their nails. They were deeply frustrated because they had no idea what kind of discussion was going on between Erlang Shen and Yi and Wu, and their societies were urging them to find out. The envoys had no idea what to do. Yi and Wu had built a private holy sanctuary inside his shadow realm where their powers couldn't reach. Neither could they break into it. However, there were those among them who didn't feel the same desperation. Open corner bracket HMPH. What can that insignificant god ask that would be of any importance? Woof, woof. Agaras, who was in his child form, crossed his arms and muttered in an annoyed voice as jealousy flashed in his eyes. He was like a boy who'd gotten upset with an uncle who used to play with him all the time but was suddenly getting along better with his friends. Puppy Fenrir barked as though in sympathy. Agaras looked at Fenrir with a grimace plastered on his face. Open corner bracket, what the hell do you know? The relationship between an esteemed personage like me and -- is not something you can decide is right or wrong. I've enjoyed a very long relationship with him. Don't even think of raising your spoon to taste what is mine. He is mine. Woof. Open corner bracket what? You're saying it's not a matter of length but depth of relationship. Woof. Woof. Open corner bracket you're saying I'm just a greedy, power-grubbing kid, and he doesn't take me seriously. Woof. Open corner bracket don't be silly. Do you know how much he loves his niece? Even if he doesn't show it, he must be very satisfied with the way I look. Woof. 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 Open corner bracket what? It's better to be a dog. What kind of dog shit are you spewing now? Woof. 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 As always, Agaras and Fenrir were fighting over which of them was closer to Yi and Wu. In fact, the two supported Yi and Wu the most during every battle, and if Yi and Wu kept his promise, it was obvious that they would get the revelations. The other envoys were already familiar with the sight of them bickering, so they didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, they continued to look impatient and anxious, even those who had been quite passive before. If things didn't change, then the half-giants would gain their independence. Open corner bracket Erlang Shen and the Death King. Open corner bracket we'll have to figure out what the Death King is thinking first. Open corner bracket no, if we continue this way, the half-giants will soon be reborn. It's best for us if the half-giants continue to be restricted to this floor. Open corner bracket are eliminated. For a brief moment, there was silence among the envoys. The other envoys who were listening didn't react. If this conversation had happened a few days ago, the other envoys would have used this opportunity to get rid of their competition. However, these words expressed what they were all thinking at this moment. An understanding grew among them. Open corner bracket it seems that Erlang Shen has already gone over to that side. Open corner bracket whatever it is, we can't let things continue in this manner. The godly society less than Dilmun greater than agrees with the consensus. The godly society less than Memphis greater than agrees. The godly society less than Asgard greater than agrees with the consensus and declares that it is ready to join at any time. The godly society less than Olympus greater than is positively responding to the consensus. In the end, the envoys separated into two factions. Open corner bracket it's opening. Someone who was watching the shadows quietly spoke. Immediately, the envoys scattered as if nothing had happened. The dome of shadows slowly opened up, and the envoys stared with cold eyes at Erlang Shen and Yi and Wu as they exited. In the end, the envoy never got their answers since neither Yi and Wu nor Erlang Shen said anything about their conversation, as if they had made a vow of silence. Some of the godly envoys tried their luck and approached Erlang Shen, but they were only met with narrowed eyes. It seemed that Erlang Shen was determined not to leak out any information. Only one thing was certain, the two had completed their transaction successfully. The biggest clue was that Erlang Shen's forces, which had hung back on the sidelines, grew very active. Erlang Shen has activated his ability, Dragon Water. Is. As soon as Erlang drew out his sword, the ground turned over, and the deep underground streams rose up to cause a huge tsunami that swept away the otherworld gods. They were sent reeling, unable to regain their bearings. With the otherworld gods in a vulnerable position, the half-giants rushed in and killed them one after the other. Ding! You have successfully completed some of the scenario quest's conditions Proof of Gods and Kings 4. Number of territories occupied, 6/7. Number of temples built, 3/6. Finally, there was only one territory left, the Crawling Chaos, Great Temple. Luckily, I remembered the Stone of Castida's purity. With it, I was able to make a more advantageous deal. Yi and Wu had almost forgotten about the Stone of Castidas. It had previously been used to illuminate Hades, temple of the king of the underworld, and was the source of Pluto's strength. Fortunately, when Persephone attacked with the titans and giants, the three Cyclops brothers managed to hide the Stone of Castidas from their enemies. Unfortunately, they hadn't escaped with it. The situation had been so desperate at the time that even the youngest Cyclops, Argus, the last living brother, had to die. If Yi and Wu had been selfish enough to try to take the Stone of Castidas, he might not have only lost his life, but also the other soul stones in his possession. If that had happened, Mother Earth would have gained more strength. When his death was imminent, Argus managed to bury the Stone of Castidas in a secret place in the depths of the temple of the king of the underworld that only Hades and the three Cyclops brothers could access. I'm certain that Mother Earth and others don't know that the Stone of Castidas is located in Tartarus. This was definitely an opportunity for Yi and Wu. He had to retake Tartarus anyway since he was the successor of the king of the underworld. Also, he needed to pass through it in order to enter Erebus, where Athena and the others were. As a result, Yianwu thought he would use the Chan sect to help him retake the holy territory and find his friends in Erebus. Yianwu and his warrior corps would assist the Chan sect to find the Stone of Avaritia and, in exchange, the Chan sect would assist Yianwu and his warrior corps find the Stone of Castitas. At the end of the day, we will exchange the two soul stones. It made more sense that way since the Stone of Castitas didn't mesh well with the Sin Stone, and the Stone of Avaritia wouldn't be a perfect fit for the Chan sect. Yianwu had received a quest to complete the Sin Stone. Although it didn't specify that the soul stones had to have the same property, it was likely that using a soul stone with a different property would diminish the Sin Stone's effectiveness. The Stone of Castitas also didn't really fit in with the keywords, death, and fight. Even Hades couldn't use it directly and had only used it to forge weapons. On the other hand, the Stone of Avaritia might become a burden to the godly Chan sect. If they obtained the Stone of Castitas instead, the Chan sect would possess a power beyond imagination if combined with the strength of the Jade Emperor. In the end, Yianwu and Erlang Shen signed an agreement to help each other through any means until they obtained their respective soul stones. The first part of the agreement was to awaken the warrior corps. Fortunately, unlike the other godly societies, there was no history or legend regarding conflict between the Chan sect and the giant race, so the Chan sect did not hesitate. Erlang Shen was a warrior who had already reached a state of nirvana in combat through the control of water and his dragon water ability. Even Yianwu was surprised at how effective Erlang was against the otherworld gods, and he understood why Erlang was one of the three most powerful gods in the heavenly world. However, Erlang's competence made the warrior corps suffer. Open corner bracket. That damn god bastard stole my kill again. I had already announced that it was mine long ago. Open corner bracket. If this goes on, won't that bastard receive all the glory and achievement for the battle? Open corner bracket. Damn it. My fruit of good and evil. Open corner bracket. Someone stop that bastard. Valdebek, what the hell are you doing? Do something. The half-giants thought that Erlang Shen was intercepting their enemies, and their frustration and anger boiled over. They were happy about winning the battles but angry that they could not fight. I guess he's having a hard time dealing with his kin. It makes sense this kind of rapid development in a few days is unheard of. Yianwu glanced at Valdebek, who had turned his head and was pretending not to hear the protests of his kin. Yianwu then turned to Erlang Shen, who was doing his all to fulfill his side of the agreement. Open corner bracket. Is that Erlang Shen? Tisk, tisk, that guy is so sad. King Temper said he would give him some rice cakes, but the Erlang guy has no clue that he's not going to get anything in the end. Look how excited he is, running around like a little kid. I feel so bad for that guy. Shannon constantly clucked his tongue and shook his head. A slight bulge started forming between Yianwu's eyes. Why do you think I'm going to renege on the deal? There was a rebuke in his words, but Shannon counterattacked. Open corner bracket. What are you talking about? My master isn't the type of person who's satisfied with a win-win scenario, right? Wouldn't you eat the whole thing if it's in front of you? Would you actually even consider sharing? If you felt that you couldn't eat something, I'm pretty sure you'd make sure that no one could, either. Yianwu was speechless. Open corner bracket. No, am I wrong? You're right. Open corner bracket. See, I told you. Shannon snorted in satisfaction. Yianwu had nothing to say for a moment as he pondered how he had become so predictable. In fact, he really had no intention of giving the Stone of Castitas to the Chan sect. After absorbing as much of its powers as he could, he would simply pocket it himself. Even if he did give it to the Chan sect, they would only have possession for a moment before Yianwu took it back. Shannon had truly seen through his thoughts. Open corner bracket. Be careful. You might exuviate with the qualities of ill temperament and deception. Yianwu thought very seriously about disciplining Shannon, who was pretending to be worried while teasing him. However, in the end, Yianwu just sighed and focused on the battlefield once more. The battle had just ended. Beyond the forest of giants, there was an area covered in darkness. It was the holy territory of the crawling chaos, a place that no giant had ever stepped foot in. The crawling chaos still had not shown up. What the hell is he up to, and what is he thinking? Yianwu could not figure out why the crawling chaos was choosing to stay back. The gods and demons who were observing the situation were wondering the same thing. Since no one knew anything about this holy territory, they would have to go in blind from this point onward. I guess we'll learn as we go along. Unlike the envoys, who sometimes showed signs of fear, Yianwu did not concern himself too much with what was ahead. He simply saw things as challenges to overcome. Since the tutorial, he'd constantly pulled off the impossible, and the crawling chaos was just another of the supposedly impossible barriers. The warrior core was also influenced by Yi and Wu's relaxed attitude towards the crawling chaos. Did you get enough rest? Open corner bracket yes. Open corner bracket yes, our king and god. Then let's go. This is the final battle. Open corner bracket this is the final battle. Open corner bracket let's show our king and god the honor of the giants. Let us lead our enemies to their death. Open corner bracket we must bring victory to our king and god. Bam, bam, bam. Once again, as anticipation spread throughout the core, the warriors began their march forward. You have entered the heart of the crawling chaos, holy territory, holy crawling chaos territory. Open corner bracket the atmosphere here sucks. Open corner bracket how do the otherworld gods live in such a place like this? Do they like this kind of place? Open corner bracket it's so eerie and dark. Open corner bracket this place is really disturbing my senses. The half-giant warrior core moved forward slowly, paying close attention to their surroundings with subdued attitudes, a huge change from when they had been running wild with excitement just a few hours ago. The holy territory's environment was completely different from the territories they had conquered. Although the other areas had bizarre forests and swamps, they looked like they could support life to some extent. However, this territory was completely different. The atmosphere and the environment seemed to conspire to reject all forms of life, especially the half-giants. Open corner bracket even the ground we're stepping on feels weird. Damn it, it's hard to move forward. Open corner bracket let's move slowly for now. We don't know what kind of things will pop out. As the half-giants carefully moved forward. Open corner bracket damn it. This chaos energy. Open corner bracket this is why I didn't want to visit this place. Open corner bracket it seems like our connection with the heavens have been cut off as well. Open corner bracket my connection to my true body has also grown weak. This is going to be a problem. The expressions of the gods and demons hardened as the thing they feared most seemed about to happen. When they connected to Yi and Wu through his keywords, they didn't have to deal with the laws of causality, but now they were suffering from the repercussions of maintaining their incarnations. The unstable connections to the heavenly world made them feel anxious, especially since if they died without being properly connected to their true bodies, it would damage their ego. Also, if the crawling chaos managed to get hold of these connections and reverse engineer a way to go up to the heavens, there would be an unthinkable crisis. They were also in the otherworld god's natural environment, which was full of chaos and disorder. They couldn't understand how life could survive in such a place or how cosmic rulers like the otherworld gods could originate here. Even the demons, who didn't usually mind foreign environments, had hard expressions. Is this place rat poison for those who are used to the tower's environment? Yi and Wu's eyes narrowed. Although he had glimpsed the universe through the revelations, it was clear to him that he would have trouble understanding this place because he had spent his whole life on Earth and in the tower. Even if he were to spend his entire life in this place, he probably would not understand it fully. In particular, the way the spaces overlapped and disturbed his senses made it difficult to adapt. He couldn't properly control the release of his magic power, which made him feel handcuffed. They'd already been in the holy territory for a while, but the otherworld gods still hadn't stirred, including the crawling chaos. Yi and Wu could sense his aura far away, but no matter how much Yi and Wu moved forward, he couldn't seem to bridge the distance between them. It was like running towards the moon. As the terrain repeated over and over, Yi and Wu was beginning to wonder whether they were making any progress when he finally saw something towering over the gray fog in the distance. A castle. It was a fortress with a size and shape that was typical of the Middle Ages. The closer they got, the larger it looked. The warriors and envoys looked at each other. They had no idea what they were looking at, so they became very suspicious. Open corner bracket what should we do? Valdebik looked at Yi and Wu. He was asking for Yi and Wu's orders. Yi and Wu was about to respond when the cast of the Black King vibrated violently. Zing, clank, clank. Yi and Wu felt like his arm was about to fall off. Even the chains leading to the void swayed from the shaking. This meant that Vigrid was about to become active once again. Open corner bracket hey there's someone like you over there. Kikiki. A tasty thing. The demonism's voice was abruptly cut off as he was once again buried in the void, but the cast of the Black King resonated even more. Yi and Wu mulled over his words. Someone like me, what the hell does that mean? Perhaps. Boom. All of a sudden, the fortress, closed gate shook as violently as the cast of the Black King. It opened wide as squeaking pulleys moved. A thick fog blew out from the inside. It was mixed with the properties of the void and even contained the Black King's scent. Yi and Wu understood immediately what demonism meant, that someone like him was waiting inside. Open corner bracket Moss tear. In an instant, Bu appeared next to Yi and Wu and bowed his head. Yi and Wu nodded heavily. Let's go. He led the warriors and envoys to the gate. The closer they got, the stronger the Black King's scent became. It suffocated the warriors and envoys, but Yi and Wu felt refreshed. After they passed through the gates, they saw a being sitting on top of a large boulder. Although he had Valdebeach's appearance, his aura showed that he was a completely different entity. It was the crawling chaos. He smiled coldly. Nice to meet you, Valdebeach, Yi and Wu said with an expressionless face as he cut off the crawling chaos. Bring him here. Flash. Valdebeach disappeared and reappeared behind the crawling chaos, incarnation. As Yi and Wu gave the order, Valdebeach moved towards the crawling chaos, who looked just like him. The crawling chaos was his mortal enemy, an entity who treated his people like livestock. When Valdebeach had first arrived and met the crawling chaos, he wasn't powerful enough and had to accept the crawling chaos, one-sided terms. If not, he and his people would have been doomed. But now, Valdebeach had met his god, and he could stand firm. He now planned to defeat the entity that had subjugated him and his people. The crawling chaos turned around a beat too late, as if he hadn't expected this to happen, but Valdebeach's greatsword was already lodged in his chest. Crunch. The crawling chaos, incarnation flinched. Valdebeach had already realized transcendence after absorbing the divinity and factors of the otherworld gods as they fought their way here. The god death attack of his greatsword was powerful, especially after it was upgraded by his achievements. He could attack not only the crawling chaos, body, but also the essence of his being. It was a technique that struck the soul. Valdebeach could feel that the sensation transmitted through his greatsword was similar to when he'd felled the otherworld gods, and he was sure that his surprise attack had worked. Obviously, Valdebeach did not think the crawling chaos would die from a single blow. He wouldn't be considered a monster if that were the case. After all, this was an entity who had destroyed both the dragon and giant races. Creak. With a grinding sound, the crawling chaos's head turned 180 degrees and made eye contact with Valdebeach, who clenched his teeth at the eeriness of looking at his own face. I didn't mind coming into this uncomfortable body because I wanted to talk with all of you, even for a moment. What a pity. Open corner bracket stop with your jokes. Outside of bullying and making fun of us, have you ever said anything seriously to us? Of course, a corner of the crawling chaos, mouth shot up. Not. Puff. In an instant, the crawling chaos, incarnation scattered like an imploding sandcastle, reassembling into a different form with dozens of tentacles that shot out and wrapped around Valdebeach. Boom, boom, boom. Valdebeach quickly snapped back and swung his greatsword wildly, lightning bolts shooting out in all directions with dark red pillars of fire. Open corner bracket get up. At that moment, Bu raised his hands high into the air before slamming them on the ground. As his magic power rippled out, it formed a large magic circle. Bizarre-looking monsters appeared in large numbers and began to cut off the tentacles. However, as pieces of the tentacles fell, they quickly turned into monsters who looked even more bizarre than the ones Bu had summoned. They bared their fangs. Kekaki, kya, kya, kya. Bu pointed to the sky. Hundreds of magic circles formed one after another in the sky, creating a bombardment of magic. Countless fireballs and icicles poured out. Bam, 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 rumble. Bu cast all kinds of high-level magic spells one after another as if to demonstrate why he was an arch-lich, proving that he had already surpassed his previous life. He was slowly beginning to understand the laws of the universe. However, the pieces of the crawling chaos danced around as though they didn't have a care in the world. Open corner bracket brothers, let's go. Open corner bracket we have to kill him, no matter what. We have to avenge our ancestors. Open corner bracket we need to show who we are. Open corner bracket we need to bring victory to our god. The warriors grasped their weapons and rushed in, fed up with the crawling chaos provocations. The crawling chaos was a being who had toyed with them, and they raised their weapons, determined to achieve freedom. Clash. This was how the battle against the crawling chaos began. The fortress shook violently as if it were about to collapse. Yi and Wu slowly stared up at the sky. Pieces of the crawling chaos gathered in the sky, creating small tornadoes instead of taking Valdebeach's form. Yi and Wu's expression hardened. Crack. Yi and Wu had told himself to maintain his composure no matter what the crawling chaos did. However, he could not help grinding his teeth. The crawling chaos was taking on his younger brother's appearance. Although his aura and attitude was nothing like Jungwoo's, everything else was the same. I just wanted to talk. Well, it is interesting to see these little creatures trying to survive in their own way. Balak had provided Jungwoo's DNA to the crawling chaos in order to learn how to mass-produce Jungwoo's clones. It was all to create a divine human, but in the end, Yi and Wu had killed Balak. However, the crawling chaos was different from Balak. He used Jungwoo's DNA to create the closest thing to the divine human that Balak longed to create, since he possessed the complete knowledge for cloning, and he had various abilities and powers at his disposal. As a nearly omniscient entity, the crawling chaos would not find this task too difficult. Yi and Wu became angry. His younger brother's soul was still wandering somewhere in the emptiness without finding rest, and others were treating his existence so callously. Furthermore, the crawling chaos knew all too well that this was one of Yi and Wu's weaknesses. Of course, you're not an exception either, right? Yi and Wu knew that the crawling chaos was making fun of him, however, he had no choice but to respond. Crack, crackle, bam, 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 bam. One way or another, I will kill you. Yi and Wu raised his sword energy and released all his powers. As the Sin Stone violently trembled, his dragon heart began to unleash its maximum output of mana. Sixth step Dragon Body Awakening. Crack, crack. Yi and Wu's skin started cracking as dragon scales flipped all over it with a jewel-like glow. They clearly illustrated Yi and Wu's power. His dragon eyes formed and his teeth turned into fangs that peeked between his lips. Dragon wings grew on his back as he shouted at the envoys standing behind him. Now. Open corner bracket, damn it. The envoys froze in surprise. Before entering this territory, Yi and Wu had given them orders, and the envoys had agreed without a second thought because they were reluctant to lose out to their peers. If you won't fulfill your promise, then get out. Open corner bracket, damn it. Open corner bracket, fuck. When Yi and Wu loudly shouted once more, the envoys had no choice but to carry out his command, their eyes full of anger. The godly society less than Dilmun greater than has created, see God's storm. The godly society less than Diva greater than has created, flood. The godly society less than Memphis greater than has created, law's glory. The demonic society less than L'Infernal greater than has created, the advent of the Demon King. A huge number of buffs began to descend on Yi and Wu. Less than great blessing greater than. As the name suggested, each buff was the highest level blessing from each society. The gods and demons had to unleash enormous amounts of power and resources to create and apply the blessings, so they had rarely been used throughout history. The only other times that blessings had been used this way was when Olympus created Hercules and when Asgard created Beowulf. Most recently, L'Infernal unsuccessfully tried to create the 73rd Demon King through this approach. More than 1,000 years ago, the gods and demons had used the Great Blessing to catch the lighthouse keeper, Lucille. Usually, a blessing was only activated when a society was in danger of annihilation or something equally urgent was happening. Yi and Wu boldly demanded the Great Blessing, and of course, the societies were all stunned. Yi and Wu's power was already at a level that concerned them, and there had never been a precedent for a situation like this which focused all the Great Blessings on a single entity at the same time. Additionally, the Great Blessing was like a permanent buff since it forced the soul's level to rise, an effect that remained even after the blessing was over. This meant that each society was officially supporting an entity, so as long as the society existed, the Great Blessing would continue. Furthermore, each society had to deal with a large amount of the laws of causality. They wanted to deny Yi and Wu's request, but their greed for the revelations forced them to agree. They vowed in their hearts again that as soon as this was over and they had access to the revelations, they would eliminate Yi and Wu and all his followers. Of course, Yi and Wu was aware of this dissatisfaction, but he also had no choice. The crawling chaos was a great god who was one of the most powerful otherworld gods. It was possible that he could even go toe-to-toe with the heavenly demon, and Yi and Wu's current power level was not high enough to deal with such a being. He had no choice but to call on all his resources. Poof, poof. Yi and Wu received the various great blessings one after another. He spread his wings as he felt full from the incoming blessings. Your powers have been fully opened. Although he had given up the powers and abilities of thousands of gods and demons before, Yi and Wu had already written his own legend and was developing two godlike powers. His sky wings were the pillars that bound and supported those powers. For example, he possessed divinity that went beyond the realm of physical power. It acted as the core that made it possible for him to exist as Cha Yi and Wu, a divine entity. This divinity helped to bind the clashing characteristics of the great blessings. As a result, Yianwu experienced tremendous spiritual growth. His brain felt as though it were boiling over as it seemed to reach its limits, and his body expanded as though it would explode at any moment. Reformation. Because his skill had risen to its maximum, his body did not collapse, and it managed to accept the new changes. Unfortunately, he didn't awaken a new dragon body, but the awakening of the sixth step reached its limit. Boom! Yianwu stamped on the ground and rushed to the crawling chaos like a beam of light. Oh ho! The crawling chaos snorted, as if he found Yianwu's actions entertaining, and he made a move to punch Yianwu. Yianwu's current form, which combined the powers of the various gods and demons within the tower, was very interesting to the crawling chaos. He wondered how Yianwu, an insignificant being, could come up with such a novel idea. I knew it. You're really a lot of fun. The crawling chaos thought he made a good decision to wait patiently for Yianwu to develop. If he hadn't, he would have missed out on such a fun experience. As the crawling chaos smiled, Yianwu's disgust grew. The way the crawling chaos used Zhengwu's face to smile made Yianwu want to rip him apart, even though it was clear that the crawling chaos only saw this as a fun game. This gave Yianwu a terribly unpleasant feeling. Bam! Their fists collided. Yianwu's sword energy and the crawling chaos, divine powers clashed together before shooting off in all directions, creating deep crevices around them. Beyond space, a void opened like a greedy mouth. The already damaged fortress started crumbling further. SS's. Suddenly, black chains shot out one after the other, winding around the crawling chaos, incarnation. Bolstered by all the great blessings, Yianwu collided with the crawling chaos, incarnation. Flash! The scattered particles of the crawling chaos's divinity started to unite, transforming into hundreds of otherworld gods. The crawling chaos, familiars had finally made their appearance. Open hollow corner bracket glory to our God. Open hollow corner bracket let's bring victory to our God. The legends of our God will have only victories. Open hollow corner bracket we will sing praises of our God and spread his influence. The half-giant warrior corps rushed at the newly formed otherworld gods while cheering for their god, Yianwu. They swung their swords wildly, and dark red flames flashed across the battlefield, devastating the rest of the fortress. As great warrior Valdebik exclaimed, this was a holy war for their people and their god. It was a war that would help their god become a transcendent being who surpassed the heavenly gods and demons. They would not permit even the thought of defeat, and thanks to this, the battle grew intense. Slash and cut, then cut again. Kill and kill, again and again. Death to their enemies, and increase, fight, for their allies. The battle seemed to go on forever. Any observer would think that the half-giant's actions were desperate yet beautiful, like a painting depicting a great holy battle. Because of this, the otherworld gods trying to prevent the warrior corps from reaching the crawling chaos could not hide their despair. Why is this happening? Does not make sense. The crawling chaos and his familiars had been ignoring Yianwu and the warrior corps' progress through the crawling chaos, holy territories. Only the most skilled of the crawling chaos, familiars served next to him, while the rest were sent to manage the other territories. The familiars who served next to their master had almost reached his level, but even they were shocked at the unexpected strength of the warrior corps. The half-giants seemed no different from the ancient giants. Even though the half-giants always had this potential, their rapid development was unbelievable. Open hollow corner bracket what do you mean it doesn't make sense? Valdebik screamed as he looked at their expressions. He hated it when others underestimated him and his people. Did they think the half-giants would be their slaves forever? Bam, bam, bam. Valdebik's growing anger made his fighting spirit rise even higher, and Yianwu's legend, which resided deep within him, began to grow. Ring. The situation forced the envoys to move in earnest. Aside from providing the great blessings, they were also bound to participate in the battle. It was exhausting. It was already difficult enough to focus on the war against Alpharon, but now they had to increase the number of fronts they were fighting. They were also terrified that they'd have to continue giving Yianwu strength, even though he might be their enemy in the future. However, things had gotten to the point that even if they did not want to, they had to fight to survive. Thud, thud. The true bodies of the envoys began to descend on the battlefield one by one, their auras growing more majestic and powerful. However, their societies were forced to bear a great deal of the laws of causality. Although they'd just been dragged around by Yianwu, the gods and demons now released their powers to demonstrate how they'd reach the higher levels of divinity. The area collapsed and restored itself multiple times as attacks that would have destroyed a planet bombarded the hidden stage. Some of the demons were enjoying the situation. At Fenrir's request, the other siblings of disaster have shared their power with him. Fenrir grew 10 times larger and seemed to block out the sky. The siblings of disaster included the serpent that devoured the world, Jormungandr, and the goddess who ruled the underworld, Hel. Bang! Puff! Now that he was much larger than any otherworld god, Fenrir slammed his gigantic paws in the center of the crawling chaos, familiars. The shockwave spread out as the ground flattened, throwing the otherworld gods around like ragdolls. Agaras, who had been looking for an opportunity to attack, stepped forward. At the request of Agaras, the East Demon King's army has appeared. Open hollow corner bracket my children, let's decorate this fun stage today. Agaras, who now appeared as a handsome man with dozens of pairs of black wings spread open, burst into a cruel laugh as he looked up at the sky. The sky opened up and a demonic legion rained down, striking the reeling otherworld gods and ripping them to pieces. The battle for the crawling chaos, last holy territory grew intense, with neither side willing to give an inch. How funny. Is this what I think it is? The thing that put him to sleep. There's definitely something special about it. The crawling chaos, incarnation burst into laughter as he examined the black chains wrapped around him. It was a chain that could bind even the gods, and even though the crawling chaos was an entity that repudiated the laws of nature, the chains also held him in place. Regardless of how much force or divine power he used, the chains did not budge. In fact, the more he struggled, the more tightly the chains seemed to wrap around him. However, I want to avoid this. No matter how boring the world is, there's still so much I want to see. The crawling chaos chuckled. Life suddenly disappeared from his incarnation's eyes, and his head dropped down, a smile still lingering on his face. SS's. The incarnation imploded like a sandcastle and scattered. He had freed himself from the chains by severing his will, which was connected to his incarnation. The chains bound the incarnation, not his soul, and so the crawling chaos easily sacrificed it. It wasn't a big loss, considering his divine power. You're being so annoying. As he retracted the chains, Yian-Wu searched for the crawling chaos, true body by filling his draconic eyes with magic power. Dealing with the incarnations would just drain his energy and waste his time. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera, philosopher's eyes. As his golden draconic eyes looked for the crawling chaos's true body by scanning the cross-sections of countless folded spaces and reaching its core, Yian-Wu suddenly instinctively flinched in surprise. What's that? He'd seen the crawling chaos, whose gigantic body Yian-Wu couldn't even fathom. It was wriggling, and although he didn't have anything resembling a face, the crawling chaos seemed to be smiling. However, Yian-Wu was stunned by where he found the crawling chaos. Everywhere. His back stiffened. The crawling chaos was located right under his feet, under the space where his familiars and the envoys stood. They weren't in his holy territory, they were within the crawling chaos himself. At that moment, Yian-Wu realized what the crawling chaos was planning. He turned and yelled out to all his people and envoys. Open hollow corner bracket everyone, watch out. The crawling chaos just smiled coldly. You are already too late. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. A huge explosion erupted from the spot Yian-Wu was standing on. It smashed the entire space and turned over the ground, hurling the central holy territory away. The crawling chaos had just tried to manifest his true body. However, the crawling chaos, spiritual pressure and the data of his existence was too much for the stage to handle. The hidden stage was already overloaded with so many gods and demons that it simply collapsed. The crawling chaos, spiritual pressure crushed many of the gods and demons, who perished without even having the chance to scream. Fortunately, since they were mostly high-level transcendent beings, so they managed to avoid complete termination, but they couldn't avoid experiencing a major blow to their existences. They were swept away by the aftershocks, their remains scattered everywhere. Error. An irregular presence has been confirmed. A bug has occurred. A bug has occurred. The level of the firewall has been increased. The irregular presence is being blocked. Countless error messages popped up as the tower's defenses activated, pushing the crawling chaos back. The envoys and half-giants who were scattered throughout the hidden stage began screaming from their serious injuries. Even the otherworld gods hadn't escaped from the carnage. Many of them screamed in their collapsed spirit forms. It was clear they hadn't received any forewarning from their master. Fortunately, when Yian-Wu realized what the crawling chaos was aiming for, He raised his shadows to create a wall of souls, which helped him survive. However, he was enraged. He'd lost the link with many of his familiars due to the crawling chaos assault. He sighed in frustration. He'd never expected that the crawling chaos would carry out such a reckless attack. Ha, ha, so much fun. The crawling chaos seemed to be smiling broadly as if he had been expecting Yanwu to survive. It was the first time in thousands of years that he'd enjoyed himself so much. However, his delight made Yanwu completely lose what remained of his reason. Yanwu had had to beef up his strength with the blessings just to catch the crawling chaos, but all the crawling chaos had to do was manifest in order to destroy his attempts. The crawling chaos disappeared back into the darkness, as though he were teasing Yanwu like a child sticking out his tongue. The tower's firewall was rejecting the crawling chaos and throwing him out. Yanwu instinctively knew that if he let the crawling chaos go, it would be a long time before he would have another chance at encountering the crawling chaos, true form. All the other holy territories and newly built temples had been blown away by the explosion. Even if the central territory remained, the hidden stage had already lost its function as a holy land. It was no more than a wasteland now. This meant that part of the tower was forming cracks, and in the future, all the crawling chaos needed to do was follow the trail of divine power he'd left behind after manifesting. He could simply project his will onto his divine power and re-enter the tower. He'd lost nothing today. Even if the half-giants had gained their freedom, their grudge against the crawling chaos would still linger. Yanwu could not stand this thought. Yanwu lashed the black chains at the disappearing crawling chaos. Crackle. Yanwu felt the end of the chains embed itself into the crawling chaos body, and the chains suddenly grew taut as though they would snap at any time. Yanwu looked to the other side. Demonism. At that moment, a void opened up and a chain-wrapped Vigrid appeared. Erng. Vigrid shook more violently than ever. Open hollow corner bracket kikiki. I told you, in the end, you would have no choice but to call me. Close hollow corner bracket. The demonism burst into laughter as soon as he saw Yanwu. Shut up and make a decision. Will you cooperate or not? If we cooperate, what do I get? Tasty food. Okay, that's enough. Spring chicken, I'll let you off easy this time around. Kikiki. While the demonism laughed menacingly, Yanwu released all the chains that bound Vigrid. He stretched out his right hand, and Vigrid flew into it, fitting into his palm snugly. Yanwu could feel his heart pounding. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. The first thing he had ever learned from the martial king was swordsmanship, and he felt as though he'd returned to those days. The magic power poured out of his sin stone and combined with the magic that sprung out from Vigrid. Yanwu was captivated by the mysterious sensation that his world of consciousness was expanding infinitely. However, this time, the demonism didn't take over. Yanwu still possessed his will and retained his consciousness. His body overflowed with a powerful force that he'd never felt before. Fusing with demonism, revelations, 2 divinities, full release of the sin stone, great blessings, and dragon heart. When it all came together, an entity that looked like Yanwu came into being. Valdebik called out Yanwu's name. I'll be back soon, Valdebik. As my apostle, I task you with taking care of this place while I'm gone. Yanwu pulled on his chains, and his body floated into the air, vanishing beyond space towards a place where the crawling chaos was. This area is at the fringes of the tower. Your location cannot be confirmed by the tower. You have left the tower without permission. You have left the tower. Warning. For unknown reasons, you are in an area far outside the tower. Since player S intention to retire has not been specified, the status, temporarily suspended, has been applied. This area is outside the influence of the tower's system. If this status is maintained for a prolonged period of time, the tower's system will consider this as an implicit resignation, which will result in the removal of your qualification as a player. We recommend that you return to the stage as soon as possible. You will not receive the tower system's support or use its functions while in a temporarily suspended state. All support and functions related to player have been suspended. The person resembling Yanwu chased after the crawling chaos and arrived in a world that could only be described as darkness. However, up ahead, there was an array of lights in different colors. Some were crowded together, others glowed on their own. The overall effect was colorful and beautiful. When he looked more closely, the lights turned out to be stars. He had entered space. Yi and Wu had been plopped into the middle of the universe, a place far away from the tower, a place where there was almost no air, no gravity, and no system. Ordinary beings wouldn't be able to breathe here, but Yi and Wu raised his magic power and consciousness to their limits to counteract the inhospitable environment. His body, which was on the verge of being damaged by the difference in pressure, immediately stabilized, and he regained his clear consciousness and homeostasis. Moving around also wasn't a problem since he didn't need oxygen while his enormous reserves of magic power sustained his life systems. Once he spread his consciousness through the vast space, Yi and Wu could sense huge lifeforms dissolved within the dark matter that filled much of the universe. However, could they really be called lifeforms if their sizes exceeded that of a star? The Earth's star, the Sun, was 109 times the size of the Earth. Considering that the Sun was relatively small compared to the other stars in the universe, the lifeforms were comparable to entire solar systems, star clusters, or even galaxies. A mere human was nothing more than a tiny grain of dust. Is this the crawling chaos, true form? In terms of size, he seemed to be much larger than the military king of totalitarianism who made up the demonic sea. Yi and Wu had a better understanding of why the otherworld gods, including the crawling chaos, regarded mortals like humans as little more than insignificant worms. It wasn't even possible to compare their sizes. No matter how sensitive a human was, it was impossible to converse with bugs or bacteria. Of course, not all the otherworld gods were such an absurd size. Still, Yi and Wu could tell why they viewed the tower with condescension and anger. The tower was filled with lowly mortals, which was why the otherworld gods naturally perceived it as an insignificant place. However, they couldn't make any headway breaking into and destroying the tower. It must be an infuriating situation. His mind jumped to another thought. That meant that there was a being or beings within the tower who could match, or even surpass, the otherworld gods' powers. Perhaps they were in the highest realms of power, like the progenitor gods or creator gods. Even the Great Mother Earth, who was comparable to the crawling chaos, had been sealed within the tower by the heavenly demon, which illustrated just how powerful the heavenly demon must have been. As he contemplated this, Yi and Wu could not help questioning the identity of the tower again. However, none of these thoughts made Yi and Wu shrink away from facing the crawling chaos. Now that he'd fused with the demonism, he was dead set on challenging the crawling chaos. The sight of the crawling chaos, huge body only made him wonder why the crawling chaos was so stupidly big. He thought that the size only wasted energy and was inefficient. Yi and Wu released more of his consciousness and magic power. Swish! His consciousness seemed to expand to the edges of the universe before stopping abruptly. Yi and Wu could now fully perceive the crawling chaos. Now that Yi and Wu could comprehend the entirety of the crawling chaos, rather than just bits and pieces of its surface consciousness, he felt that they were both on a level playing field. Open hollow corner bracket. You came all the way here. Very fun guy. Yi and Wu could also understand the crawling chaos, thoughts to some extent. Although it was impossible to fully understand him, at least dialogue was possible. Open hollow corner bracket. I already told you, right? Prepare for your death and wait. Are you hard of hearing? Yi and Wu smiled coldly as he replied to the crawling chaos, making sure his intentions were communicated properly. Kuo! The crawling chaos let out a bizarre cry. The cry was not really a sound, since they were in a vacuum. Instead, it was a vibration that was powerful enough to make the dark matter resound. The crawling chaos seemed to be smiling. Tens of thousands of years, or had it been hundreds of thousands of years? Maybe even longer than that. The crawling chaos had been the supreme existence of the universe for millennia. No one had dared challenge him like this during that time, and even the viceroy of the inside, the resident of the border, had never confronted him directly. He was relishing his impending clash with Yi and Wu. Not long ago, Yi and Wu was only an insignificant being, despite all the achievements and legends he'd collected. It was unprecedented for an insignificant being to evolve so much in such a short period of time, and the crawling chaos was determined to relish this opportunity to toy with this interesting creature. His thoughts were sent to Yi and Wu directly. Open hollow corner bracket. Let's see if you'll still be smiling at the end. Yi and Wu smiled coldly and slammed Vigrid down. The true hidden name of Vigrid, Excalibur, is released. Folklore. Liberation of the God King. While the demonism resided in Vigrid, it had awakened several warriors one after the other. Now that Yi and Wu had merged with the demonism, he could bring out these previously sealed names and folklores. Blazing and crackling with sword energy, Vigrid shot out a splendid light that cut through the center of the crawling chaos. I don't have much time. I need to kill him as quickly as possible. If the tower's system decided that he was retired, Yanwu wouldn't have any way to get back inside. He had to kill the crawling chaos before that could happen. Bam, bam, bam. In an unknown area within the vast space of the universe, the collision of two absolute beings began. Countless lights and explosions shook the universe. Meanwhile, at the same time, open hollow corner bracket, what kind of being is our god? The half-giants trembled violently. The commotion that the crawling chaos had caused left them shocked and confused. However, a sudden strong intention from their god, sent through their channels, made their backs straighten. They couldn't tell where their god was, but they could sense the entity that he was facing and how he was fighting. Their god was challenging an opponent who resided far beyond the stars. This realization greatly inspired them. It seemed like the beginning of a glorious legend or a myth. Valdebik felt this the most. As Yanwu's apostle with the responsibility of taking care of the warrior corps, Valdebik felt Yanwu's influence the most. His god was fighting such a mighty being, so how could he stay dazed and confused on the ground like this? There were still many otherworld gods on the hidden stage. Even though most of them were severely injured, they healed faster than the half-giants since they were conceptual beings. Even if the crawling chaos hadn't given them any direct orders, the otherworld gods would move on their own. They were flummoxed to no end that they'd been injured by creatures they saw as livestock. Valdebik forced himself to stand using his greatsword as a crutch. His body made loud, creaking sounds, but he had to refocus his attention on rebuilding the half-giant's front. Open hollow corner bracket, damn it. To think we're in this predicament. I knew I shouldn't have joined hands with that stupid player. Open hollow corner bracket, but in the end, doesn't this work out, too? We'll be rid of many troublesome beings. The whispered conversation made Valdebik instinctively twist his body and swing his greatsword. Bam! The explosion he blocked was so loud and enormous that it wouldn't have surprised anyone if the greatsword had shattered from the impact. The divine power that charged through the greatsword made Valdebik's intestines twist. He threw up blood, but without even wiping it from the corners of his mouth, he stared at the envoys who had encircled the warrior corps. They were all aiming their weapons at the half-giants, their auras bloody and a killing intent oozing from their auras. Open hollow corner bracket, are you all planning to betray us? Open hollow corner bracket, betrayal? That's laughable, the representative of the envoys snorted. Open hollow corner bracket, from the beginning, didn't you treat us like you're hunting dogs? You're just a bunch of livestock. You should know that if you use hunting dogs, you have to always be careful that the dogs might bite back. Once the odds had grown unfavorable, the envoys turned their backs on Yanwu and his people as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Crack! Valdebik had no choice but to grind his teeth. The other half-giants did the same. However, despite his clear anger, Valdebik kept his composure. It was necessary for him to quickly assess the chaotic situation. They could only take countermeasures once they knew how many casualties they had, recognized who the traitors were, gauged the strength of their enemies, and understood who their allies were. About 60% of the envoys had joined up to betray them. The fact that they were moving so quickly and in a coordinated fashion despite their injuries meant that they had probably been discussing this for a long time. Among the 40% who had not acted, roughly 3/4 had taken a step back, still contemplating their options. The others stood next to the warrior corps, but they seemed passive and unmotivated. Furthermore, they were all seriously injured, and it was hard to tell if they could even contribute if a fight broke out. Agaras, Fenrir, and Erlang Shen, who had been the most active in helping Yanwu, showed no signs of movement, as if they were simply observers. This gave the traitors more courage and determination, and they'd already decided that they would gain victory. Open hollow corner bracket, so, the revelations are no longer important, is that it? Valdebik tossed out a question to the traitors to buy some time while he checked the movements of the otherworld gods, who were gradually regaining their strength, as well as scanned the condition of his people. Open hollow corner bracket, no way. We can't return empty-handed after suffering through this level of embarrassment. So, choose. Open hollow corner bracket, choose. Choose between what? Open hollow corner bracket, if we turn our backs, you and your people are as good as dead. You have just awakened your powers, and you wouldn't want to die so pointlessly, right? Give us the revelations that you possess. Open hollow corner bracket, what? Open hollow corner bracket, the revelations that your ancestors left behind, hand them over. After all, we were the ones who provided the information about the ruins, explored and excavated them, and helped things reach this stage, so we'll take our fair share. The boy who was speaking on behalf of the betraying envoys twisted his lips into a smirk. Open hollow corner bracket Since we've fought on the same side and shared hardships together, we'll at least let your people live. We may even allow some of you to become our servants. What say you? It's a deal for you guys, right? Open hollow corner bracket You assholes. At this moment, Valdebik began to understand what the traitors were thinking. Although the gods and demons had some negative experiences with the giants in the past, they seemed to have changed their minds after seeing the warrior core fight. Rather than exterminating the half-giants, they had decided to use them as slaves. Just as Valdebik and his people were escaping the oppressive clutches of the crawling chaos, he was being told to walk into another life of servitude. That's what these divine beings were talking about. The traitors looked at the fuming Valdebik and smirked in mockery. Since Yi and Wu was not around, they felt that they could do anything. Also, they didn't think Yi and Wu would come back since he'd chased after the crawling chaos. Open hollow corner bracket Do you not care if you all die? Valdebik asked. Open hollow corner bracket Die. Who's going to die? We can just go back to the heavens, but you guys are bound to this place. The traitors, representative smiled coldly. Open hollow corner bracket So, what are you going to do? Are you going to die here like your foolish ancestors, or are you going to offer up the revelations and live? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flurry of curses from the half-giants. Open hollow corner bracket These stupid bastards. Open hollow corner bracket We shouldn't have expected anything else from these dumb bastards. Gods, demons, and whatever, they're all the same as the crawling chaos. The half-giant warriors expressed their anger and raised their weapons at the same time. Nearly half of them were dead, and the other half was severely wounded. There were less than 20 half-giants who could fight properly, but they were determined not to succumb. Even if they died, they would take at least one traitor to the underworld with them. Open hollow corner bracket You don't know what's good for you. You reject a helping hand and choose death instead. The traitors, representative was about to give an order of attack in an irritable voice when Valdebik, who had been staring at the traitors, burst into laughter. Open hollow corner bracket Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Open hollow corner bracket What's so funny? The representative asked as he furrowed his brow, disgusted that Valdebik had lost his marbles after seeing his people's impending doom. However, Valdebik only smiled broadly. Open hollow corner bracket It's just too funny. How can you be so predictable? Does living as a transcendent being for such a long time make one's thoughts so dull and obvious? Open hollow corner bracket What? Open hollow corner bracket I knew that you guys would betray us. However, I thought it would be in the thick of battle. I was just surprised that you guys chose this moment to hit us on the back of our heads. It's a little sooner than I expected. The traitors faltered. There was something unsettling about Valdebik's appearance and the aura he was exuding. Open hollow corner bracket You said that everything would be alright for you guys since you can return to the heavens at any time, right? Boom. Valdebik thrust his greatsword onto the ground and shouted, Open hollow corner bracket Go ahead and try. Open hollow corner bracket What's going on? How come nothing is happening? Open hollow corner bracket My channel with the heavens has been disconnected. How did this? The last of the crawling chaos, holy territories and his great temple, has been recaptured. All the conditions of the scenario quest's Proof of Gods and Kings 4 have been completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 150,000 karma. You have acquired 200,000 additional karma. As a reward, based on your achievements, the hidden stage on the 60th floor, Land of the Fallen Giants, will be transferred from Crawling Chaos to player ###. Warning: the stage's current environment is bad. No living beings can reside on the stage. Build a great temple in the center to reinforce the holy territory. A number of beings have infiltrated the holy territory without permission from the owner. The connection with the holy territory's owner is unstable for an unknown reason. In the absence of the holy territory's owner, his apostle shall assume full control of the holy territory. Current manager of the holy territory, player Valdebik. The envoy's expression stiffened. A holy territory did not simply represent a personal realm for a transcendent being. It was also a place where faith was born and where divinity operated. It was the foundational area that allowed a transcendent being to work freely. In other words, the holy territory represented the transcendent being itself. Within a holy territory, the owner was nothing less than a creator god. All laws in the space revolved around the owner, and it was suicidal to break into such a place. As long as the hidden stage belonged to Yi and Wu, the traitors' hands and feet were bound. Since the envoys' true bodies had already descended, and their connection with the heavenly world had been cut off, it was impossible for them to return. They found themselves isolated and confined to their enemy's territory. Open hollow corner bracket. What do you mean? What's going on? Close hollow corner bracket. Valdebec glared at the traitors and smiled coldly. Open hollow corner bracket. You guys are all fucked. That's what's going on. His smile reminded everyone of Yi and Wu. Valdebec's words made the envoys' expressions harden even more. They were trapped in their enemy's holy territory. It was as though they'd placed their heads between the jaws of a tiger. Open hollow corner bracket. Bullshit. The envoys organized their thoughts and their eyes grew sharp. Open hollow corner bracket. We only need to kill you insignificant beings. Although their connections to the heavenly world had been cut off and their dialogue with the half-giants had grown tense, the envoys did not feel frustrated. The real owner of the holy territory, Yi and Wu, had left the tower. Since that was the case, all they needed to do was capture the territory's current manager. After all, the crawling chaos attack had halved the warrior core, and it was impossible for the envoys to lose to such a weakened force. Besides, even if the warrior core still had their full strength, the envoys were sure that they would be victorious. They were all high-level gods in their respective societies with incredible legends. How could unformed creatures who had just realized their transcendence handle great heavenly beings? Although some envoys still stood with the warrior core, the traitors weren't concerned since they were sure that those envoys would switch sides soon enough. The traitors were of one mind to get rid of Valdebec and the other half-giants before the otherworld gods found their bearings and started their attack. A vicious aura was spreading when Valdebec pulled his greatsword out of the ground. He confidently said, "Open hollow corner bracket." Then he used the greatsword to motion to the traitors to approach. Open hollow corner bracket. Go ahead and attack. Open hollow corner bracket. Arrogant bastard. We'll show you what it means to be a god. Bam! One envoy stamped his foot on the ground and rushed towards Valdebec. His immense divine power raged like a storm, enveloping Valdebec as if it would consume him at any moment. However, before the sword even reached Valdebec, someone intervened. Clang! Open hollow corner bracket. You're being so annoying. A dark knight in a black helmet who was much larger than the attacker looked down with blazing inferno sight. Open hollow corner bracket. Right, so you're still here. The throne of death's dog. I was wondering where you went. It turns out you've been hiding here the entire time. Open hollow corner bracket. Who said I was hiding? I was waiting. Open hollow corner bracket. What nonsense. The attacker was about to yell, but he found that he couldn't speak anymore. CH. The shadow below Shannon's feet began to ripple. A black haze drifted up like firelight, and Boo's eyes opened behind Shannon. As soon as the attacker saw those eyes, he instinctively stiffened. Boo could contain and project the Black King's darkness with his eyes, and Faust's infernal eyes could put fear even in divine beings. Shannon smiled coldly as if he knew what the attacker was thinking. Open hollow corner bracket. This is a great opportunity for us to consume your divine factors. I'm very grateful for your generosity. Less than domain declaration. Greater than. The dragon domain, Bina, has been declared. It is now possible to exercise power and influence over a certain area. All stats increase by a certain amount over a period of time. Physical defense increases by a certain amount over a period of time. The holy territory, underworld territory, has been established. Shannon's shimmering shadow rushed out in all directions as though it were a spiderweb, covering the hidden stage and rising up from the ground like water. The creeping shadows began to gradually take human forms. They were all dressed in heavy black armor, and they each held a spear in their right hand and a tower shield in their left. It was the Legion of Death, Dis Pluto. However, Dis Pluto's attitude and appearance had changed drastically from what the gods and demons had observed from the heavenly world. They were vicious, and the energy they emanated was something the envoys had never experienced before. Unlike the otherworld gods, they didn't have an aura of chaos or disorder, and they had similar energies like the gods and demons. However, their aura was completely different. It was the effects of Yi and Wu's keyword, death. It was the energy that drove all living beings to their eventual end, representing a law that even transcendent beings such as gods and demons could not disobey. The members of Dis Pluto were divine beings of Tartarus who had suffered a setback when they first joined Yi and Wu's side, but as Yi and Wu gained greater enlightenment through the revelations, they gained nearly 1,000 years of experience and achievements. They had been in a state of suspended animation to maintain their power, but they had been brought into the world at Shannon's command. The Dis-Pluto soldiers had already achieved metamorphosis, and they opened their eyes one by one and took in deep breaths. They relished the familiar scent of their homeland, which they had not smelled in a long time. They were not breathing in the air of Tartarus, but the air of their current environment, which rejected the living and embraced the dead, was close enough. To others, it might be a prison, but to them, it was like a paradise. The air made them feel as though their hearts were beating again even though they were dead. Thump, thump, their souls resonated like heartbeats as Hanryong, who was in command, shouted out loudly, "Open hollow corner bracket to our great God, victory and glory. Open hollow corner bracket victory and glory. Open hollow corner bracket victory and glory." Rush, raising their spears and shields in the air, Dis-Pluto shouted in unison and started running towards the traitors. Bu summoned numerous ghost horses, which were like phantom steeds. Unable to handle the immense strength of the new arrivals, the traitors found one side of their attack collapsing. Thump, 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 bam, the traitors found themselves in disarray. Open hollow corner bracket W. What is going on? Open hollow corner bracket. How can familiars act independently of their owner? The envoys knew about Dis-Pluto. The elite soldiers of Tartarus were widely known even in the heavenly world. Hades had been famous for his command of Dis-Pluto, but Yianwu hadn't summoned Dis-Pluto ever since he left the Chenggong library, so they did not know what had happened to the legendary army. All they knew was that Dis-Pluto had fallen in power from their heyday once they joined Yianwu. However, the Dis-Pluto standing in front of them was very different from the Dis-Pluto they were expecting. They had been restored to their peak strength. Leading them was another huge threat, Hanryong, who sat on a red horse that spit fire, swung his swords, creating whirlwinds to wreak havoc on the traitors. Death Lord. Position. Familiar. Description. As the familiar who leads those who have turned against his master on the path of death, Hanryong has the power to rule the abyss. He will spread his master's will across the land as the second in command, faithful knight, and great general. Special note. Completed the divine position of monster and reached the divine position of war. Just as Bu had reached the divine position of pale, Hanryong had gained war because he'd lived his entire life and death on the battlefield. Bam, 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 the traitors tried to fight Hanryong and Dis-Pluto with their heavenly abilities and powers, but they soon found it too difficult to withstand the combined strength of Hanryong and Dis-Pluto. Victory fell into Hanryong's hands. Open hollow corner bracket arg. Open hollow corner bracket damn it. Many of the traitors were trampled under the hooves of the horses or torn apart by Dis-Pluto's spears. The rest began to scatter in all directions without looking back. Some tried to restore their connections with the heavenly world, but each time they tried, they got an error message saying that the connection could not be established. The godly society less than Malik greater than turns away from the horrific slaughter. The demonic society less than l'infernal greater than is very happy with the screams coming from the battlefield. Vimalasitra is carefully observing the battlefield. Cernunnos is searching for his apostle in the chaotic battlefield. Yianwu had only permitted 4 heavenly entities to observe the battlefield. One was Malik, the godly society symbolizing absolute good, and another was l'infernal, the demonic society that represented absolute evil. Since they'd given Yianwu the fruit of good and evil, they were allowed to observe his every move. However, they could not intervene. The other two were Vimalasitra and Cernunnos. Vimalasitra was busy examining the battlefield, and Cernunnos was busy looking for his child. Soon, Cernunnos found Rebecca moving fast in the middle of the sky. Heavenly Spirit. Position. Familiar. Description. The spirit who was once the follower of a great being is now the familiar of another great being. Though she is blind, she can see into the distance, and though she is deaf, she can hear what she cannot see. She has become a bridge between heaven and earth. Special note. Completed the divine position of mystery and reached the divine position of famine. Rebecca no longer had a proper human form. When she had first become Yianwu's familiar, she expressed her hopes about becoming human again, but now she seemed to have forgotten that. Her strong will was conveyed through a black wind, and her divine position had the power to consume everything. Her targets fell to the ground, feeling unappeasable thirst and hunger. The divine power that they were so proud of just moments ago quickly dried up. Bu summoned numerous undead and performed various magic spells while commanding the battlefield and spreading death everywhere. Open hollow corner bracket no. This is absurd. A god who was clashing with Shannon screamed at the unbelievable situation. Open hollow corner bracket hee. I told you, didn't I? If you mess with King Temper wait God Temper, you'll fall into his trap. So, Hurry up close hollow corner bracket. Shannon smirked as he attained the completion of his extreme strength and opened up his divine position, conquest. Open hollow corner bracket and die. Bam! Shannon's divine power raged out. He slammed down sword breaker and cut his opponent in two. Swish! His opponent's body scattered like sand in the wind before Shannon absorbed it. Shannon grinned as he felt the spiritual powers and divine factors filling his body. The experience was always a pleasurable one. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh. This place really has a lot of specialty food. I wonder what the others taste like. Shannon rushed into another area. Is. Open hollow corner bracket. Ah, arg. Open hollow corner bracket. Save me. Please. It was a one-sided slaughter. Shannon, Hanryong, Rebecca, and Boo, Yi and Wu's representative familiars, now symbolize the four paths of death: conquest, war, famine, and pale. They were the sword that represented Yi and Wu's divinity and executed his will. Each divine position could lead to the opening of a new one. There were also other beings who had pioneered the path of Yi and Wu's keyword, fight. Did he plan to make the hidden stage his holy territory and consume everything within it from the start? I suspected he was a greedy person from the start. Is he planning to be single his whole life? I guess that's what I've always liked about him. Ha ha ha. The vampiric lord burst into laughter, exposing her sharp fangs. She initially hid in Vigrid before escaping into Yi and Wu's soul collection to avoid the demonism. She had also been blessed by the revelations and managed to reach the Black King's darkness, something she had longed for all her life. Right after she opened her eyes, she couldn't help admiring the plans that Yi and Wu had set in motion. Since the 60th floor's hidden stage had been the crawling chaos, holy territory and the final resting place for many otherworld gods, thanks to Yi and Wu, it had an abundance of high-quality nutrients that could not be compared with other floors. By using this place as his holy territory, Yi and Wu could swallow all the nutrients within it. He managed to induce a quick awakening for his familiars by pouring all the nutrients into his shadows, which was why they'd managed to develop in such a short time. Furthermore, Yi and Wu had even more goals in mind. From the start, he'd expected that many of the envoys would betray him, and he'd already planned to absorb their powers, factors, and souls. It will eventually lead to the awakening of transcendence for the half-giants. Open hollow corner bracket for our god. Open hollow corner bracket for God. All the half-giants, including Valdebik, pointed their swords to their hearts and stabbed themselves without hesitation. Puck, puck, puck. It was a terrible sight. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sight of the half-giants' mass suicide was blood-curdling. However, it was more than just suicide. It was a ritual meant to remove their physical shells and help them enter a state of awakening, and the smiles on their lips were evidence of their determination. Shadows arose from their hearts and filled the emptying veins inside their bodies. As the shadows flowed through their bodies, their souls began to turn black. The shadows possessed a bountiful amount of energy which had been extracted from the souls of the fallen gods and demons that had betrayed them. From the start, Yi and Wu had never intended to give the fruit of good and evil to the half-giants. There were so many nutrients around them, why would he limit himself to blessing only one person? The shadows, bountiful energy strengthened their bodies and souls, activating the process of transcendence. They jumped a few levels in their transcendence process in one go. Crack, crack, little by little, the half-giants' bodies began to crumble, but they laughed despite the terrible pain. This long-awaited moment had finally arrived, and they could finally fulfill the aspirations, the longings, and the grudges of their ancestors. When their laughter became shouts of joy, the half-giants' physical bodies crumbled like imploding sandcastles. Crack. The spirit body within each half-giant started to slowly rise. Coo, coo, coo. The spirit bodies were enormous, easily dozens of meters tall. Black and red blood circulated in their veins, which sprouted along their skin. Their eyes glowed with an intense light. The forgotten beings who only lived in myths had finally been resurrected after thousands of years. Roar. The giants roared in unison. As Valdebik and the giants exuded ferocious auras, the traitors couldn't erase the stiff expressions on their faces. The nightmares deep within their memories had awakened. Giants had always been irritating impediments along the paths of gods. Whenever gods created civilizations and tried to rule them, the giants would invade and plunder them. Although demons occasionally invaded planets to expand their demonic worlds, they didn't bother the gods to the extent the giants did. Demons only wished to satisfy their greed or curiosity, and so they usually left after taking what they wanted. Dragons were individualistic creatures who had no reason to clash with the gods. They weren't interested in others' business, and as long as no one trespassed on their territories, they didn't care. However, the giants enjoyed taking the things that the gods took time and effort to create. It also didn't help that the giants were outstanding fighters, and the destruction they left behind whenever they fought with the gods was always serious. As a result, the giants had been a nuisance to many societies for a long time. When they disappeared after the crawling chaos, interference, it had been cause for celebration. The fact that they were being resurrected was a horrible development for the gods. The problem was compounded by the fact that these weren't even ordinary giants. Roar, erg, ra, as if responding to the cries of the giants, other roars rose into the air. Swish, energy condensed around the giants and soon took the shape of giants, as well. The giants who'd died because of the crawling chaos, incarnation were using the power of the shadow domain to regenerate their bodies. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had returned. Open corner bracket, where is this? Open corner bracket, have I come back to life? How? Open corner bracket, I think a voice called me. Was that it? Open corner bracket, I can feel again. Ah. The ghosts of the giants that had roamed in the darkness of the crawling chaos rose once more, elated to regain their senses again. When the loved ones they longed for appeared, the living giants hugged the dead ones, tears spilling down their faces. In total, there were 1,000 of them. Open hollow corner bracket, you didn't come back to life. You've gained a new one with our God's blessing as his familiars and warriors. The souls of the giants all turned to Valdebec. Ghost giants. Description: the warriors hadn't moved on due to their wrongful deaths. Only now, after a long time has passed, were they able to respond to the voices calling them. However, since too much time has passed, they have lost too much of their identity and can only manifest through the power of their God and the combination of many souls and spirit Gui. They are now giants who also have the traits of souls and spirit Gui. The countless spirit Gui and souls bound to Yi and Wu's soul collection had become a medium for resurrecting the giants. The ghost giants were strange creatures neither the gods or demons had seen before, but they realized the resurrected creatures were based on death and fight. Although their numbers were small compared to the number of giants who died on the hidden stage, 1,000 ghost giants were still a mighty force to be reckoned with. They could easily lead a mid-level society to ruin. It was also clear that the greater their master, Yi and Wu, grew, their levels and powers would also increase. Crew, even though no one commanded them, the ghost giants all roared. Ancestors and descendants stood together. Thump, open hollow corner bracket, what are we? Valdebec stamped and shouted. The other ghost giants stamped their feet with him. Thump, open corner bracket, we are warriors of our God. Thump, open hollow corner bracket, what will we do? Thump, thump, open corner bracket, fight. Thump, open hollow corner bracket, to our enemies. Open corner bracket, death. Open hollow corner bracket, to our allies. Open corner bracket, victory. With every statement Valdebec made, the ghost giants shouted in response. The ground quaked, and even space trembled. It was the lost pre-battle ritual of the giants that served the purpose of raising their fighting spirit through collective will. That was the reason Yi and Wu had given them berserker-related buffs. Berserker was an old trait of the giants. The greater their numbers, the more explosive it grew. It was a risky technique because one's defensive ability decreased in proportion to the increase of one's offensive power. However, the larger the group, the better the protection, and so the giants could focus on the battle with peace of mind. At this moment, they didn't need to worry. With all their comrades around, why would they need to be concerned for their safety? Moreover, they had the blessing of their great God. Open hollow corner bracket, then brothers. Valdebec drew his sword and fixed his gaze on the traitors. The giant ghosts followed his gaze. Pluto could easily defeat the traitors. The giants had no interest in killing those already fated for defeat. Others held their attention, the subordinates of the crawling chaos who were headed for them. They needed to drive out all the otherworld gods to satisfy their resentment. Open hollow corner bracket, let's show them who we are. Valdebec dashed forward, and the ghost giants followed him. Rah! Their shouts shook the holy territory. A massive column of fire suddenly crashed down in the middle of the otherworld gods' encampment. The tsunami of fire blew away 3 of the otherworld gods, leaving the galvanized ghost giants and Valdebec booking bemused. They only realized at that moment that they had backup. One of the extinct great dragons was soaring through the sky, spitting out breath. Open hollow corner bracket, Summer Queen. Valdebec's eyes narrowed when he identified her. At first, he wondered why she was helping them, but he pushed that thought aside since it was clear their god had taken care of it. He focused on the battle again. Ka-boom. And like that, they raced towards their final battle. Open hollow corner bracket. I have to let the society know no matter what. Wendigo gritted her teeth as she ran away. She had been near the back when Yi and Wu and the traitors began their combat, and as soon as Pluto appeared, she ran away without looking back. Her society, Algonquin, was a small one that wasn't associated with either the gods or demons. Most people didn't even know it existed. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have been able to descend to the lower world, but her society had sent her because of their strong desire for the revelations. Wendigo highly regretted becoming an envoy and entering this absurd place. Although the heavenly world was overreaching by preparing for war against Alpharon, the situation was even worse in the lower world that they held in contempt for being the residence of insignificant beings. It was a place where otherworld gods appeared, gods and demons prowled, and giants were resurrected. Was there any other place that was so damned? She had respected Gabriel even though they were in different societies, and watching her torn apart made her think that everyone was crazy. Malik was crazy, and so was L'Infernal, who did something similar. The envoys who rebelled against the monstrous ghost giants were also crazy. No one was sane here. She should have listened when Yi and Wu gave the envoys a chance to return to the heavenly world. She should have ignored her society's objections regardless of their persistence. Wendigo decided to use the last of her courage to escape the hidden stage. From what she'd seen, the envoys who declared neutrality would be killed along with the traitors. Even if they were allowed to live, it was plain to see that they would be used as slaves and abandoned afterwards. It was only a matter of time before they died. Unless Yi and Wu was a fool, he wouldn't let the heavenly world know of the giant's resurrection, nor would he expose Pluto's strength. It was obvious that he would seal the mouths of any witnesses, but Wendigo could only think that she had to warn the heavenly world of the threat that Yi and Wu posed. He wasn't just a potential danger, he embodied danger itself. Open hollow corner bracket. Where do you think you're going? However, she was forced to stop even before she could go too far. A being who was so beautiful that his gender was impossible to distinguish was sitting in front of her. Wendigo stiffened. It was Agaras, L'Infernal's second in command, who was notorious for his obsession with Yi and Wu. Wendigo wanted to convince Agaras and maybe even shout at him to quickly swallow Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. Agaras, listen to. Crack. But before she could even finish, her head was severed from her body at a simple wave of Agar's hand. PSSSS's. Agaras scoffed at her corpse, which scattered into the air. Open hollow corner bracket. Ha. I'll be the one to decide whether or not he's dangerous and when to take him. The rest of you can just be dogs until then. Impudent beings. Agaras turned towards Yi and Wu's subordinates, who were on the way to victory. He licked his lips like someone who was looking at a tasty meal. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes. Keep on growing. The more precious you are, the more delightful it will be to take you. As Pluto and the ghost giants fought on the battlefield, Yi and Wu began to experience more changes. Hades' spirit-eating sword has absorbed a multitude of giant factors. Giant factors have been awakened. Giant factors have been awakened. You have gained an abundance of giant factors. The interrupted awakening of the giant demonic divine draconic body will restart. The half-giants had sacrificed their bodies for exuviation and transcendence, and Hades, spirit-eating sword, and consumed these abandoned bodies and delivered the giant factors to Yi and Wu. He also gained more factors as the old giants were resurrected as ghost giants, which triggered the completion of the awakening of his giant demonic divine draconic body. The establishment of Yi and Wu's holy territory and the deaths of the traitors meant that Yi and Wu's subordinates could take the energies of the dead gods and demons as nutrients while he took the giant factors. He'd created a complex trap that could help him achieve even more growth. However, it still wasn't enough. You have fallen short of the required level. The 4 factors are still unbalanced. Current progress, 98.5%. Oh well, he'd planned for this possibility as well, and he pulled out the insurance he'd kept for this situation, the greatest treasure of the heavenly world that would not only supply him with factors but also establish a balance among them. Yi and Wu brought the fruit of good and evil to his mouth. Crunch. You have consumed the fruit of good and evil. Fruit of good and evil. Rank. Supreme holy artifact. Description. A treasure that possesses the possibilities of absolute good and absolute evil. It possesses the folklore of the banishment of the first humans from paradise. It is considered a top-ranking holy artifact. A single bite will turn you into a transcendent being, 2 bites will grant you wisdom beyond truth, and 3 bites will give you mighty powers to use all these elements together. However, there is no information on what happens after the entire fruit is consumed, as it has never once occurred. There are rumors of the leader of Malak and the master of L'Infernal eating a fruit of good and evil, but no other information is available. This fruit of good and evil was created from Archangel Gabriel and High Demon Gamagen. It is unknown whether this fruit of good and evil is more powerful than the past ones. It is only certain that unworthy persons who attempt to consume it will suffer more than just death. On the other hand, those who are worthy might be eligible for the supreme throne. This artifact is banned in the lower world. Please be aware that the longer you possess it, the more limitations the system and laws of causality will place on it. The effects of this artifact are unknown. At worst, consuming it may destroy your achievements. It is advised that you only consume it after understanding all of its effects. ******, you are currently too far from the system's blessing. You may be penalized for changes made to yourself in the outer world once you log in again. The fruit of good and evil has increased your giant factors, and unbalanced factors, draconic, demonic, divine, giant, have now reached equilibrium. A large portion of the fruit of good and evil's energy is undigested. Hades' spirit-eating sword begins to digest the remaining energy. The fruit of good and evil once again affects the equilibrium of the four factors, draconic, demonic, divine, giant. The equilibrium has improved. The equilibrium has improved. Your soul has undergone changes due to the equilibrium. The level of your soul has increased. The level of your soul has increased. A storm began to whirl around, blowing away the darkness and tentacles extending towards Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you doing something amusing again? What will you show me this time? Perhaps it was because they'd encountered each other so many times by now, because Yi and Wu could now fully understand the crawling chaos, thoughts. The crawling chaos burst into laughter as he looked at Yi and Wu, realizing that more entertainment was coming. The crawling chaos was going to see a common microbe of the universe transform into something entirely different, a rare occurrence in the universe's history. His profound comprehension allowed him to watch it all play out. Although Yi and Wu's outer shell remained the same, everything inside him was changing, beginning with the foundations. Although Yi and Wu was still himself, he was turning into a complex being that was levels beyond what he had been before. The awakening process of the giant demonic divine draconic body has resumed. Crack! Yi and Wu felt the giant factors within. His body was completely changing now that the equilibrium of the four factors had been achieved. The Sin Stone grew along with his transforming body, and his dragon heart vibrated as it took in a new type of magic power. With holy power, demonic energy, magic power, and giant power, it felt as though all the energies of the world were circulating in his body. It seemed as though the vast universe were contained within him, and Yi and Wu felt like he had become a microcosmos or small world. The traits of the great four races of the universe had gathered within a single body, which meant that he now possessed all the potential of the world. Yi and Wu could tell he was no longer the person he had been on Earth. He was almost unsure that he was himself. When all the changes were complete, Yi and Wu opened his eyes. The giant factors have successfully combined with the divine, demonic, and draconic factors. Your properties have successfully transformed. The trait, demonic divine draconic body, has been changed to giant demonic divine draconic body. This is the first body of its type. Nothing is known about its nature or limits. You must uncover information about this body yourself. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired karma. You have acquired additional karma. Vimalasitra becomes excited after sensing your presence from far away. He greatly looks forward to seeing you again very much. Cernunos closes his eyes with complex thoughts. All gods of death feel your presence. All demons of death are astonished at the level of your soul. Trait, giant demonic divine draconic body. Description, since the beginning of time, dragons, demons, gods, and giants have been the species at the top of the universe due to their supernatural qualities. Dragons sought the hidden truths of the universe with their hunger for more knowledge, demons entertained themselves by creating various types of desires for the microbes of the world, gods built and managed civilizations so that the universe would flow properly, and the giants used their uncontrollable violence to bring about destruction and carry out the universe's natural law. They were like cogs of a wheel that allowed the universe and dimensions to operate smoothly, but the cogs began vanishing one by one. The universe stopped progressing and entered a stagnant period. However, for the first time, a being who holds all four traits has been born. With this mighty accomplishment, the path that you walk will become a singularity that decides the direction of the universe's history. Dragon Lord, You can use some of the powers of dragons, demons, gods, and giants. Domain of dragons, demons, gods, and giants. You can declare your domain, bina, over a specified territory based on your qualifications. Dragons, demons, gods, and giants knowledge. Depending on your qualifications, you may view, Hakma, that the dragons investigated, Netzith, that the demons created, Iasid, that the gods established, and Gavora, that the giants completed. Dragons, demons, gods, and giants powers. Based on your qualifications, you can activate Keter, that dragons learned, Tiferet, that demons mastered, Chesed, that the gods set up, and Malchut, that the giants realized. Crash. Rumble. The wave of power that pulsed from Yi and Wu was so strong that countless nebulas shattered and pieced themselves back together. When he opened his eyes again, the crawling chaos burst into laughter once more. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. Yi and Wu had fulfilled the crawling chaos expectations. No, he had exceeded them. On the outside, Yi and Wu showed no sign of change. He had the same characteristics of a dragon human. However, each move he made shook blackness and crushed space. The pressure of his soul was so heavy that he found it difficult to maintain his form in a three-dimensional space. The tentacles of the crawling chaos tingled as he looked at Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu's strength was probably at par with the outer gods, who were considered the gods of gods by otherworld gods. Of course, he hadn't exuviated or transcended yet, so it was difficult to know where his abilities stopped. However, Yi and Wu could complete exuviation or transcendence any time. Open hollow corner bracket yes. You must be at least this strong to call yourself his successor. Close hollow corner bracket. The crawling chaos finally acknowledged Yi and Wu. He couldn't help taking an interest since none of the otherworld gods had been able to claim to be the successor of the Black King. As he thought in the conversation with the resident of the border, he thought it would be amusing to set Yi and Wu aside, the being he'd secretly created in the tower. But you're still not complete. You are one, but originally, you were two. If only one of you is complete, it won't work. The crawling chaos advised Yi and Wu, knowing he was working with the demonism. However, Yi and Wu had no intentions of listening to him, and he brandished Vigrid. Whoosh! Magic power condensed, and Vigrid's brilliant light instantly swept aside the fog that made up the crawling chaos. Yi and Wu discovered the crawling chaos, enormous core, which was larger than most planets, although it only seemed like a small dot from where Yi and Wu stood. Swish! Yi and Wu sliced with Vigrid to open emptiness, and he instantly reached the core. Clatter! Countless tentacles and darkness rushed to stop him, but black chains emerged from pockets of emptiness and tossed them aside, destroying them and preventing any from approaching Yi and Wu. The core shrank into a humanoid form since the crawling chaos found it inefficient to fight Yi and Wu in his true body. As he wanted to rile Yi and Wu, the crawling chaos took on Cha Jung-Wu's appearance. Rumble. Open angle bracket sky wings close angle bracket. Open angle bracket wave of light close angle bracket. The crawling chaos used Cha Jung-Wu's signature skills to further fan the anger inside Yi and Wu. Clang! Vigrid and Dragon Slayer clashed. A fierce wave of magic power rushed out, shaking the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Their magic and powers crashed in midair, creating a fall of sparks. Sometimes, transcendent beings fought battles mentally since they didn't have tangible forms, but most of the time, they created incarnations that could battle physically. Vigrid slid up Dragon Slayer's blade, heading for the crawling chaos, neck. It was a fast and powerful strike, but the crawling chaos flapped his wings and created a distance between. Blackness opened, and various tentacles shot out towards Yi and Wu. In response, emptiness opened its mouth and black chains lashed out, attempting to tighten around the tentacles and reach the crawling chaos, true body. Although the fight was close, if the chains managed to bind the crawling chaos, true body, Yi and Wu would win. Clatter. Open hollow corner bracket. These must be the chains that stuck him in emptiness. They're so interesting each time I see them. I almost want to meet the master who made these. The crawling chaos showed no fear as the chains greedily wrapped over his true body. He hacked off all the tentacles, and his wings flapped, speeding him through space. The chains were hot on his heels, blocking off all potential paths. The crawling chaos, radius of movement became smaller. Yi and Wu had been waiting for this moment, and he opened emptiness to pop up behind the crawling chaos. He stuck Vigrid into the crawling chaos, true body. Puke! The reflection of the injured Jung-Wu flashed in his eyes, but Yi and Wu didn't budge. Rumble! The sword thunder from Vigrid struck the crawling chaos, incarnation in his true body. As the universe lit up as if a supernova had just exploded, Yi and Wu spread open his left hand and stuck it inside the crawling chaos. Devour. Sharp teeth appeared from black bumps and began to take bites. Hades' spirit-eating sword is attempting to eat the crawling chaos. Whoosh. Yi and Wu felt an immense amount of holy power gushing into his power. Hades' spirit-eating sword burrowed in further like a predator. Open hollow corner bracket. So this is your amusing technique. Is this how you managed to grow so fast? What an efficient power. Did you create it yourself? The crawling chaos smiled even as he was being eaten. He looked Yi and Wu over curiously, as though he were trying to understand Hades' spirit-eating sword. He didn't exude a drop of fear and even looked like he was enjoying himself. Yi and Wu felt a sudden sense of danger. It occurred to him that the crawling chaos had been aiming for this. It made sense now that the crawling chaos attacks had been a lot weaker than his reputation suggested. Yi and Wu quickly cancelled the activation of his skills and tried to retreat, but the crawling chaos shot out more tentacles from his back, binding himself to Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. Where do you think you're going? You should eat me up. More, everything. The crawling chaos eyes were filled with pleasure. He was worse than Agara's. Open hollow corner bracket. You crazy bastard. Yi and Wu's face twisted in irritation. The crawling chaos wanted to be consumed so that he and Yi and Wu could become one. Ah, this is where father is. Our simple-minded father. Why are you so slow? How can you even move in that body? What is behind your scheme? How did you even manage to plan this while asleep? Do you plan to wake up or not? Your mind is so vast that even I cannot understand what you are thinking. If only I can be a little closer to you. If only. Father, if I consume this being who is part of your existence, will I grow closer to you? That will be amusing. The crawling chaos thoughts flooded into Yi and Wu. Since he was such a gigantic entity, his thoughts streamed out in a chaotic and non-chronological manner. He didn't seem to care if Yi and Wu ate him up and turned him into nourishment. He hadn't joined the battle without knowing the dangers. It was possible the crawling chaos was attempting to overwhelm Yi and Wu with his thoughts and swallow him, or perhaps his insatiable curiosity was pushing him to examine the structure of darkness inside Yi and Wu. Or he could be doing this for his amusement. Yi and Wu knew how insane the crawling chaos was. He wouldn't be surprised if the crawling chaos sacrificed himself just for fun. If the crawling chaos was lucky, he'd uncover the secret of darkness, which no one in the universe had been able to learn. If he was unlucky, he'd become a part of the secret. Either result would amuse him. Yi and Wu wasn't exaggerating when he called the crawling chaos a crazy bastard. Yi and Wu despised the crawling chaos from head to toe, as did the demonism, who fought the crawling chaos with him. It was possible the demonism's character had grown stronger now. He smiled viciously, his sharp canines glinting. Open hollow corner bracket. You're just a ball of thoughts that can't even express himself properly, and you dare hunger for this body. Fine, come at me. Yi and Wu strengthened Hades' spirit-eating sword. The crawling chaos holy power began to pour out like ink from a broken bottle. The immense amount of holy power and vestiges that spanned from the creation of the universe made Yi and Wu dizzy. He had merged with the demonism and raised his strength by several levels with the fruit of good and evil, but those were only shortcuts. In contrast, the crawling chaos had steadily built his foundation through the ages, and it was as solid as a fortress. Yi and Wu just couldn't compare to him. The crawling chaos existence itself was like a weapon. Regardless, Yi and Wu pushed forward with Hades' spirit-eating sword and slowly invaded more of the crawling chaos existence. Open hollow corner bracket. Kyahaha. The crawling chaos continued to stuff his existence into Yi and Wu. URNG. The sin stone vibrated vehemently. Superbia crushed the vestiges of the crawling chaos, trying to infect Yi and Wu with chaos, and Gyula eagerly gulped down the holy power. His dragon heart, which had been enhanced by the awakening of the giant demonic divine draconic body, supplied the sin stone with more energy when it overheated. Shake. The push and pull between Yi and Wu and the crawling chaos began to make the universe bend around them. The dimensions of the physical world began to collapse as though the universe were on the verge of destruction. A bent space of the fourth dimension appeared. Crack. It was a singularity that swallowed all matter, antimatter, time, and space, creating an ergosphere bounded by an event horizon. Both Yi and Wu and the crawling chaos slowly lost their sanity as they were swept away into the collapsing dimension. Yi and Wu endured with the strength of the sin stone while the crawling chaos released more vestiges. As they did, the gravitational singularity widened, and the dimension began to collapse faster than the speed of light, creating a black hole. Krrrrrrr. Whoosh. The space around the two vanished to reveal an entirely new location. It was a dark world without a single ray of light. Before Yi and Wu could discover where he was, from far away, the crawling chaos laughed. Ha ha, finally. I've finally reached the place where our slow father is sleeping. I'm the only one of his children to come here. Still using Jung Wu's appearance, the crawling chaos unfurled his sky wings and quickly flew off. Yi and Wu had no idea where he was headed. He couldn't tell which way was up, down, right, or left. He remembered fighting with the crawling chaos just moments ago, so he had no idea what had happened. Just as he was about to catch up to the crawling chaos to ask. Open hollow corner bracket, don't go there. It's dangerous. Someone grabbed his shoulder. Yi and Wu turned around, and his eyes widened in surprise. Monkey King. It was a man with mischievous eyes and long white hair, the exuvie that the Devil Army had snatched before Yi and Wu could meet him on the Five-Element Mountains. He and the Summer Queen had helped Yi and Wu save Jung Wu in the pocket watch. Why was he here? Open hollow corner bracket, this is the world of your unconscious, kiddo. Only then did Yi and Wu understand. When the crawling chaos vestiges reached a certain area in his mind, Yi and Wu's defense mechanisms forced him into this world. This also explained why the exuvie of the Monkey King was here. Although he had absorbed the Monkey King's sense of self was too strong, so he survived in Yi and Wu's unconsciousness, just as the Summer Queen had. Yi and Wu felt a bit apologetic. Although he'd often summoned the Summer Queen, he hadn't heeded the Monkey King's requests to be summoned. It was largely due to the fact that he was too weak. But the Monkey King's exuvie just laughed brightly, as if it didn't matter. Open hollow corner bracket, how do you feel? Usually, even transcendent beings can't look inside their unconscious. Yi and Wu didn't know what to say because he'd just opened his eyes and found himself here. I don't know. It's large and vast. Open hollow corner bracket and dark. Isn't it? A corner of the Monkey King's exuvie's mouth lifted as he continued speaking. Open hollow corner bracket, kiddo, this is how dark your inner self is. You should reflect on that. Yi and Wu didn't say anything. He thought Shannon would be pleased to hear what the Monkey King said. The Monkey King burst into laughter at Yi and Wu, who silently pressed his lips together. Open hollow corner bracket, anyway, you've grown quite a bit since the last time I saw you. Impressive. It would be a close fight even if my real self comes here. The Monkey King looked Yi and Wu up and down competitively. If they were anywhere else, he might have challenged Yi and Wu to a fight. However, Yi and Wu just felt uncomfortable. Even though he was stronger, there was just something about the Monkey King's exuvie that made him hard to approach. Thank you, but why did you tell me not to follow him? Yi and Wu quickly changed the subject and turned back to look at the direction where the crawling chaos had disappeared. The crawling chaos was already buried so deeply within the blackness that it was hard to sense him. No matter how much Yi and Wu widened his territory of recognition, all he could sense was darkness. He didn't feel anything. Like the exuvie of the Monkey King said, it was too dark. It was also a bit harrowing. While it was most definitely his inner world, it felt unfamiliar, and even his instincts told him not to pursue the crawling chaos. Once he entered that area, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. He didn't think the space had been created just because he was one with the demonism. The demonism was only a cluster of vestiges filled with strong desires. It was impossible for the creature to have such a deep unconscious. That meant this place belonged to Yi and Wu. What could be in that deep blackness? It was like a void, an abyss. The crawling chaos had acted as if something were there, but the only thing that delighted him was darkness, which was all the more reason Yi and Wu didn't understand what was going on. Although he had been chosen as the Black King's descendant, he was a separate being. There was no way the being the crawling chaos was desperately searching for could be here. However, if the being was actually there, that meant that he had a direct connection to the Black King's legacy. However, Yi and Wu had never been threatened by that blackness either. There were too many things he didn't know. Questions led to more questions inside of his head. Fortunately, the Monkey King's exuvie brought him back to reality. Open hollow corner bracket, let him be. You have a job to take care of, don't you? Yi and Wu nodded. If there was something there, the Monkey King's exuvie would mention it. And just as he'd warned, it seemed dangerous to go any farther. He didn't like the fact that the crawling chaos was moving freely in the world of his unconscious, but at the same time, he didn't think the crawling chaos would be able to do anything major. The abyss was too vast. Even the eons old crawling chaos seemed small within it. Besides, just as the Monkey King's Exuvi said, he had something to take care of, the revelations. He needed to take the parts the crawling chaos owned. Yin Wu turned back to the Monkey King's Exuvi. Where should I go? Open hollow corner bracket, isn't it obvious? The world of his unconscious, of course. Close hollow corner bracket, the Monkey King's Exuvi replied. Currently, you and the crawling chaos are assimilating into each other, which means your minds are connected. You can do the same thing that he has done. The Monkey King was advising Yin Wu to enter the crawling chaos, unconscious. Yin Wu's eyes flashed. It's a battle of time. The Monkey King's Exuvi nodded. Open hollow corner bracket, yes, in a way. It comes down to which of you can take what they need and swallow the other up first. At present, the crawling chaos was the one being swallowed, but all the achievements he'd accumulated over the years meant that he was enormous. He was trying to turn the tables and take over Yin Wu. Of course, Yin Wu wasn't planning to wait around and be defeated. He was determined to claim victory. Open hollow corner bracket, I don't need to tell you all the directions, right? Yes, I'm good. Yin Wu extended his hand. Since this was the world of his unconscious, he was a transcendent or absolute god of this place. He called up Vigrid's image. Although he had plenty of other items to think of, Vigrid was the most familiar and easiest one. He'd used it since the tutorial, and it was like another limb. He could easily remember its feeling and weight. A sword that looked exactly like Vigrid appeared in his right hand. Its abilities likely didn't differ too much from the real sword. Open hollow corner bracket, you've definitely grown. The Monkey King's Exuvi chuckled. He had occasionally checked in to see Yin Wu's progress, but it was more fun to observe it right in front of him. Caching. Yin Wu swung Vigrid up, and space opened to reveal another world. Yin Wu's unconscious was filled with blackness, but the place beyond was filled with an ashy fog. It was a horrific place that seemed like it would melt him as soon as he entered. Entering the world of the crawling chaos, unconscious meant entering a territory where the crawling chaos was an absolute god. It was a dangerous situation, but Yin Wu entered without any hesitation. As he did, the tentacles of dark vestiges approached him. One of the vestiges looked like Jung Wu, which infuriated Yin Wu. With a frown, he summoned Sword Thunder to strike it. Dozens of Sword Thunder bolts slashed through the tentacles and burned them. At that moment, Yin Wu felt that something was off, and he instinctively whirled around. The tentacles that had evaded his bolts and the figure that looked like Jung Wu were right there. They clearly had the ability to learn and adapt because something similar to Sword Thunder sparked from their hands as they aimed at Yin Wu's chest. However, fire suddenly began to shoot from below the figure, blazing through its chest and to the rest of its body. The figure's face twisted in pain. Open hollow corner bracket hung. Yin Wu blew the figure's head off mercilessly. His face was full of anger. The crawling chaos had not only imitated Jung Wu's face but was making him say bullshit like that. Fury bubbled inside him. Even though he'd grown stronger and had the giant demonic divine dragon trait, the trauma of his brother still lingered. Open hollow corner bracket, that looked like a defensive tactic. Was it intentional? How despicable. I never saw a guy that evil even in my true body. The Monkey King's Exuvi appeared next to Yin Wu and grumbled after using the flame wheel. He was holding a golden staff that looked like the Ruyi Bang in his right hand, and it seemed to have sprung from his imagination just as Vigrid had from Yin Wu's. What a bothersome place, Yin Wu muttered to himself, looking around. The Monkey King's Exuvi nodded in agreement. Open hollow corner bracket indeed. How am I supposed to find the revelations here? Everything was a mess in the world of the crawling chaos, unconscious. Normal beings would have already collapsed from the teeming chaos energy. All he could see were hot white cells that occasionally exploded like cannons, multiplying like cancer cells before disappearing. There were different ghosts in the cells who kicked and struggled, trying to leave their prisons. Open corner bracket, save me. Open corner bracket, no, kill me. Open corner bracket, please get me out. The ghosts thrashed in pain, unable to rest. There were multitudes of them, perhaps hundreds, thousands, no, millions. There were probably even more trapped ghosts that he couldn't see. Open hollow corner bracket, are they all the victims he's eaten? What a crazy bastard. How many planets and civilizations has he swallowed? The Monkey King snorted in disbelief, but his face was filled with rage. He acted as though he would kill the crawling chaos if it were only possible. To the chagrin of many beings, he'd lived his entire life doing what he wanted. However, he'd never crossed a certain line. On the other hand, the crawling chaos didn't care. Even though mortals were insignificant creatures to the Monkey King as well, he had never gone that far. Also, the only reason the crawling chaos had kept the imprisoned ghosts around like this was for his own amusement, as though he were collecting stamps. Once he was sick of them, he abandoned them here. That was the kind of being the crawling chaos was. Yi and Wu remembered an incident from the tutorial. The Philosopher's Stone. It was the same as back then. The Philosopher's Stone was a magic organ created from the souls of the dead. Of course, this place was much larger in scale compared to the tutorial, but Yi and Wu felt Orangdan's lab was similar to this area of the crawling chaos, unconscious. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone was similar to the structure of the crawling chaos and otherworld gods. Actually, it had to be, since the crawling chaos was the one who had shared the knowledge to create the Philosopher's Stone. Then what are these? Despite feeling a sense of danger, he continued to expand his territory of recognition. Unlike the world of his unconscious, where it felt impossible to escape once he entered, the crawling chaos, unconscious territory was vast, but it didn't feel that dangerous. He needed to quickly understand the framework of this area. This is. Open hollow corner bracket. Did you find something? Yi and Wu's head shot up when he sensed something, and the Monkey King's exuvie stopped widening his territory of recognition. He turned to Yi and Wu, who nodded heavily and quickly began to move forward. The Monkey King's exuvie followed him curiously. Open corner bracket. Ha ha, I never imagined we'd meet like this again. Unlike the other ghosts who screamed endlessly, they found a ghost who stood silently despite the twitching veins on his forehead that showed he was in pain. He was enduring his agony with preternatural patience. Yi and Wu was impressed that the ghost had not let go of its dignity and composure even in death. You're here as well. Yi and Wu looked at the ghost solemnly. He was someone Yi and Wu knew well. The soul of the great warrior. It was the last king of the giants, Valdebik. Open corner bracket. I could only become a ghost after death, so where else would I be? There's no place other than the clutches of this damned bastard. Still close corner bracket. The soul of the great warrior looked Yi and Wu over with a faint smile. Open corner bracket. It appears you've finished the job well. How fortunate. What a relief. The soul of the great warrior could send other holy artifacts aside from the one he'd given Yi and Wu. That could only mean one thing. Yi and Wu had heeded his last words. Open corner bracket. Have you become a complete king? No. The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Open corner bracket. Then. I've become a god. The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened even more, and he burst into laughter once he understood. Open corner bracket. Ah, so that's what happened. A god. Haha. Normally, I wouldn't like the idea of giants depending on others as if we're weak, but if it's someone like you, it's all right. I can leave them in your hands. My descendants won't have to go through defeat ever again. They're already winning. Open corner bracket. Yes. That's brilliant. The weight is lifted off my shoulders. Haha. The soul of the great warrior was truly relieved. Yi and Wu felt a sense of respect and wonder toward him. Although he hadn't gained rest even in death and suffered for hundreds of thousands of years, he was only worried about his companions and descendants. He seemed like a true king. This was the real spirit of resistance. Yi and Wu thought he could do well to learn from him. Just then, the exuvie of the Monkey King clucked his tongue next to Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. I was wondering where you went. You came to visit the last king of the giants. I never expected he'd be here. Wow. Open corner bracket. You're the Monkey King. How can you be here? The eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Yi and Wu looked from one to the other. You two know each other. The Monkey King's exuvie crossed his arms and snorted. Open hollow corner bracket. We met back when the real Monkey King guy ran free. They both go crazy for fights. Sheesh. But anyway, close hollow corner bracket. The Monkey King's exuvie clucked his tongue. Open hollow corner bracket. The crawling chaos had something to do with the end of the giants. Open corner bracket. It's embarrassing, but yes. Open hollow corner bracket. Even the dragons too. Gosh, this bastard gets in everyone's business. So that's why I hadn't seen you around for a while. Ha. Close hollow corner bracket. The Monkey King's exuvie laughed in disbelief once again after realizing that the bad incidents inside of the tower were related to the crawling chaos. What was going on in that bastard's mind? Open corner bracket. Still, I'm glad that I was able to meet the new king, God, and greet you again. The Monkey King's exuvie cocked his head. Open hollow corner bracket. What's up with that attitude? You're acting like this is the end. The great warrior's soul smiled bitterly and looked up. Along a massive gray wall hung countless ghosts in the same state as he was. Open corner bracket. I wouldn't wish for anything else if I could follow you both, but where can I go in this state? Even if I try to kill myself, The damned bastard has my data, so he can restore me right away. Ha ha, he looked back down at Yi and Wu and the Monkey King's Exuvie. His bitter grimace turned into a smile again. Open corner bracket still, being able to cheer you on like this makes my resentment feel like it's been washed away. I feel like I can remain here with a smile for all of eternity. He seemed to have no more attachments. Open hollow corner bracket bullshit. The Monkey King's Exuvie grumbled in annoyance, and the eyes of the great warrior's soul widened. Open hollow corner bracket where's the guy who used to act up until he got beaten up by the actual Monkey King? Didn't you hear? Your race has been resurrected. You should think of returning. What are you doing spewing bullshit? Open corner bracket but. Open hollow corner bracket but nothing. This guy is your god, isn't he? You should beg your god. Who knows? There might be a way. The Monkey King's Exuvie grumbled, and the great warrior's soul looked at Yi and Wu with shaking eyes. Yi and Wu nodded solemnly. Would you like to come along? Open corner bracket is that possible? You don't need to worry about that. All you need to do is reply. Would you like to go? The great warrior's soul pressed his lips together. He mumbled something with his eyes shut then suddenly opened his eyes. His sad eyes were blazing with passion. They were once again the eyes of the warrior who used to battle the Monkey King. Open corner bracket I'd like to follow you. I'd like to stand by your side. The soul of the great warrior spoke to Yi and Wu politely, and Yi and Wu nodded as though it were no big deal. As you wish. He spread open his palm to release Hades, spirit-eating sword. Every cell of the great warrior's soul that had been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years was sucked completely into darkness. You have activated, Summon of the Dead. Who would you like to summon? Valdebec. When he spoke the great warrior's name, a shadow grew beside Yi and Wu. Open corner bracket ah. The great warrior's soul began to sob as soon as his body was recreated, and he started feeling his hands and feet. The miracle he'd dreamed of for so long had finally arrived. Even the connection that bound him to the crawling chaos was gone. Open corner bracket I, Valdebec, will walk whatever blessed path my god walks. The great warrior's soul knelt with his head low. Tears dripped down his face. Yi and Wu nodded heavily, thinking that the strength of his party had just upgraded. At the same time, he widened his territory of recognition. The fact the last king of the giants was present meant that another being similar to him had to be here. Kalitas. The last king of the dragons was most definitely here. Fortunately, Yi and Wu was correct. Open corner bracket this is. I see. Did the dragons walk the same path as we did? The soul of the great warrior's eyes widened as he nodded in understanding. Open corner bracket the dragons also wished to climb to the higher floors, even though it was for a different reason. Before we went extinct, the dragons were already an endangered race as well. Unlike the great warrior's soul, the ancient dragon Kalitas didn't budge even as Yi and Wu's party approached him. Anyone watching would have assumed he was already dead. However, Yi and Wu could see that Kalitas was deep in hibernation. He was probably conserving energy or had probably given in to sleep, not wishing to suffer any longer. Yi and Wu didn't think the crawling chaos would have allowed Kalitas to sleep like this, but Kalitas had probably found a way since he was well versed in magic. I should wake him later. Yi and Wu thought he needed to get Kalitas away from here first. Kalitas had helped bring him here and told him that Jung Wu's soul was in darkness. It was likely he knew quite a bit about the crawling chaos and darkness. Open hollow corner bracket from the last king of the giants to the king of the dragons haha. Looks like it's not the crawling chaos doing the collecting, but you. What are you trying to do with these beings who disappeared long ago? I guess you won't be bored since you have so many to talk to. The Monkey King's Exuvie chuckled, happy to see that their companions were growing in number. Yi and Wu nodded and opened Hades, spirit-eating sword to separate Kalitas from the crawling chaos, just as he had done with the great warrior's soul. His draconic factors increased dramatically. Monkey King. Open hollow corner bracket yes. Are you ready now? Yes. What do I have to do to obtain the revelations? Yi and Wu had no idea how to find the revelations in this place of trapped ghosts that brimmed with too many memories and vestiges. It seemed like he would have to use a lot of effort to find the revelations. However, the Monkey King's Exuvie had a deep understanding of the unconscious from all the time he spent in Yi and Wu's unconscious. Furthermore, he was one of the faces of the heavenly demon, who managed the Chenggong library, so it was possible he knew something. Open hollow corner bracket there's not much to it. Just do what you do best. Yi and Wu cocked his head in confusion, not understanding what the Monkey King's Exuvie was saying at first. Then, when he understood, he laughed. All right, then, Yi Yanwu closed his eyes, building a plan inside of his head. He spoke in a low voice. Nemesis. Nike. Whoosh. Instantly, the Sin Stone vibrated wildly. Emptiness opened to reveal Nemesis. A flame blazed on Nemesis' head and slowly dispersed to reveal Nike. Nemesis had grown colossal after Yi Yanwu had consumed a cautious snake and he'd gone through metamorphosis. It felt as if the vast world of the crawling chaos, unconscious, had become smaller even though Nemesis wasn't even showing his full form. He had only brought a part of him out of the emptiness while the rest was still coiled up inside. Open hollow corner bracket. Did you call for us, master? Open hollow corner bracket. Wow. Where's this? It's super hard to breathe. As Yi Yanwu nodded in response to Nemesis' question, Nike flapped his wings to fly into Yi Yanwu's arms. Nike was almost half of Yi Yanwu's size now. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh, what's this? A bit bigger and he's gonna catch up to my dragon. What did you feed him? The Monkey King's Exuvi exclaimed in astonishment as he looked Nemesis over. Then, he turned to Nike, who left a trail of fire as he moved. Open hollow corner bracket. And this one's good looking. Nice and round, too. Ah, I want some fried chicken. It was good back when I had it once. Open hollow corner bracket. Master. This old man is strange. He's scary. The Monkey King's Exuvi was smacking his lips. Yi Yanwu looked at him in bewilderment. How did he know about fried chicken? Although Nike didn't know what fried chicken was, he burrowed deeper into Yi Yanwu's arms, sensing a threat. Yi Yanwu stroked Nike's head, telling him it was all right. Even though Nike was fully grown, he was still childlike, and he rubbed his head on Yi Yanwu's chest. Feeling safe again, Nike flapped his wings and looked up. Open hollow corner bracket. You want me to burn this all, right? The thing that Yi Yanwu did best was his ability to wreak havoc. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Open hollow corner bracket. Hee. You can trust me, I didn't want to look at this stuff any longer anyway. Hiya. Nike transformed back into fire, and blue flames instantly spread to the walls of this world, forming a huge tsunami of fire. Everything began to burn. Nike was a phoenix holding the fire of life, which meant that he had a great affinity for purification. There wasn't a better countermeasure for the chaos and disorderly energy of the crawling chaos. Kia, ki, ki, the ghosts all screamed as their souls burned. However, joy followed at the heels of the pain, and relief filled their faces as they disappeared. Rumble. The world of the crawling chaos, unconscious, began to shake turbulently. Space began to tremble as though there were an earthquake, and strange objects began to rain down, clumps of vestiges. The achievements that the crawling chaos had accumulated through the ages had cracked and were falling down. Nemesis wordlessly watched the scene and quietly scattered into darkness. Then, dream energy began to wave around them, and the gruesome pieces of vestiges began to turn into letters. Yi Yanwu temporarily established his territory in the crawling chaos world. Nemesis technique allowed Yi Yanwu to easily differentiate between all the pieces and pick out the ones he needed. Suddenly, Yi Yanwu pulled out a thick black book. It was the item he'd created after exploring the sites of the giants, the Book of the Black King. Malik called it the Book of Enoch, and L'Infernal called it L'Megadon. It was a collection of prophecies, in short, the revelations. Flutter. The book emitted a black light, and the pages quickly flipped. The first sections were information Yi Yanwu had obtained from the Chenggong library and from the stones of the giants, but it wasn't enough. The book was thicker than the width of his hand, and he'd only filled 10% of it. The pieces of vestiges clicked together and took on various forms. The Book of the Black King incomplete searches for the letters it needs. There are letters and pages in this place. Creation is being attempted. The letters have been assembled. A few of the letters spun into the black book. Hup. In the meantime, Yi Yanwu focused on supplying the book with the immense amount of magic power required to complete it. Was it because it was a collection of all the prophecies in the universe? Or was it because the crawling chaos possessed so many of them? Although he had become one with the demonism and possessed nearly infinite magic power with the giant demonic divine dragon trait, he had to give everything. He felt like he risked losing the strength of his philosopher's stone, dragon heart, and even his own body, so he concentrated on controlling his magic power. The three casts of the Black King vibrated violently. His body shook in the storm of magic power. Chhh. As letters attached themselves to the pages of the book one by one, the world of the crawling chaos, unconscious, quaked turbulently. Boom. A shiver-inducing cry rang out. Open hollow corner bracket. Has he finally caught on? The eyebrows of the Monkey King's Exuvi twitched. The crawling chaos had finally realized what was happening. Although the crawling chaos had been unaware for some time, the Monkey King's Exuvi thought it would take him a little longer to realize it. Stepping foot in Yi and Wu's abyss was already dangerous enough. The Monkey King was amazed that the crawling chaos could move here even as he was focused on his task in Yi and Wu's unconscious. Open hollow corner bracket, get ready and stand on your guard. The great warrior's soul materialized the weapon he'd used when he was alive and gripped its hilt. Yi and Wu didn't have the attention to be concerned with anything else. It was already difficult enough controlling the explosive storm of magic power. Nike had to purify while Nemesis focused on changing the vestiges to letters. It was up to the Monkey King's Exuvi and the Great Warrior to block the crawling chaos. Open hollow corner bracket now. As soon as the Monkey King's Exuvi shouted, a countless number of incarnations fell from above, more than they'd ever dealt with before. To make matters worse, each of them had the strength of superior divine beings. Since the crawling chaos was the creator of this place, his defense mechanisms were as strong as he was. Open hollow corner bracket enlarge, Ruyi Bang. The Ruyi Bang in the Monkey King's hand lengthened endlessly as he brandished it. At its tip, flame wheel and lightning strike activated, causing eruptions of fire and lightning. The soul of the great warrior stuck close to Yi and Wu to protect him. When the incarnations that the Monkey King failed to block attempted to approach Yi and Wu, he stepped up. Boom, boom. Crack-crack-ra. As if he were demonstrating how he'd become the mighty king of the giants, the great warrior's soul bellowed as he swung his weapon. With each swing, space split, and multiple incarnations were swept away. With each stamp of his foot, the ground turned over, turning into high walls to prevent the incarnations' approach. The crawling chaos changed his methods when the incarnations found themselves unable to approach Yi and Wu. Cracks suddenly appeared on the incarnations, they self-destructed, releasing the energy inside them. Rumble. Boom. Open hollow corner bracket, this damned bastard, close hollow corner bracket. The Monkey King's Exuvi had to focus on neutralizing the attacks when the Bian he'd sent out ricocheted back as explosions. Any impact could break Yi and Wu's concentration, and if he failed to control his magic power, it would be the end for them. Open corner bracket, crawling chaos, you're sadistic until the end. The great warrior's soul barely managed to defeat an attacking incarnation. His body was already covered with injuries, and his left hand had been cut off. He didn't have the time to heal himself as the number of incarnations kept increasing. He felt like he'd already slashed 1,000 of them, but more rained down. Boom, boom, boom. Open hollow corner bracket, kiddo. How much longer? The Monkey King's Exuvi shouted in frustration. Just a little more. Please hold on just a little more. Yi and Wu gritted his teeth, eyes focused on the Book of the Black King. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes had gone red. Letters were still assembling on the pages. The book shook violently with a force strong enough to rip out his arms, but he held on. Just a little more. The letters required to complete the book are being combined. You have currently combined 79.1% of the letters. You have created 11 pages. There are 3 pages left. There are approximately 5 minutes left before completion. The countdown is beginning. 0 hours 5 minutes and 0 seconds. 0 hours 4 minutes and 59 seconds underscore 99. 0 hours 4 minutes and 59 seconds underscore 98. 5 minutes could be short or long, depending on one's perspective. Yi and Wu felt his magic power nearing its end, but he turned to soul power to make up for whatever he lacked. The level of his soul, which he'd only just attained, began to shake dangerously. 0 hours 2 minutes and 43 seconds underscore 06. 0 hours 2 minutes and 43 seconds underscore 05. When half the time required had passed, a worrisome sound rang out. Crack. Expecting the worst, Yi and Wu, the Monkey King's Exuvi, and the great warrior's soul all looked up. Their suspicions were confirmed by the sight. Whoosh. Crack. Crack. Cracks were appearing in the ceiling. The area where the incarnations were emerging from widened as cracks spread along the ceiling, accompanied by fog and heat. Open hollow corner bracket, shit. Realizing what it was, the Monkey King's Exuvi shouted. The crawling chaos was going to destroy his own world of unconscious, he was going to self-destruct. It would destroy all the achievements he'd gathered, but he didn't seem to care. Was this how urgently he wanted to protect the revelations, or did he have something else up his sleeve? It was impossible to know what he was thinking. However, one thing was for certain, if they were caught up in the explosion, their identities and consciousness would be erased entirely. 0 hours 1 minute and 32 seconds 68. 0 hours 1 minute and 32 seconds underscore 67. Open hollow corner bracket move, you wretches. The Monkey King's Exuvi swept away the incarnations blocking his way with Rui Bang and used Shukuchi to somehow stop the cracks from spreading. His target was the faraway core hanging above. However, the heat was too much, and his Shukuchi didn't work. At that moment, 10,000 incarnations attached themselves to the Monkey King's arms and legs. Regardless of his efforts to remove them, 3 appeared to replace each one he kicked away. Soon, he couldn't move. 0 hours 0 minutes and 58 seconds underscore 46. 0 hours 0 minutes and 58 seconds underscore 45. Whoosh. The heat grew more intense, and cracks covered the entire world of the crawling chaos, unconscious. It was on the verge of exploding. Open hollow corner bracket no. The screams of the Monkey King's Exuvi were buried under a pile of incarnations. He only needed to move a little farther. He could already see the bright, sun-like core, but he was on the verge of disappearing. He was about to shout from frustration, thinking it was the end, when a hot puff of air blew away the incarnations stuck to him. Swoosh. The Monkey King's Exuvi looked behind him in surprise. Open corner bracket don't worry about anything else, and get yourself over there. I'll guard you from behind. A familiar, 150-meter-long dragon looked at him. The dragon's wings spread wide, and an even more intense breath was steaming in his mouth. The ancient dragon Calidus had opened his eyes. 0 hours 0 minutes and 41 seconds underscore 03. 0 hours 0 minutes and 41 seconds underscore 02. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the ancient dragon Calidus opened his mouth, he released a wave of intense heat that swept away the incarnations targeting the Monkey King's Exuvi before they could even touch a single hair on his body. Thanks to this, the Monkey King's Exuvi could quickly slide towards the source of light. It was the core of the crawling chaos, consciousness which he had created to control his unconscious. Unfortunately, it was too far. 0 hours 0 minutes and 35 seconds underscore 66. 0 hours 0 minutes and 35 seconds underscore 65. Even though the Monkey King's Exuvi tried to use Shukuchi, cracks kept appearing in space, making it difficult to close the distance. The source of light's heat was also so intense that it could sweep him away. He tried to use 72 Bian to protect himself while forcing a path open with Heaven bracket, but that was easier in theory than reality. More cracks continued to appear. 0 hours 0 minutes and 20 seconds underscore 95. 0 hours 0 minutes and 20 seconds underscore 94. Time was becoming an urgent issue. The Monkey King's Exuvi thought he could force a path open if necessary. However, it would be impossible to reach the source of light, destroy it, and prevent the impact from spreading in less than 30 seconds. It would have been better if Calidus had awakened earlier, but it wasn't the time to nitpick. He needed to find another way. 0 hours 0 minutes and 8 seconds underscore 37. 0 hours 0 minutes and 8 seconds underscore 36. Open corner bracket no one can approach our god. In the meantime, the great warrior's soul rapidly swung his weapon to protect Yin Wu. The weapon he had used at first was gone and replaced by a bloodied incarnation. He'd grabbed whatever was nearby to use. He fatigued from the endless stream of incarnations, and he was having difficulty catching his breath. However, his eyes were brighter than ever. Even if he used all his soul power and vanished for good, he was determined to protect Yin Wu no matter what. His eyes were filled with hope and faith that things would work out somehow. So, he prevented even a single incarnation from approaching Yin Wu. It was a miraculous feat. 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds underscore 21. It was the same situation for Calidus. It seemed he had gone into hibernation in order to stockpile his energy because he spewed breath without stopping, likely using up what little soul power he had. However, he didn't seem to mind. 0 hours 0 minutes and 3 seconds underscore 49. I should get my act together as well. The Monkey King's Exuvi grinned. 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds underscore 66. The Giant King and Dragon King were staking their lives on this fight, so how embarrassing would it be if he didn't accomplish anything? And even if he were only a shadow of his true self, he was still the Monkey King. His pride wouldn't allow him to be humiliated. 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second underscore 25. The Monkey King thought of a plan and looked down at the Rui Bang in his hand. This item could provide a way out surely. 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second underscore 02. The Rui Bang was a holy artifact he'd had all his life, although it was now in pieces. The young heavenly demon had used it often even before the damned tower had been erected. An item like this surely had some kind of solution. Something else occurred to him, and he scoffed at himself. Although he'd been using the Ruyi Bang all this time, he'd still thought of it as a copy. However, in a world of unconscious like this, any item would have the same properties as the real version with the right imagination. That means amplification is possible. The Monkey King's Exuvi recalled the greatest feature of the Ruyi Bang, divine iron. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _96. He quickly began to move. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _79. Running forward, he prepared to hurl the Ruyi Bang. Using all of his soul power, he condensed the trademark techniques of Heaven Bracket, 5 elements, and extreme energy at the Ruyi Bang's tip. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _64. When the Ruyi Bang began to groan, unable to accept any more soul power, he threw it forward. Enlarge, Ruyi Bang. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _48. Rumble. The Ruyi Bang glided through the air, transformed into a ray of light. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _33. The strong winds weren't enough to stop the small but powerful Ruyi Bang, and it split apart the center of the source of light. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _20. The source of light was already in a fragile condition, and it couldn't bear the assault. It exploded, completely destroyed. The heat and wind grew even more intense. The explosion released an energy that reduced everything to atoms. The result that the Monkey King's Exuvi was aiming for followed after. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _11. The Ruyi Bang hadn't only pierced through the source of light, it also pinned down the explosion, which continued to expand until it seemed to reach the edges of the world of unconscious. The Monkey King's Exuvi heard the sound he'd been waiting for. Boom. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _05. He stretched for the source of light and closed his fist, a gesture that strengthened spells. Then, he shouted in a voice filled with soul power, open hollow corner bracket seal. The shaking and cracking world of the crawling chaos, unconscious stopped. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _4. What was more, 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _4. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _5. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds _6. They were being given more time. Crack. The exploding light and heat returned to their origin. Crash, crash. The Ruyi Bang, which stood like a giant pillar, began to absorb everything. As the Ruyi Bang's properties were activated, the process began. It was attempting to seal the entire world of unconscious, achievements, and legends of the crawling chaos. Do. As the light and heat reversed course, and the cracks that covered the walls filled up, space itself was ripped away and sucked into the Ruyi Bang. Kia, Kikikae, Kaikikiki. The 10,000 incarnations connected to the source light were also swept into the Ruyi Bang. Open corner bracket Open corner bracket. This is possible. As expected of the heavenly demon's teacher and other face. He's beyond imagination. The great warrior's soul looked stunned as the incarnations he was just barely holding back suddenly floated in the air. Kalidas' eyes widened at the unexpected sight and quickly analyzed what was happening. Even in death, he couldn't repress his curiosity and thirst for more knowledge. They all thought that the Monkey King's Exuvi was amazing. He'd not only blocked the crawling chaos, interference, but had gotten rid of him completely. They had an inkling of why their ancestors and the gods and demons had been afraid of him. Boom. No, you can't. The crawling chaos attempted to resist, but it wasn't easy. Divine iron could bind even the Black King. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could fight it since the beings of darkness were simply helpless against divine iron. See, the end. The Ruyi Bang didn't just seal his world of unconscious, it began to suck in his consciousness, identity, and even his body. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu finished collecting and assembling the letters. The letters have all been assembled. You do not have sufficient letters. The creation of the Book of the Black King has been suspended. Currently, its progress is 19.2%. Find more letters to finish the book. Thump. Yi and Wu closed the Book of the Black King. His face was drenched in sweat. His dragon heart and sin stone were nearly empty of magic power, and his mind was fatigued. However, despite being on the brink of collapse, there was a smile on his face. He'd experienced another growth spurt with his soul just by completing a part of the revelations. He was also in awe of the Monkey King's Exuvi, who had turned around their desperate situation. He felt like he just learned more ways of using Ruyi Bang. It was impressive to see its true owner use it. Would Yianwu also have that much strength if he had the real Rui Bang? Open hollow corner bracket, stop grinning and open the door if you're done. Can't you see it's dangerous right now? Normally, the Monkey King's Exuvi would have been swaggering from his achievement, but it seemed like the attack had taken a lot out of him. Yianwu nodded and used Vigrid to tear through space. When he returned to his own unconscious, he could see the crawling chaos, spirit body being sucked into the Rui Bang now that the otherworld god's unconscious had been destroyed. Within his abyss, he could also see the crawling chaos, true body, which had also entered Yianwu's abyss. It had been flung out of the darkness by the Monkey King's Exuvi seal. Krrrr. After it swallowed the crawling chaos, the Rui Bang shrank and turned until a black ball was rolling in the Monkey King's palm. Suddenly, pockets of emptiness opened in the air. Chains fell out to tighten around the black ball. The crawling chaos had been sealed thanks to the imagination of the Monkey King's Exuvi. Since the Exuvi hadn't used the real Rui Bang, once he stopped imagining it, the crawling chaos would be unsealed. However, if the crawling chaos were bound by chains like this, he wouldn't be able to escape even after the Monkey King's Exuvi stopped imagining. Brr! The black ball trembled as the chains wrapped around it. The crawling chaos was frustrated. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get out. No, just a little more. The crawling chaos released uncontrolled vestiges as he thrashed around. He seemed impatient for some reason, although he'd previously been indifferent towards death. What had he seen in the abyss? However, Yianwu, the Monkey King's Exuvi, the Great Warrior's soul, and Kalitas didn't care. The eyes of the Great Warrior's soul and Kalitas were cold. Even though they'd had their revenge, they still despised him. Their hate for the crawling chaos wouldn't disappear easily. I need to separate his holy power and consciousness. Yianwu knew he needed to take greater care in absorbing the crawling chaos. They couldn't struggle over who would absorb whom like this again. He thought it would be best to suck in all the crawling chaos, holy power, and stick his ego inside emptiness. Then, Yianwu could torture the crawling chaos, ego for information later. The Great Warrior's soul and Kalitas probably wouldn't want Yianwu to let him off easily either. However, they needed to get out of this place first. To finish the sealing, Yianwu put the black ball inside emptiness. Clatter. No, please. The crawling chaos pleaded once more, but the chains clanged coldly as they pulled him inside emptiness, whose mouth was wide open, waiting to swallow him up. Open hollow corner bracket, wait. The demonism, whom he'd almost forgotten about, suddenly spoke up. Open hollow corner bracket, he still hasn't paid. Yianwu suddenly felt his body separating as Vigrid disappeared from his hand. In the distance, a black shadow without any features appeared. The demonism had manifested in his true body, and in his hand was the ball of the crawling chaos wrapped in chains. The Great Warrior's soul and Kalitas quickly sprang to action. Kalitas stretched back and opened his mouth. Boom! Previously, Kalitas' attack had been weak because of the number of targets he had to deal with. Now, with only one target in front of him, its destructive power was amplified. However, demonism smiled widely without a hint of fear and jumped up in amusement. Kalitas' breath just missed him. At that moment, the Great Warrior's soul appeared behind the demonism, and he swung his massive halberd down on the demonism's head. It was a weapon that had destroyed the heads of countless incarnations, but the demonism only twisted in midair and swung his arm. The halberd flew back as the demonism's hand unspooled into dozens of strands that headed towards the Great Warrior's soul. Open corner bracket kook. Boom. The Great Warrior's soul attempted to flick away the vines that whipped at him, but he could only cut a few of them. The others pierced through his shoulders, arms, chest, and back, leaving him pinned on the ground. With his hand still outstretched, the demonism straightened up and extended his left hand. At that moment, space opened up in front of him, and the Monkey King's Exuvi appeared, slashing down with the Rui Bang, anticipating the demonism's next move. Thud, swish. The impact shook Yianwu's unconscious. The Exuvi's eyes flashed. Fiery golden eyes blazed as the Rui Bang vibrated violently as the Monkey King's Exuvi prepared to activate the Rui Bang the same way he'd sealed the crawling chaos. Kalitas opened his mouth wide to protect the Monkey King's Exuvi, and the Great Warrior's soul got back to his feet after freeing himself from the vines. The Rui Bang slid down the demonism's arm, attempting to transform, but the demonism suddenly let out a peal of monstrous laughter and said, "Open hollow corner bracket, oh right, let me tell you ahead of time. If you try to hurt me with this kikikik, I don't know what I might do if I'm cornered." He lifted the ball of the crawling chaos to his mouth. Instantly, the Rui Bang stopped shaking. The Monkey King's Exuvi narrowed his eyes, trying to read the demonism's intention, but the featureless being didn't even ooze a single thought or vestige. The Exuvi frowned in annoyance and turned to Yi and Wu, speaking so only the two could hear. Open hollow corner bracket looks like that guy wants to make a deal with us. Yi and Wu nodded. If the demonism had only wanted the crawling chaos, he would have eaten the ball already and caused a disaster. A more horrifying monster than the crawling chaos would have risen by now. The only reason Yi and Wu could battle the crawling chaos and seal him was that he had worked with the demonism. It would have been impossible fighting the crawling chaos on his own. The demonism's strength made that much difference. The fact that he hadn't consumed the crawling chaos yet meant he wanted something, likely what Yi and Wu had promised him. Yi and Wu clucked his tongue. Things aren't going well. He'd been planning to gloss over his promise with the demonism and lock him inside emptiness with the crawling chaos, but that hadn't worked. At that moment, the demonism grinned at him, and Yi and Wu could almost hear him say, "I understand your character. Open hollow corner bracket, you make the decision." The Monkey King's Exuvi spoke again. Open hollow corner bracket, but take into consideration that we don't have any soul power left. If we end up fighting, all three of us will be destroyed forever. Yi and Wu nodded silently. The Monkey King's Exuvi, the great warrior's soul, and Kalitas had all fought the crawling chaos on his behalf. They were only maintaining their bodies at the moment because they had accumulated much strength during their lifetime. It wouldn't be a surprise if they were critically injured. Finally, Yi and Wu gave the signal to back off. Kalitas swallowed his breath, and the great warrior's soul glared at the demonism as he slowly lowered his halberd. The Monkey King's Exuvi used Shukuchi to return to Yi and Wu's side. Open hollow corner bracket Kikikek. You're all too much. I was with Yi and Wu when he rescued you, so I contributed a lot. Technically, I'm also your god. How can you treat your god so rudely? The demonism smiled coldly at them. Yi and Wu stepped forward with a frown. Stop with the pointless banter and tell us what you want. Do you want to collect your fee for helping? Open hollow corner bracket, of course. I want to take my share. What's wrong with that? If not, you'll only use and abandon me like those idiotic gods and demons. I have no plans to be treated like that. And what do you want? Open hollow corner bracket Kikikik. What you promised. The demonism fixed his gaze on Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket, you said you'd give me something tasty. Don't you have something in mind? I'm sure it's also what I'm thinking right now. The something tasty Yi and Wu had been referring to was the crawling chaos. You're not asking for all of it, are you? Open hollow corner bracket, of course not. I'm not like my old self. If I swallow this whole thing, I'll only get sick, so what's the point? Besides, you're too greedy to let me do that. I'm actually quite reasonable, unlike you. Old self. Yi and Wu realized that this was something important, but he pretended not to notice. Then what do you want? The demonism tightened his grip on the vibrating ball, and a corner of his mouth rose. His smile was so wide that it was gruesome. Open hollow corner bracket, his ego. Ego. Open hollow corner bracket, yes. I just need this guy's consciousness, the thing that has been destroyed and recovered again and again through the ages. You can take the holy power and achievements and whatever else. How's that? Yi and Wu's forehead creased. He wasn't sure what the demonism was thinking if he didn't want holy power, achievements, or the soul, just the ego. At first, the ego seemed important since it controlled the body and the soul, and it was the reason people could think and analyze. However, it was also the least valuable part of the crawling chaos. An ego was only the surface of one's unconscious. Even if it were gone, a new ego and personality could be created. No, even if I need to finish. The ball of the crawling chaos trembled again, but the demonism's grip tightened on it. The ball shook in pain, as if the crawling chaos was roaring from his suffering. Open hollow corner bracket Kikikik. Hurry up and decide. It's not a bad trade for you, is it? It's actually easier for you since you don't have to worry about taking care of him. Yi and Wu didn't answer immediately and continued to glare at the demonism, trying to see through his scheme. However, he had no idea what the demonism had in mind. Open corner bracket, I think it's best to take his offer. Kalitas used his messaging magic to deliver his advice to Yi and Wu. Open corner bracket, I don't know what he's thinking, but it's more important for you to obtain what you need. Yi and Wu nodded. Kalitas was correct. He needed the achievements and holy power the crawling chaos had accumulated. It wouldn't matter if the crawling chaos, ego were separated from them. In the end, Yi and Wu decided to take Kalitas' advice. Fine, let's do that. Open hollow corner bracket kikikik. I never thought I'd make such a straightforward deal with you. The demonism laughed strangely again and took the ball in both hands. Crack, he began to twist and crunch it. The crawling chaos vibrated in pain, but his cries only added to the demonism's enjoyment. However, the roughness of his cries shook Yi and Wu's unconscious. Only when the ball had been taken apart did they stop. Now, there were two black balls that looked exactly the same, one in each of the demonism's hands. Open hollow corner bracket take it. He tossed the one in his right hand to Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu was surprised when he accepted it. Although it contained great achievements and holy power, he couldn't feel any consciousness from it. It was quiet, like a tranquil ocean. The crawling chaos had been taken apart so neatly, but how was that possible? Yi and Wu had been planning to dismember the crawling chaos carefully, and the demonism had done it so easily and cleanly. The ball that the demonism held thrashed and shook, likely from the pain. However, the demonism just opened his mouth without a care and popped the black ball inside. Crunch, crunch, he gulped down the ball and laughed in satisfaction, as though he had just eaten a delicacy. He licked his lips like he wanted more. What has changed? Yi and Wu's forehead remained creased. He had expected the demonism to grow stronger or something, but it was impossible to tell if any changes had occurred. Open hollow corner bracket hey, kiddo. Call me again if you ever need to take care of things like this. I'll work with you willingly anytime. Kikikik. With those words, the demonism returned to Vigrid to sleep deeply once more. Vigrid clinked to the ground where the demonism had just been. Thinking that it was still impossible to guess the demonism's thoughts, Yi and Wu wound black chains around Vigrid and locked the demonism back inside emptiness again. He looked at the ball of the crawling chaos wordlessly and split it evenly in 4 pieces. He kept one for himself and gave the rest to the Monkey King's Exuvi, Great Warrior's Soul, and Kalitus. You must have lost a lot of soul power. Please replenish yourself with this. Open hollow corner bracket oh ho. Really, you're giving this to us? The Monkey King's Exuvi looked at Yi and Wu with a strange expression as he accepted his piece, but Yi and Wu remained composed. I never said I was giving it up. Open hollow corner bracket what? As long as you're with me, it doesn't matter which one of us eats it. And I can just use you as much as I feed you. The Exuvi was speechless. You're not eating it. Open hollow corner bracket yes. That's more like the Yi and Wu I know. Phew, I can already imagine what it will be like when you meet my true body. Even as the Monkey King's Exuvi shook his head in amusement, he swallowed the holy power. Digesting it would take some time because of the chaos energy, but it would help him to continue maintaining his vestige body. The Great Warrior's Soul and Kalitus accepted the pieces as well. Their dark souls began to find their light again. Yi and Wu swallowed the holy power the same way he'd eaten the fruit of good and evil. Suddenly, his vision began to shake. He was being kicked back to reality now that he didn't have any business in his unconscious. Just before he lost his sight, Yi and Wu looked at the abyss below him. What was it? What was living inside it that could make the crawling chaos so desperate to stay alive? Many questions filled his head, but he had no way of knowing the answers. In the end, Yi and Wu was forced to push those thoughts aside as he opened his eyes after returning to reality again. Whoosh! Right before Yi and Wu returned to reality, the last of the crawling chaos, vestiges flashed through Yi and Wu's mind as he digested the otherworld god's holy power. Open hollow corner bracket just a little more would have been enough. Open hollow corner bracket to think he was asleep here close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket but I finally know. Open hollow corner bracket that was it. Open hollow corner bracket this human so amusing. Without his ego, the crawling chaos, mind was a mess. He was feeling disjointed emotions of regret, understanding, reluctance, and delight at the same time. As soon as the dragon heart balanced the holy power with magic power, the crawling chaos disappeared with these final words. Open hollow corner bracket if the opportunity arises, I might be able to see something even more amusing. Ha ha ha. The battle at the holy territory was reaching its end. Our god, chaos, has disappeared. How? The otherworld gods, who could barely withstand the ghost giants, released shocked vestiges. They had been holding their ground because they believed the crawling chaos would save them and defeat their enemies. It didn't matter to them that the giants had been resurrected since the giants were only the crawling chaos, toys. The otherworld gods believed that the giants' fate wouldn't change, but this belief came crashing down around them. Furthermore, this was Yi and Wu's holy territory, where death and fight dominated. When the energy that crawling chaos had been funneling to them disappeared, the strength of the otherworld gods plunged. At that moment, black-red lightning rained down from the sky. Boom! The lightning passed through a monstrous, amphibious-looking creature and landed on the ground, dividing into dozens of bolts that spread out like a spiderweb. No, this can't be. The bolts swept away the otherworld gods, and they released their last vestiges before vanishing. Valdebik took care of the last ones before looking up to see Yanwu slowly descending. He roared, "Open hollow corner bracket, our god has returned." Their god was victorious, and the crawling chaos was dead. The ghost giants all raised their weapons and cheered. "Open hollow corner bracket, follow our god." Then, they changed direction and ran towards the traitors, who putting up their last struggle. It was time to end the war. Open hollow corner bracket, how? Oh dear, open hollow corner bracket, the crawling chaos has been defeated. Even if .. has resurrected giants and can summon a death dragon, this is. After realizing that resistance would be futile, the traitors all tossed their weapons to the ground and knelt. The battle had gone in favor of Yanwu's side, and they weren't even in a position to negotiate. In the end, they had no choice but to surrender unconditionally and accept being tied up by the black chains that appeared from emptiness. They were aware that they were being bound with divine iron, the material that bound all holy power and demonic energy. They risked being sealed or torn apart like Gabriel, and they could only hope for mercy from Yanwu. It was hard to imagine that Yanwu would even have mercy, but they couldn't do anything else because they feared him so much. He'd even won a fight against the crawling chaos. The heavenly world still didn't know much about the otherworld. It was an outer space that hadn't been fully investigated, and they found it difficult to study it because creation and order hadn't reached it yet. However, one thing was certain: the otherworld gods were always looking for opportunities to enter inner space. The crawling chaos was their vanguard, which meant that his powers and abilities had to be formidable. Only the superior gods, creator gods, or ancient gods who were asleep from the heavenly demon disease could stop the crawling chaos, and the rest had to rely on major societies like Asgard, Olympus, or the Jia sect. However, Yanwu had defeated the crawling chaos, and just possessing the legend of this victory alone meant that Yanwu had already surpassed them. No one looked down on him for being immortal anymore. Instead, they felt terror growing inside of them. If Yanwu could achieve so much growth as immortal, how strong would he become after he exuviated and transcended? Would he be the next Alpharon and follow the path of that impossibly strong being? Open hollow corner bracket, Kalidas and even Valdebik. Open hollow corner bracket, the last dragon king and the last giant king have returned. What is going on? They were speechless when they saw the kings of the extinct species standing in front of them, and they could only tremble in fear. Yanwu looked at each of them wordlessly. Sometimes, silence was more frightening than 100 words. The way the traitors trembled without being able to meet Yanwu's cold golden eyes was ridiculous and almost comical, especially considering how they reassured themselves by thinking they were transcendents and immortal beings. However, he couldn't just leave them be. Now that the fighting was over, he had to tie up loose ends, and there were many things he needed to take care of. There was nothing more he wanted than to use the traitors as energy sources, just as he had with the others. But there's no need to make more enemies. A lot of beings had already died here, so he didn't need to put himself into a corner by making more enemies. Besides, there were neutral and friendly eyes watching him, like Fenrir and Agaras. Yanwu wanted to use this chance to divide the heavenly world. Open hollow corner bracket, there's going to be trouble between the societies who've lost their members and societies who took your side, right? If you take prisoners like this, the hostility between the societies will get worse. How sly. You've impressed even a demon like me. Agaras giggled as he spoke knowingly, using his power so only Yanwu could hear. His voice was so sweet that Yanwu would have been entranced if he weren't paying attention. As Agaras said, the divisions in the heavenly world would likely grow worse after this event. The heavenly world would be split in two, those who were on Yanwu's side, and those who weren't. To complicate matters further, there would be smaller factions within each side. The societies whose members were Yanwu's hostages would be more hesitant to fight him, and even among his allies, there would be disagreements over how much they had to help him. The heavenly world's plans to fight Alpharon as a united front and the extremes they'd gone to by immobilizing the Bureau had derailed before they'd started because of one mortal. Open hollow corner bracket, the door to Infernal is always open. If you want, we'll even give you a position. How about it? Agaras chuckled, delighted that a mere mortal was trying to shake up the heavenly world. However, Yi and Wu just scoffed and didn't give him an answer. Of course, he wanted to fight against Alpharon. Yi and Wu's wish to bring down Alpharon was as desperate that of the heavenly world, if not greater. But the battle against Alpharon was his, he couldn't let others take Alpharon for themselves. What was more, once the heavenly world descended into the lower world, he'd have fewer opportunities to grow stronger. He needed to find a way to buy more time and prevent it. He wasn't doing this simply to toy with the heavenly world. Seal. Clatter. At Yi and Wu's command, the chains binding the traitors returned to emptiness, taking the hostages with them. Fear was apparent on their faces as they saw emptiness widening, but it was better than being terminated, and so they obeyed. After the traitors had been sealed off, Yi and Wu turned to the rest of the envoys, who looked around warily, and his subordinates, who were prepared to act as soon as he gave the order. Crack crack crack. Just then, a breath of condensed hellfire descended on Yi and Wu's head with a pure killing intent. It was the fire that had burned the otherworld gods, but before it even reached Yi and Wu, Valdebik jumped forward and swung his sword, sweeping the fire away. Open hollow corner bracket Summer Queen. What is the meaning of this? Valdebik was now dozens of meters in height. When he frowned, an intense magic power storm rose up, shaking the air. Above him, the Summer Queen was angrily flying in circles around them, flapping her massive red wings. Open corner bracket move, halfling. I have no interest in your master. Open hollow corner bracket what? It was a word that Valdebik hated, but of course, the arrogant Summer Queen didn't care. Open corner bracket I have business with the traitor of our race who's standing next to you and your master. The Summer Queen was glaring directly at Kalitas, her face wrinkled in fury. Open corner bracket it seems like I must go. Kalitas smiled dryly, lifting his gigantic body and turning to Yi and Wu. Open corner bracket you must have many questions, but would you mind waiting a little longer? I'll return after speaking with that child. Yi and Wu nodded, and Kalitas thanked him before flapping his wings and launching into the sky. Open corner bracket let's go somewhere else, child. This isn't an appropriate place to have a discussion. Open corner bracket this is an appropriate place for your grave. Kalitas spoke to her with pity, but the Summer Queen spewed another breath without listening. Kalitas avoided it easily and quickly left in order not to injure anyone else. The Summer Queen furiously chased after him. Yi and Wu watched them disappear before he turned back to the envoys. Then let's settle our debts, too. Metatron of less than Malik greater than adjusts his glasses and awaits your decision. Ball of less than L'infernal greater than watches you. The two Valdebiks silently looked at each other. The small Valdebik was amazed to see the great warrior's soul. The legendary being he'd only heard about was right in front of him. He had heard stories about this great hero from his parents when he was a child, stories that began with, a long time ago, and ended just like any other tale about an unfortunate hero who sacrificed everything for his people only to die in vain. Although this hero had fallen, he still remained in the memories of many. His parents said they'd named him, Valdebik, so he could also be the hope and light of others. The butler who'd taught him various martial arts and fighting styles also spoke of him often. It was a strange feeling for Valdebik to meet the hero he'd always admired when he was young. Open corner bracket you've grown up well. The larger Valdebik, the great warrior's soul, smiled warmly at him. His eyes were soft, as if Valdebik were a son he'd been separated from a long time. Valdebich's eyes widened. Open hollow corner bracket you know me. Open corner bracket of course. The great warrior's soul smiled wryly. Open corner bracket you can even say I'm the one who summoned you here. Open hollow corner bracket what? Valdebich's eyes grew bigger at the unexpected words. Open corner bracket long ago, in addition to the king, the giants had a spiritual leader. A prophet. Were you aware of this? Open hollow corner bracket I have heard about it. Open corner bracket the prophet who had ruled with me told me that the luck of the universe was no longer with our race, so we had to prepare an ark for our coming extermination. Then, when the prophecy began, luck would return to us, and we would be able to rise again. Valdebik couldn't grasp all of the great warrior's words, but he understood what he was trying to say. The extermination referred to the downfall of the giants, and the prophecy most likely had to do with Yi and Wu's arrival. Did that mean someone had foretold that Yi and Wu would someday appear to save the giants? Is that possible? It was hard to believe that a prophet had seen a future thousands of years away. Even the gods and demons of precognition couldn't achieve this feat. If it were possible to predict the future, societies with this power would already have taken control of the heavenly world. The great warrior's soul grinned, understanding Valdebich's disbelief. Open corner bracket. I had the same thoughts. I thought the prophet was crazy to talk about something thousands of years in the future. If that were possible, why couldn't we simply stop the extermination? The great warrior's soul seemed unaffected, as if he had already distanced himself from the situation. Open corner bracket. But the prophet said that the dream of the great being only lasts a moment, and no one can interfere with it. It sounded like nonsense. I asked the prophet if fate really existed and how free will could be possible if it did. It was confusing, anyhow. Open hollow corner bracket. Is that so? Valdebik felt like he might know who the great being the prophet referred to was. Open corner bracket. At the time, I was scared of nothing and didn't think too much of it. Truthfully, I didn't have the attention to concern myself with such things, either. While searching for a new dimension to invade, we discovered something called the tower, and we prepared to attack it. Valdebik became nervous as he listened to the long-lost secret history of the giants. At the same time, he was curious. What did the great warrior's soul mean when he said he knew him? Open corner bracket. After observing for a long time, we decided that the tower was worth challenging. We decided that some of us would move into it, but not everyone. Valdebik tensed. He understood why there was a restriction like this. Open corner bracket. We had to leave behind the old and injured giants. And the prophet decided to stay behind in our motherland with a few of his followers. This motherland was the birthplace of giants. It had probably been Valdebik's as well. Open corner bracket. The prophet told me this before we left, and that he would prepare an ark. Something about being able to see the future by giving up parts of his soul, even though the great being's dream only lasted a moment. Thump, thump. Valdebik's heart beat faster as he listened to the great warrior's soul talk. Open corner bracket. The prophet also said my stupid name would be passed down and that person would someday be sent to us from the beginning. You were already destined to come here. The great warrior's soul smiled warmly. Open corner bracket. You are my descendant, and you've been promised to our God as an apostle from a long time ago, young Valdebik. Valdebik clenched his fists. Open corner bracket. It might appear that our God has just been born, but he has been looking over us from far away in the past. You have become his child and succeeded in rescuing us from suffering and pain to find our promised land. This is only the beginning. The responsibility of leading the giants to greatness again lies on your shoulders. Whoosh! Suddenly, the great warrior's soul began to crack. Open hollow corner bracket. Your body. Valdebik moved towards him in surprise, but the great warrior's soul lifted his hand to stop him. He smiled warmly at Valdebik. Open corner bracket. Don't be shaken, and follow your principles as you always have. Open hollow corner bracket. You do it. You can be the one to do it. Open corner bracket. Death isn't the end. It can be the foundation of new life. Death and life are cycles that only last a short moment. It's like a dream that is forgotten but can be dreamt again. My generation's death has already come, and your generation has been born, so even in death, I will be with you. The great warrior's soul smiled faintly. He was exhausted. He had spent ages suffering in a world that even transcendent beings didn't want to enter, waiting for a hope he wasn't sure would come. However, he had seen the giants rise again, just as the prophet had said. Now that he was assured a new Valdebik would follow in his footsteps and lead the giants, he no longer had any regrets. All he wanted to do was rest. Open corner bracket. Allow me to make one request. Open hollow corner bracket. Please go ahead. Valdebik dropped his head. Now that he had looked into the mind of the great warrior's soul, he couldn't muster up the strength to stop him. Open corner bracket. Someday, if we follow our God and leave this prison-like tower and return to our motherland, bury me next to that person. Close corner bracket. That person had the prophet been his lover or wife? With those words, the great warrior's soul scattered in the air, flowing into Valdebik. The lingering attachments and achievements of the last king, who had led the giants to a golden age and their downfall, entered his young descendant and settled inside him permanently. Bo, this should be enough for you. Open hollow corner bracket. What is the meaning of this? Do you think we worked that hard just for this much? The godly society less than Bo greater than protests against your decision. Yin Wu was giving the revelations to the envoys as he promised. If he could get away with it, he would have just ignored them, but the contract was both a command and a quest based on the tower's system. He couldn't go back on his word. However, nothing was specified about the amount of the reward, so it was up to Yin Wu to decide. Of course, the envoys protested, saying a few sentences were insufficient for the amount of work they had put in after descending to the lower world. I heard you announced you were neutral when things went down. Open hollow corner bracket. What does that matter? I said from the start that the rewards will be based on contribution. Open hollow corner bracket but you weren't that active during the site exploration. I know you didn't stand on the traitors' side when they schemed against me, but that doesn't mean you were with me either, so of course your contribution should be considered small. The envoy from Bo, Les, was about to protest further, but the gazes of the large societies fell on him, and he wasn't able to say more. The godly society less than diva greater than says ### isn't wrong and urges you to move on quickly. The godly society less than Chan sect greater than nods in agreement with less than diva greater than. The demonic society less than Jia sect greater than smirks. Open hollow corner bracket U. Since Yi and Wu was technically in the right, Les turned back sharply. Yi and Wu looked at the envoys behind him without any concern. Next, there were some complaints, but overall, the process went smoothly because everyone thought it was reasonable to allocate rewards according to contribution. The societies didn't receive as much as they would have liked, but it was still an amount that could help them. The godly society less than Malik greater than is satisfied with their reward. They are happy now that they have found a clue to finishing the Book of Enoch. Less than Malik greater than has announced their solidarity with you. An invitation to Eden has arrived. A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: we had some concerns, but we are satisfied with the outcome. We wish to engage in more exchanges like this in the future. Is that possible? Please consider it carefully. A message from Metatron has arrived. Message: additionally, please visit Eden when the opportunity arises. If you wish, we'll leave Gabriel's spot empty for you. Malik's pleased response even including a declaration of their solidarity with Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket HMPH. You don't need to listen to those dirty angels. You're more like us than any other being, so come look for us. We'll give you whatever you want. Ball agrees with Agaras and nods. Infernal tried to recruit Yi and Wu through Agaras once more before returning to the heavenly world. After all the payments were completed, the envoys speedily returned to the heavenly world, as if they had arranged everything in advance. They had already used too many laws of causality descending to the lower world, and they needed to report back to their societies as soon as they could. Besides, remaining in Yi and Wu's holy territory any longer was like sticking your head between a snake's jaws. The crowded and gloomy hidden stage of the 60th floor instantly turned quiet. Open corner bracket impossible. Shannon, who'd been watching the envoys to make sure they didn't try to pull any tricks, muttered in a shocked voice. Yi and Wu's forehead creased as he wondered what Shannon's problem was this time. What's impossible? Open corner bracket why didn't you do it? What? Open corner bracket stab them in the back. Yi and Wu was speechless. Open corner bracket you're giving them rewards just like that. Impossible. There's no way. Fess up now. You're not King Temper, are you? Yi and Wu still couldn't reply. Open corner bracket it's clear some other guy has disguised himself as King Temper. For a moment, Yi and Wu seriously wondered what he would do to Shannon. However, it was more trouble than it was worth, and he just snorted and replied, it doesn't matter. Open corner bracket what? I gave them pieces without any context, so it will take a while for them to interpret it. This time, Shannon was speechless. Besides, do you think you can become stronger and interpret the revelations just by looking at them? They need background knowledge, and if they're starting from scratch, that'll take some time too. Yi and Wu had been taught by Brahm, who knew more than any being when he was in the heavenly world. He'd also learned from a few other scholars while researching the Emerald Tablet to create the Philosopher's Stone, which no one had ever done before. But even with that much background knowledge, it had taken him 200 years to comprehend just a few pages of the revelations in the Chenggong library. Would it be possible for societies to suddenly change with just a few sentences or pages of the revelations? Yi and Wu didn't think so. Of course, the gods and demons had broad knowledge from living such long lives, so it was possible they might learn and interpret the revelations faster than Yi and Wu could. But most importantly, I don't think those beings born from order will be able to grasp knowledge from chaos. It had been a long time since the beings of the heavenly world had become transcendents, so they had grown even more tightly bound by the laws of nature. The more their domains and legends were spread, the more they'd be tied to order. The knowledge of outer space meant learning entirely new laws. It would be like poison. Since Yi and Wu could see this, he was willing to give the revelations to them. Even if they somehow managed to interpret it, they'd need to readjust their domains and legends to learn. It would take them close to 100 years to do so, and that wouldn't be of much help with the upcoming war against Alpharon. It was enough for Yi and Wu to buy the time he needed to grow stronger, which meant he wasn't concerned. Open corner bracket that's more like it. Shannon shook his head, pretending he didn't hear him. Yi and Wu turned around. But if someone reads the laws of the otherworld and succeeds in learning the information after disbanding their domains and legends, they might be truly dangerous. His eyes darkened. Kalitas returned a few hours later. Flutter. I see everyone has gone back. Yi and Wu nodded. And so has the Summer Queen. Open corner bracket. We had a long conversation. We're still not done. Yi and Wu didn't know what had gone on between the Summer Queen and Kalitas, but he knew well it wasn't something he ought to interfere in. Besides, he had more important topics to discuss. There were many things he wanted to ask Kalitas. Open corner bracket. You must have many questions. Yi and Wu nodded. Open corner bracket. Ask away. Kalitas nodded as if he were prepared for any questions that Yi and Wu might ask. What wouldn't he do for his savior, who had rescued him from the swamp of despair? Do you remember what you told me before you became the Dragon of Chaos or whatever you were called? Open corner bracket. I told you to go to darkness. Yes. Where is Jung Woo? Open corner bracket. You've already seen where he is. Yi and Wu's face stiffened as Kalitas' eyes grew dark. Open corner bracket. The abyss within your unconscious. That is the darkness. Yi and Wu remembered his unconscious, where he'd encountered the Monkey King's exuvie. It had been a world of thick blackness. Although it was part of his soul, Yi and Wu felt more threatened than comfortable at the thought of it. The Monkey King's exuvie had said it was dangerous as well. He didn't know how the Monkey King's exuvie and Summer Queen managed to stay there. If it were him, his ego might have been destroyed by now. The blackness at its depths, the abyss or void the crawling chaos had tried to explore, was the place that even the Monkey King's exuvie had said not to visit. But that was the darkness. I see. However, Yi and Wu wasn't too surprised. In fact, he had been expecting it somewhat. It was understandable why the Monkey King's exuvie, despite being clever enough to seal the crawling chaos, would be reluctant to approach a place like that. Still, there was something he didn't quite get. How did it get inside him, and why was Jung Woo's soul there? Open corner bracket. I see you're beginning to have some suspicions. Have you heard of something called group subconscious? Kalitas already guessed what Yi and Wu was wondering about and explained further. Yi and Wu nodded. If you're talking about a collective subconscious, I've heard about it from Brahm. Yi and Wu was profoundly knowledgeable in magic by now. He knew about the main laws that provided the basis for worlds and their other hidden counterparts. Brahm had taught him about group or collective subconscious repeatedly. I heard it's the birthplace of the instincts and souls of all living creatures. There were things all living things could identify and connect to regardless of the environment they grew up in. Everyone was born with an instinctive way of reacting to things. There was a shared space where images and symbols manifested even before birth, and all living things were connected to this space beyond time and space. However, there were no details about this storage space. Gods and demons were aware of this place and tried to reach it many times. However, they either failed or were too spiritually injured to continue, since they could also become swept up in the great flow of things. Some called it a system because it was similar to the system that enforced laws on souls like the one in the tower. Open corner bracket. What you've seen is part of the group subconscious, the birthplace where all souls are born and where they return after they are destroyed. Additionally, it's the root of all truth and laws. It's like a river where fish, which are the souls, live. It's always flowing and affecting souls. The reason why all living beings have instincts and can think is that this river exists. It sounds like it's similar to reincarnation. Open corner bracket. No, it's different. Reincarnation begins in Sumeru. It is a cycle that allows souls to continue existing as part of a branch of the world tree. On the other hand, this is more like the earth that the roots of the world tree touch. This is on the very bottom of the universe. Darkness flowed along inner space and in the outer space where the otherworld gods lived. Open corner bracket. It's also where a being called Pengu fell asleep just as the creation of the world was completed long ago, but that's not too important, so we'll skip over that. Kalitas' eyes darkened. Open corner bracket. I've been observing this for a long time and researched its components and laws. I call it darkness. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. Then how is it connected to my unconscious? Open corner bracket. It's not. You've just come closer to it than any other living being through coincidence. Occasionally, people like you are born, and we call you geniuses since you're the closest to the roots. The child who embodied this the most was Jung Woo. Open corner bracket. Yes. Kalitas nodded. Yi and Wu recalled what he used to call his brother all the time, a prodigy. Open corner bracket. His trait, perfect adaptability, and his soul, which was gifted and open to all senses, were the closest to darkness than anything in the world. A blessing or favor, if you may. He was born with it. Close corner bracket. It might have been a blessing at the time, but Yi and Wu knew better. It was a curse. Damned idiot, worrying me even in death. Yi and Wu ground his teeth thinking of Jung Woo. He still missed him that much. Open corner bracket. So, instead of reincarnating after death like others, he returned to darkness. Yi and Wu nodded. It was hard to understand, but Kalidas' words boiled down to one thing. To find Jung Woo's soul, he needed to explore darkness. The problem was that no one had ever succeeded, not even the gods and demons or Kalidas, who had studied it the longest. However, at least he didn't have to look for darkness anymore. It's strange. Open corner bracket. What is? If being closer to darkness means you're more talented, then I'm an exception. Yi and Wu believed he lacked talent. Perhaps he was only comparing himself to Jung Woo, and others might say that he had grown this strong precisely because he had talent, but Yi and Wu could confidently say that it wasn't true. His abnormal progress was only thanks to his brother's diary, and he had only begun to make up for his lack of talent after swallowing the Summer Queen's soul. Moreover, if he didn't have the cheat item of Caste of the Black King, it would have taken him ages to get to where he was. Open corner bracket. Didn't you inherit the system from that child? Since darkness is technically a problem of recognition, your soul might have become closest to darkness without being aware of it. And the dragon body was created by you. Open corner bracket. Yes. Yi and Wu finally felt some of his questions being answered. He was the result of intricately related events that began long ago. Then why did I become the successor of darkness? Is that also because of Jung Woo? Open corner bracket. I don't know exactly how that happened either. However, I do know that the different wills of flowing darkness sometimes emerge, and one of them has chosen you. As you said, it might have recognized you because of Jung Woo. If darkness had different wills, Yi and Wu realized that meant there were several successors, as well. Moonchild was probably one of them, and so was Kronos, who was still sleeping deeply in Tartarus. Yi and Wu's eyes narrowed. Just what does darkness know? The Black King. Open corner bracket. I already told you. The birthplace of all souls. You know I'm not asking for riddles like that. Open corner bracket. Do I have to explain in different words? Then how about this? The root of the world. The original that existed even before truth and laws came into being. It is what existed before creation. Nothingness. Emptiness. He also has many names. Gap of the world, Father of all beings, Master of dreams, and so on. Close corner bracket. Kalidas continued bitterly. Open corner bracket. A being older than the conceptual or progenitor gods who appeared with creation. It'll be easier for you to think of it that way. No one even knows whether or not the Black King has an ego. Then how did the heavenly demon lock him up in emptiness? And what about the beings who betrayed him? Yi and Wu's head hurt. The more he learned, the more confused he felt. No, I've already learned a lot. And I know where Jung Woo is too. If only I can find him, everything will be over. Yi and Wu could give up everything he'd achieved without any regret if only he could rescue Jung Woo. Open corner bracket. It might be best not to delve too deeply into it. There are still many things I don't know, although I've been observing this for a long time. Still, you have business to take care of, don't you? Then, please teach me. There was only one thing left now. How do I explore darkness? Yi and Wu closed his eyes. He'd left his subordinates to take care of the aftermath. His holy territory needed a temple to become stable, so it would take some time before the three Cyclops brothers were finished with their work. In the meantime, he planned on exploring darkness. Open corner bracket. The Monkey King is right about the danger of exploring it. But you can't just stand by and watch, is that right? And you won't really stand by even if you're told to. The Monkey King's Exuvi advised Yi and Wu not to approach darkness, but Kalidas didn't stop him since he already knew what Yi and Wu was thinking. Instead, he advised Yi and Wu on what to watch out for. Open corner bracket. Let's take it slow. How should we do it? Open corner bracket. Darkness swallows blackness, and it's a large void where countless souls spin around. And like I said, it's also a river. That means you'll need to learn how to swim first. And you need to find a way to breathe as well. Swimming and breathing. Open corner bracket. It's a place where the egos of even gods and demons can be destroyed easily, but you have a useful tool. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. The revelations. Open corner bracket. Yes. What you call the Emerald Tablet is actually a study on how to chase after darkness. As you have the greatest amount of revelations in this world, you'll be able to endure in darkness for a longer period of time. Yi and Wu felt his mouth turn dry. The edges of his fingertips tingled. Open corner bracket. Of course, you won't do everything perfectly the first time, so let's get you used to darkness first. Practice getting closer to it. Yi Yanwu nodded and his consciousness sank below. He slowly went from his conscious to his preconscious, and finally to his unconscious. Then, he slowly reached the abyss beneath it. It was a space he never imagined would be inside him, but ever since he'd chased the crawling chaos and grown aware of it, it wasn't that hard to find the path there. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the Monkey King's Exuvi looking down at him with a displeased expression, his arms crossed. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes. I knew this would happen. Son of a bitch, you don't listen to me like that, kiddo. Seeing the void beneath his feet, Yi Yanwu grinned, knowing he had safely arrived at his destination. The Monkey King's Exuvi looked even more peeved. You know the situation I'm in, don't you? Open hollow corner bracket. I do. That's why I'm saying this. Excuse me, that's a place even the real Monkey King guy would have trouble with. But you're going. The Monkey King's Exuvi snorted. Open hollow corner bracket. Even the heavenly demon kiddo you guys admire so much wasn't able to do much with it and stuck it at the bottom of the universe. Don't do anything pointless. Father more of the revelations first so you can enter it safely. Since I'm already here, I'm going to make an attempt. Open hollow corner bracket. Ha, fine. Do whatever you want. It's not my business if you die. No. I'll disappear if you die. Hey, just go. Yup, I'm going. Open hollow corner bracket. No. Go back. You crazy bastard. Fuck, you're really going. Yi Yanwu moved past the Monkey King's Exuvi to the abyss. A tingling fear shocked him, enough to shake his body, but he tried to endure it and approach darkness. The Monkey King's Exuvi couldn't follow Yi Yanwu too long and began screaming. Open hollow corner bracket. Hey. I'll change my last name to yours if you can really get in there. No, I'll be your son, just come back. However, Yi Yanwu moved closer into the blackness. Open hollow corner bracket. Hey. The Monkey King's screams echoed futilely and disappeared. His face flashed with anxiety, worried that something might really go wrong. Splash. Open hollow corner bracket. Huh. He heard the sound of diving. Yi Yanwu looked up at him, only his head visible and the rest of his body immersed in darkness. He didn't even look that tired, he even looked comfortable. Open hollow corner bracket. You can do it. The Monkey King's Exuvi blinked rapidly in surprise. Yi Yanwu slowly mouthed without speaking, why are you speaking so impudently, son? It was a long time before Yi Yanwu came out of the abyss. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you here? Son, where did you learn to speak so rudely? The Monkey King's Exuvi gently raised his right fist and smiled. Open hollow corner bracket. Do you want to die? Be careful with your words. Bang. With a smile, the Monkey King's Exuvi swung his fist. A shockwave passed by Yi Yanwu's temple and smacked on the wall of darkness in the distance. Soon, Yi Yanwu heard the sound of something breaking. Huh, what did you say? Nothing. I was wrong. Yi Yanwu quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Open hollow corner bracket. All right. Be careful, you're on the cusp of blooming. It would be a waste to die now, right? The Monkey King's Exuvi did not seem bothered or particularly angered by Yi Yanwu's attitude. However, it seemed like he was ready to give Yi Yanwu a beating at any time. Yi Yanwu had almost blurted out, you have an aunt, too. However, it seemed like the Monkey King's Exuvi would really pound his head in if he continued talking. Although it was his own illusory world, Yi Yanwu had no plans on fighting with the Monkey King's Exuvi. This Exuvi had managed to craft his own Ruyi Bang and turned the crawling chaos into his vassal. Nothing good would come from infuriating him. Open hollow corner bracket. Enough with the jokes. The Monkey King's Exuvi narrowed his eyes as he lowered his fist. Open hollow corner bracket. First off, how did you do it? He wanted to know how Yi Yanwu managed to survive in the abyss. Regardless of how much Yi Yanwu's power and abilities had grown from the revelations, the abyss was not a place that could be overcome with just those things. The abyss was a vast and dense emptiness that even gods and demons were reluctant to approach. It could swallow any existence and reduce it to nothingness. Even the Monkey King's Exuvi was wary of the abyss, and he was careful not to look at it too closely. If turned his eyes to it for too long, he would be sucked into its vacuum without even realizing what had happened. However, Yi Yanwu not only approached the abyss easily but also stayed inside for a considerable amount of time as if nothing was wrong. The Monkey King's Exuvi felt he had no choice but to ask Yi Yanwu. I think it's probably thanks to this. Yi Yanwu lifted the manacles he was wearing. Open hollow corner bracket. Is that an artifact that the Black King left behind? Yes. Open hollow corner bracket. It's an object that has sealed the Black King's darkness. Perhaps that's the reason why you were able to retain your ego. I don't know the details, however, Yin Wu recalled the moment he'd entered the abyss. He entered a place that looked like a river or a gap within a valley, as the Monkey King's exuvi had described. Yin Wu remembered his consciousness fading as if his self were being dismantled. However, at that moment, he felt the caste of the Black King tremble, which allowed him to maintain his consciousness and reason. It helped me hold on to my existence. Yin Wu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lifeless black manacles. Furthermore, it was connected to somewhere. The caste of the Black King had held on to Yin Wu's presence firmly as it pulled him in a certain direction. Yin Wu had to find out exactly what it was connected to. Open hollow corner bracket. We still have plenty of time, so let's take our time preparing. If there is anything I can help you with, I will help. Thank you. Yin Wu nodded heavily. Yin Wu started practicing in earnest to re-enter the abyss. It's important to be able to breathe in the abyss for a long time. I also need to find out where the caste of the Black King is trying to lead me. Void. It was a name that the Black King had bestowed. It existed within the unconscious, and it was so dark that Yin Wu could not even see an inch in front of him when he was inside. It was as if a dangerous monster lived inside. Open hollow corner bracket. You're saying something is there? Yes. Open hollow corner bracket. That's interesting. After hearing the details of the abyss from Yin Wu, the Monkey King's exuvi stroked his chin with his hand. I think that the sleeping Black King's true body is at the end of the abyss. Open hollow corner bracket. That might be true. Or not, but you want to find that out for yourself? Yes. Even if the Black King is not physically present, there must be something there that has something to do with him. It also seems like the easiest way to learn about the nature of the abyss. Open hollow corner bracket. Other than that, did you feel anything else? Like the soul of another person or the beginning of spiritual power? Things that you cannot feel in the material world. Yin Wu shook his head. No, I couldn't feel anything like that. It felt like my ability to recognize, reason, and sense had all stopped. Open hollow corner bracket. That makes sense. You said it almost ripped apart your existence. Does that mean it's not possible to look for your younger brother through your senses? That is very difficult. The Monkey King's exuvi scratched the back of his head as he contemplated. Yin Wu, who was staring at him, asked a question. By the way, do you not know anything about the Black King? Yin Wu had heard that the heavenly demon had been responsible for throwing the Black King into the abyss. As a result, Yin Wu thought that the Monkey King, who had been one of the heavenly demon's faces, might know something. Open hollow corner bracket. Not at all. The Monkey King's exuvi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Open hollow corner bracket. I am not my true body but a spirit, which means I possess a limited amount of memory and information. I'm also disconnected from that little child, so there's no way I'd have any information on the Black King. After he separated from his original body, he no longer possessed the most important information since his duty was only to protect the palace. Anything unrelated to this task wasn't considered necessary. The bitter smile of the Monkey King's exuvi made Yin Wu feel that there was something deeper and complex about his emotions. Although the exuvi acted as though he were the real thing, he seemed painfully conscious of the fact that he wasn't the real Monkey King. How did it feel to know that one was only a copy? It seemed like all his free will was gone. Yin Wu could not imagine what the feeling was like. However, any expression of sympathy would only offend the Monkey King exuvi's pride, and Yin Wu just changed the subject. Then was the other entity with you also not a true form? Open hollow corner bracket. With me. You know, the dragon I saw when I first met you. Open hollow corner bracket. Ah, you mean Sung. He's received the powers of a Yinglong, an evolved dragon, so he can wander about the tower. He may know something. You saw his true body. I think he also keeps in touch with that child from time to time. Then, open hollow corner bracket. However, you'll get nothing out of him. Huh, why? Open hollow corner bracket. He's like his master. He does whatever he wants, and I also have no idea where he is. Didn't you two live together in the palace? Open hollow corner bracket. No. When you saw him, he visiting because he was bored. Yin Wu recalled the time when the Monkey King's exuvi had been in danger because of the devil army and the head bishop. A glowing marble had guided the Monkey King's exuvi to safety. The marble had the energy properties of a dragon god, but it was not a real dragon god. At the time, Yin Wu had wondered about this, but perhaps it was because the dragon god simply hadn't been present. If that dragon god had appeared, the Monkey King's exuvi wouldn't have suffered so much. What was the dragon god doing at that time? And why had he not shown himself yet? Open hollow corner bracket anyway, all we have now is very fragmented information. You must find out the rest on your own. Even if I want to help, I don't think I can. The Monkey King's Exuvi looked down at the abyss with an annoyed expression. He was aware that as a spirit body, his existence would disappear if he entered the abyss. Since he had always considered the universe insignificant and tiny, the Monkey King's Exuvi could not help feeling irritated by this. Open hollow corner bracket all I had to work with were the limited resources that my true body left me. If you keep trying, won't you be able to enter and survive? Open hollow corner bracket no. It won't work. No matter how much a spirit tries to retain its original self, there is a limit to its existence. No one knows how long spirits can exist, right? There might be a limited lifespan for my spirit body or even a limitation on the abilities and skills I can use over time. It will be hard for you, as well. Yin Wu nodded as he gripped the cast of the Black King. He realized that if he relied too much on a specific set of skills, he'd end up facing the same limitations that the Monkey King's Exuvi did. Above all, Yin Wu had to figure out a way to deal with the fact that he couldn't perceive anything in the abyss. So, you're saying that breathing is important? Open hollow corner bracket yes. What should I do? Open hollow corner bracket there's only one way, right? Although his voice was playful, the Monkey King Exuvi's golden eyes were serious. Open hollow corner bracket consciousness. Of course. Yin Wu clucked his tongue as if he expected this answer. However, it doesn't work in the abyss. Yin Wu had relied on his consciousness to maintain his rationality and throw off the tower system's constraints when he was almost eaten by the crawling chaos or when he was trapped in the demonic sea. However, consciousness did not work very well in the abyss. Whenever he tried to release consciousness, it would get consumed quickly, and he couldn't tell if he was doing something correctly. There was no response or feedback that he could use as a way to restore his bearings. However, the corners of the Exuvi's mouth curled up as if he knew Yin Wu would respond in this way. Open hollow corner bracket that's because your level of consciousness isn't good enough. Yin Wu was confused by these words. Open hollow corner bracket I've always wondered about this. How come you haven't developed illusory change? Yin Wu cocked his head. Isn't the first step of illusory change building a barrier? Since I already have domain declaration, there's no difference. Open hollow corner bracket there is a large difference. First off, you use different things to operate them. Yin Wu was puzzled. Open hollow corner bracket the power to set up your personal territory, or domain declaration, and the power used to construct an illusory barrier for illusory change are completely different. The domain relies on the path of your divinity, but illusory barrier is based on your consciousness. It is the difference between starting from outside or from within. Yin Wu pondered for a moment. Have I been going about this the wrong way? Whenever he declared a domain, he could spread his shadows and temporarily form a holy territory. He could unleash various divine powers and abilities. He could also use his domain to isolate his enemies, and he was like a god within that space. As a result, Yin Wu had believed that domain declaration was similar to the illusory barrier, especially since his domain moved according to his will. However, the Monkey King's Exuvi telling him that they originated from different sources of power. Domain declaration originated from one's divinity, and as a result, it operated only within the algorithm of nature. On the other hand, one relied on consciousness to construct an illusory barrier, which meant that an illusory barrier was based on one's understanding of the essence of things, allowing one to recreate the world according to one's interpretation. Open hollow corner bracket now that you have obtained the revelations, you can defeat most gods and demons. The ancient giants have also become your followers, so if they continue to grow and achieve further awakening and transcendence, they may rise to the ranks of the highest gods. Close hollow corner bracket the Monkey King's Exuvi spoke seriously. Open hollow corner bracket it's up to your ability to turn the illusory into natural law. Usually, transcendent beings do not develop much once they have attained a specific standing, which is why they remain stagnant for a long time. It's much easier to just use divinity to take care of everything. Gods should use their divinity like tools, but instead, they are beholden to their divinity. This was why gods and demons ended up with minimal senses of selves and quickly degenerated into simple cogs within the natural laws. As the Monkey King's Exuvi spoke, he looked Yin Wu up and down. Open hollow corner bracket if you're gaining achievements through martial arts, you need a training method that strengthens your consciousness and incorporates your divinity and legends into an illusory world. Close hollow corner bracket. For some reason, Yi Wu felt as though the words of the Monkey King's exuvi were seducing him. Something popped into Yi Wu's mind. Sword Thunder. Would it be possible to strengthen it? Open hollow corner bracket. If you can simplify everything into one concept, you can use it to change the world. It might be possible to breathe naturally in the abyss using your will as a tool. You might even be able to see the essence in the depths of the abyss. Change the world with a single thought. The Monkey King's exuvi was speaking of something more powerful than an ordinary transcendence domain. Then, what's the best way to develop my understanding of consciousness? The path that the Monkey King had taken while he was still alive was wrapped up in so much mystery and unpredictability that it was difficult for Yi Wu to guess. He had no idea how far he would have to progress in his martial arts. He could refer to his master, the Martial King, but since both of them were already at a high level, Yi Wu did not know where to start. Open hollow corner bracket. Ever since I separated from my main body, I thought that I would die of boredom unless Sung was visiting. So, what do you think I did in the meantime? Yi Wu realized what he meant, and his eyes widened. If the Monkey King's exuvi had been developing his inner self for hundreds of years, Yi Wu could not even imagine how deep his understanding would be. Open hollow corner bracket. I was there for such a long time, and I grew tired. All I could do was constantly think about my limitations. That's why I promised myself to create something better than what that annoying true body bastard achieved. Yi Wu was silent. Open hollow corner bracket. After coming here, I used to talk with Ismenios from time to time. As the last dragon, she has a lot of knowledge, and I finally managed to organize things that I had only roughly outlined before. I can modify this organization to suit your needs. Yi Wu was stunned. Open hollow corner bracket. So, I'll teach you from now on. The Monkey King's exuvi playfully raised one corner of his lips. Open hollow corner bracket. A new and improved heavenly bracket, the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Yi Wu's eyes widened, and the Monkey King's exuvi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little kid, you don't have to be that wide-eyed with surprise. Monkey King, open hollow corner bracket. Well, I guess I am worthy of respect. I am pretty great. Close hollow corner bracket. 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. I understand that having to come up with novel names for skills is difficult, but... The Monkey King's exuvi was speechless. All you did was add 8 extremes to Sword Thunder. Whack. While still maintaining his smile, the Monkey King's exuvi gently waved his fist. A destructive shockwave barely missed Yi Wu. If you die here from a crushed skull, you do know that no one will ever find out, right? Now that I think about it, I believe you have an amazing talent for names. Yi Wu did an about-face and brazenly replied without a single change of expression. The Monkey King's exuvi frowned as if he did not approve of Yi Wu's sudden flip-flop. Open hollow corner bracket. In any case, it seems like you're only getting more shameless. Honestly, I don't want to be criticized by someone who names his mythical beasts, Chirpy, or, Growl. When did I ever do that? The Monkey King exuvi's face became slightly twisted. Open hollow corner bracket. Do you know how many times I heard your mythical beasts complain? No, let's forget it. Yi Wu looked thoroughly confused. The Monkey King's exuvi started to feel disgusted by Yi Wu's aloof attitude. Open hollow corner bracket. Anyway, my true body created heavenly bracket to combine dozens of martial arts, magic spells, and other skills through the principle of 5 elements or wuxing. The Monkey King's exuvi continued to speak. Open hollow corner bracket. However, since you've based your martial foundation and training on the 8 trigrams, it's best to adjust 8 extremes of Sword Thunder to the path you're on. The 3 stages of heaven, earth, and being were derived from the duality of yin and yang, leading to the classical elements, then the 5 elements. From there, the 6 pairs of yin and yang arose, leading to the 7 stars and 8 trigrams. Then, the perfection of the 9 expedient means developed into the 10 paramitas. The inevitable return of all worldly affairs back to the duality of yin and yang was a topic that Yi Wu had listened to the Martial King speak about endlessly. Open hollow corner bracket. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams are branches of study created to discuss and understand the laws of the world. However, the content and details of these branches of study are bound to change. That's probably why you've faced so many ups and downs in developing Sword Thunder. For example, a difference in interpretation or a waste of energy efficiency may have arisen without you even realizing it. Yi Wu nodded his head firmly. He knew that he had yet to completely understand Sword Thunder or Meteor Sword Art. All he knew was that he was progressing, but he understood little else about his development. Yi Yanwu recognized that he lacked the experience and ability to master meteor sword art, and he couldn't come to a satisfactory solution with the yin sword. Open hollow corner bracket. However, the confusion that you feel right now will disappear once you master the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. I see. All right. Yonu nodded. He could feel the enthusiasm of the Monkey King's Exuvi to assist him. Yi Yanwu was also surprised that the Summer Queen had helped the Monkey King's Exuvi to perfect the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Then, what should I do now? Open hollow corner bracket. There are 2 methods, intensive or comprehensive. Which method would you like to try? Since I don't have much time, I'll try the intensive method. Open hollow corner bracket. Good. Just because you'll be learning quickly and intensively doesn't mean you'll learn less. Don't worry about the thoroughness of the instruction. For a moment, Yi Yanwu felt that the Monkey King's Exuvi was laughing evilly. Yi Yanwu was about to change his choice to the comprehensive method, but SS's. Bam! Ah! The Monkey King Exuvi's elbow had already landed in Yi Yanwu's stomach. Without a chance to even take a breath, Yi Yanwu was sent flying, feeling a tremendous shock that he hadn't felt in a long time. Open hollow corner bracket. To start, let's soften you up a little. Wait! Yonu wanted to shout out. Bam! 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 As if he had no time to listen to Yi Yanwu's words, the Monkey King's Exuvi raged like a storm and began to give Yi Yanwu a beatdown. Damn it! Are all beings with eccentric natures like this? Yi Yanwu recalled how the Martial King had beaten him to a pulp under the pretext that it was the only way he could gauge Yi Yanwu's skills. Why was everyone so fond of tormenting him? It was a constant source of frustration and anger to Yi Yanwu. Yi Yanwu thought that he would really get in trouble if things continued like this, so he used Blink to move as far away from the Monkey King's Exuvi as possible. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh ho! When his clenched fist swung through empty air, the Monkey King's Exuvi exclaimed. And around that time, 6th step Dragon Body Awakening. All powers have been released. Yi Yanwu immediately raised his powers to their maximum while he was still a distance away from the Monkey King's Exuvi. At the same time, the Monkey King's Exuvi folded space and quickly appeared in front of Yi Yanwu, swinging his fist down. Rumble! A dark red lightning bolt erupted from his fist, tearing the surrounding area into pieces. It was definitely Sword Thunder. However, it was different from the Sword Thunder that Yi Yanwu was used to. This Sword Thunder was hotter than the one Yi Yanwu used, as though its yang energy had been pushed to its maximum. Less than Heaven Thunder greater than. Not wanting to lose, Yi Yanwu took the same sword stance as the Monkey King's Exuvi and quickly raised his hand up to meet the incoming blow. His Sword Thunder sparked from the tip of his fingers as it collided with the Monkey King Exuvi's fist. Bam! 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 Rumble! As one Sword Thunder collided against the other, dozens of large and small chained explosions successively shook Yi Yanwu's illusory world. The two exchanged attacks at an incredible speed, and an ordinary player would find it impossible to keep up. Each attack was powerful enough to rip limbs off just from proximity alone. Since this was his illusory world, Yi Yanwu risked damaging his soul, which would impact his overall abilities. However, the Monkey King's Exuvi did not seem to care about this at all, so Yi Yanwu had no choice but to meet the incoming attacks head-on. All the while, Yi Yanwu thought one thing: he's strong. The Monkey King's Exuvi was far more powerful than he had expected. Although Yi Yanwu had already guessed the power level of the Monkey King's Exuvi after the crawling chaos was subjugated, now that he was confronting the Exuvi's blows directly, Yi Yanwu finally understood just how powerful the Monkey King's Exuvi truly was. Perhaps the Exuvi could bring out the original Monkey King's powers since they were in an illusory world. This is the true power of the Monkey King. Draconic Divine Eyes. Fiery Golden Eyes. Black Gubatera, Philosopher's Eyes. Yi Yanwu opened his eyes wide and tried to anticipate the path of his opponent's attack, but his opponent did not show any gaps. As Yi Yanwu's power level had risen, his brain's computational speed had grown faster than ever, allowing him to observe many details. However, all his observations and efforts were all in vain as the Monkey King's Exuvi made his next move. Instead of smashing Yi Yanwu, the Monkey King's Exuvi brought his left fist towards his body and began gathering power. Less than Swamp Thunder greater than. Sword Thunder, which had spread in all directions from their constant clashes, was suddenly sucked into the Monkey King Exuvi's fist, which compressed Sword Thunder tightly before making it explode out. Did his power increase? Just before the Monkey King's Exuvi swung his fist, Yi Yanwu instinctively felt a sense of danger and leaned back. Luckily, he managed to avoid the strike, but he finally understood something important. The Monkey King's Exuvi was using the same sword thunder as he was, but the Exuvi's power was much stronger. It managed to shatter more than half of the small magic shields and barriers that Yanwu always used to protect himself. Although Yanwu did not have time to do the exact calculations, he could tell that the Exuvi's sword thunder power seemed to have doubled. However, as if he were just getting started, the Monkey King's Exuvi quickly transitioned into a series of consecutive strikes. Each time the Monkey King's Exuvi attacked, Sword Thunder's destructiveness increased. 3 strikes, 4 strikes, then 5 strikes. Whenever the Monkey King's Exuvi attacked with different Sword Thunder strikes, Fire Thunder, Lightning Thunder, and Wind Thunder, Yanwu found himself powerless against them, and his feeling of helplessness deepened. All the magic shields and barriers that he used to protect himself collapsed. Furthermore, his own Sword Thunder had no effect. In fact, Yanwu's Sword Thunder was absorbed by the Monkey King's Exuvi, who used it to increase his power. As the Exuvi revealed the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder one by one, the power level of the attacks doubled. By the time it reached Wind Thunder, the 5th of the 8 extremes, its attack power was already 32 times that of the first strike. Considering that most gods were already defenseless against just one Sword Thunder strike, the combined destructive power of the 3 was unbelievable. Thinking that he had to do something, Yanwu drew as much magic power as he could muster and released it all at once. However, even that was useless in the face of his opponent's overwhelming destructive power. Even the abyss below them shook with the impact. I have to think of a way to counteract his attacks. Less than time difference greater than. Less than extrasensory perception greater than. Yanwu tried to figure out the structure of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. However, when he opened his eyes and looked around, all he could see was light and heat. Even with his draconic divine eyes and fiery golden eyes, he could not peer into the essence of his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, Yanwu had a thought that the power of his opponent's strikes might have something to do with consciousness or illusory change. The main reason for this battle was so that the Monkey King's Exuvi could teach Yanwu the principles of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder through the recognition of illusory change. But how can I infuse Sword Thunder with consciousness? What do I do after that? The Monkey King's Exuvi had provided no instructions nor hints about the skill, which meant that Yanwu had to learn it the hard way, through direct confrontation. However, he couldn't just stay still, so Yanwu exerted his consciousness and raised his Sword Thunder once again. Yanwu's Sword Thunder connected the sky to the earth, soaring high to block the incoming storm of light. Compared to the Exuvi's explosive strike, Yanwu's Sword Thunder seemed insignificant and puny. At that moment, Yanwu instinctively realized what he had to do. He needed to change his illusory world through illusory change. The Monkey King's Exuvi had previously mentioned that illusory change was different from creating a holy territory, after all. Yanwu thought, would it work if I combined the 2 concepts together? Let's try it. He had no time to think of any other approach as the storm of light was seconds from smacking him. As Yanwu supported the core of his Sword Thunder with a maximum output of consciousness, he also elongated the Sword Thunder's shadow and wound it around Sword Thunder. In this way, he managed to compress the chaotic Sword Thunder with his shadows. With Yanwu's consciousness inside the Sword Thunder and his shadows wrapped around its exterior, Sword Thunder's composition grew more solid. Yanwu felt a strong sense that his Sword Thunder and his consciousness were connected as one. Less than illusory change greater than. The nature of his Sword Thunder changed when Yanwu added an attribute. If his first Sword Thunder strike contained Heaven Thunder, the first of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder, then this second Sword Thunder strike contained the presence of Swamp Thunder. This made Yanwu's world go topsy-turvy. He felt as if his vision had turned inwards, and he was forcefully pulling something hidden deep within him. Additionally, by forcing something out into reality, Yanwu felt as if he were showing his will to the physical world. He felt as though his soul were being sucked into his Sword Thunder. His Sword Thunder chaotically wavered as if it would break down at any moment, but it showed an unimaginable synergistic and powerful effect. Crackle, fizzle, rumble, Yanwu gritted his teeth and raised the newly formed Sword Thunder up. Boom! The Monkey King Exuvi's storm of light clashed with Yanwu's Sword Thunder, making the surroundings quake. Yanwu instantly sensed his imminent defeat. The Monkey King's Exuvi could multiply his power 32 times, but Yanwu could only manage double. However, this development made Yanwu feel as if he had broken through the barrier that had blocked him for so long. His mind felt refreshed and rejuvenated. The storm of light spread and almost overwhelmed the entire illusory world. Bam! Although it seemed on the verge of swallowing up the illusory world and abyss, the Exuvi's sword thunder suddenly stopped its rampage and completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Yi and Wu stood still for a long time as if possessed by something. Then, as he slowly lowered his gaze, he saw his trembling hands. Even though his mind felt refreshed, did his instincts feel fear in the face of that powerful force? If the wind thunder had struck him, he pondered what would have happened. Open hollow corner bracket. The 8 extremes of sword thunder is completely different from the 8 individual movements or ways. Each time one moves from one way to the next, a new attribute is added that multiplies the power. The Monkey King's Exuvi explained to Yi and Wu with a confident attitude, as though he were sharing a hard-won and treasured toy with a friend. Open hollow corner bracket. It's a force that is designed simply to destroy. The Monkey King's Exuvi looked tired and worn out. Open hollow corner bracket. But, as you can see, it's something you can use too often. It consumes a lot of power and consciousness. The Exuvi's color faded so much that Yi and Wu would not have been surprised if the Monkey King's Exuvi fainted. Since the Monkey King's Exuvi was utilizing a spirit body that did not possess any magic power, a powerful technique like this would consume his spiritual power. Open hollow corner bracket. For now, this is the extent of what I can show you. I don't think you'll be able to retain my consciousness if I show you the 6th and 7th way. As for the 8th way, I'm not even sure if my original body can do it. Yi and Wu, who had only just learned the 2nd way, nodded. Furthermore, Yi and Wu had no idea what the dangerous 8th way would look like. Open hollow corner bracket. Still, it seems like you've figured out how to use it, so let's continue until you get used to it. The Monkey King's Exuvi clenched his fist tightly. He seemed to be expecting a lot of fun in the near future. Wait, stop, damn it. Yi and Wu spread his sky wings once more.